Douluo, my battle soul is the star-forging Dragon King. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 51, the possibility of breaking through level 100. What's the difference between the main sequence star and the solidification of soul power during the title breakthrough? Kyan Rinxu knew that the soul masters of this era had a very one-sided study of their own soul power. If it weren't for the emergence of a genius like Luo Chen, it would probably take thousands or tens of thousands of years for someone to truly realize the essential difference between the titled Super and Ultimate Douluo. The main sequence star is not just the result of compressing soul power from liquid to solid, but a special core that contains 3 states of soul power: gas, liquid, and solid. The blazing star core continuously releases soul power, allowing the soul master to have a more durable and powerful combat power after breaking through the titled Douluo. According to Nao's estimation, if a soul master can condense a soul core in his body, he can become a soul saint and temporarily rival today's titled masters. With your talent, Zuo, you can try to condense your first soul core during the soul saint period. Luo Chen felt that this was not difficult for Kyan Rinxu. The real difficulty was how to light up this soul core and let it enter the state of main sequence star, first star core. In contrast, Luo Chen did not plan to let others know the method of condensing the first soul core, as well as how to light it up and obtain the main sequence star. There was no way. Everyone's qualifications were a little worse after all. Kyan Rinxu had a god-level martial soul, and that martial soul gave Kyan Rinxu a physical fitness far superior to that of everyone else. She was the only one who could start trying during the soul saint period. During this month, Kyan Rinxu, with the help of Luo Chen, increased her soul power by another level, reaching level 34. According to his estimate, within a year, Kyan Rinxu had a high probability of directly breaking through level 40. Therefore, it would not be bad for Kyan Rinxu to get in touch with the theory of soul cores and star cores earlier. Once the first star core has completed the main sequence lighting, even if you, Zuo, are only a soul saint, you can beat ordinary titles and even compete with Super Douluo. The only difference between the two lies in the number of soul skills and soul power. In terms of soul power quality, the soul sage who lights up the main sequence star is no different from the 95th level Super Douluo. So powerful. Condensing the soul core, the soul sage can fight for the title. With the soul core lit, a soul sage can challenge a Super Douluo with just the body of a soul sage. Kyan Rinxu was deeply shocked by the practice created by Luo Chen. What about the second star core? It seems that Mom went into seclusion just for it, right? The little angel was very concerned about her mother's condition. However, after Bibi Dong went into seclusion, no one except Luo Chen could disturb her. So only Luo Chen knew Bibi Dong's condition best. Don't worry, the teacher is making good progress. The last time I went to see her, the teacher had already completed the lighting of the main sequence star. The soul power in Bibi Dong's original body can be freely transformed among the 3 states, and this is also a manifestation of breaking through the Super Douluo. With this foundation, all Bibi Dong has to do is to light up this solid soul core and let it complete the transformation. Bibi Dong is worthy of being the most stunning woman of this era. Even Naya has to admit her current talent. In just half a month, Bibi Dong successfully lit up the original solid soul core into a main sequence star that exudes endless power. Maybe it won't be long before she can complete the condensation of the second star core and truly reach the realm of ultimate Douluo under normal circumstances. The second star core is a supergiant star, whose function is to balance energy and stabilize the body's state. At the same time, it is also another space for storing soul power. In Luo Chen's words, the soul power that soul masters usually need can no longer be used up by relying on main sequence stars alone. Then the new soul power absorbed in this process will become part of the supergiant star and be preserved in the form of high density compression. Note that this compression is not simply solid soul power. The soul power density contained in the supergiant star is far greater than that of ordinary solid soul power, and it can be continuously improved when the soul master's body can withstand it. In addition, Grandpa is also improving his second soul core. Kai and Douluo already had a second soul core, and after reading the simulated star creation map developed by Luo Chen, he seemed to have realized something. So, the two strongest titled Douluo in the Wuhan Hall chose to retreat together. Teacher and Grandpa, they both have god-level martial souls, if they also have perfect dual star cores. Luo Chen sighed, I think there is no one stronger than them in this Douluo Continent. But Luo Chen didn't dare to guarantee it. After all, Douluo Continent is so big, who knows if there will be unfathomable old monsters hidden somewhere. So you can't say too much, for fear of being slapped in the face. Who is more powerful, Grandpa or Mom? This question stumped Luo Chen. Grandpa. Luo Chen felt that Kai and Douluo should be more powerful now. After all, the old man entered the limit many years earlier than his teacher. In terms of this accumulation, Bibi Dong is still a little behind. Who do you think is more powerful? We are all family. Kai and Rinxu didn't know how to choose. It's so difficult. I don't want Grandpa to lose to Mom, but I hope Mom will become more and more powerful. Since she really didn't know how to judge, Kai and Rinxu had to change the subject and began to ask Luo Chen about the third star core. The method of condensing the third star core is still in the theoretical stage for the time being. In Luo Chen's understanding, the third soul core has surpassed the realm that the ultimate Douluo can reach. This soul core is like a neutron star, which has reached the extreme of soul power quality. It is like a black hole, which can continuously absorb soul power from the outside world and then compress it forcibly. This. Kai and Rinxu was stunned by Luo Chen's idea. Then, how strong is that? If I'm not mistaken, if teacher and grandfather can condense the third soul core, even if it is only in the ultimate state of quality, they can reach the pinnacle of this world. As for the transformation from a soul power black hole to a real black hole star core, this is the pinnacle in the true sense, because Douluo Continent cannot become a god at level 100, so the latter black hole star core only exists in theory. Luo Chen has a hunch that, as long as he can improve the life level of Douluo Continent, perhaps Kai and Douluo and Bibi Dong can rely on the third black hole star core to break through level 100 on their own without relying on the inheritance of the god position. In my imagination, Luo Chen said, the energy generated by the black hole core is no longer soul power, but divine power, becoming a god at the 100th level. Kai and Rinxu always thought it was a legend. Even with the inheritance of the god of angels, Kai and Rinxu still found it incredible. You have actually created a way to become a god now. Kai and Rinxu's admiration for Luo Chen reached its peak. She found that she could not find any words to describe Luo Chen. Zyerchen, my Zyerchen, hehe. Okay, stop being a fangirl. Luo Chen patted Kai and Rinxu's smooth forehead in annoyance. The latter uttered an ah, and then looked at Luo Chen angrily. Bad Zyerchen, how can you hit your sister's head? Who else is a fangirl? Zyerchen is so annoying. No, sister is going to punish you. Hurry up and let me hit you too. The little angel said she wanted to hit him, but in fact she wanted to touch Luo Chen's hair. She has been looking for opportunities to do this recently. I refuse. Ah, please don't. I'll be gentler. The little angel started to act like a rogue, and Luo Chen had no choice but to let the girl stroke her hair gently, like he was stroking a kitten. The two of them entered the Pope's palace while playing around. Here they completed their daily combat training, teaching each other moves. Zyerchen, look at my angel assault type 2. Puff. Luo Chen didn't know how to complain about Kai and Rinxu's way of naming. But to be honest, this trick is really good. In this month, Luo Chen provided Kai and Rinxu with many self-created soul skills. Self-created soul skills cannot be practiced once they are obtained. Even Kai and Rinxu has to study them carefully, and then she can complete the transformation of soul skills according to Luo Chen's method. Soul ring soul skills are a bit like shortcut keys in games. The soul power in the soul master's body can flow on its own. According to the theory, as long as a soul master can freely control the soul power, she should be able to replicate most of the non-regular soul ring soul skills. Of course, it is limited to her own soul ring soul skills. For other people's soul skills, you can't experience the rhythm of the soul power flow, let alone imitate and perform. Forcing an attempt will only make yourself useless. Even Luo Chen, he didn't dare to let his soul power go on routes that he had never seen before. It was too dangerous. How many moves have you learned? Hoo-hoo. Kyan Rinxu proudly put her hands on her waist. 4 moves. How about it? Sister is still very powerful, right? Yeah, it's really amazing. Luo Chen was telling the truth. He provided Kyan Rinxu with 9 self-created soul skills at one time, which were adapted from Angel Assault, Wings of Nothingness and Angel Protection. That is Kyan Rinxu's first 3 soul skills. The changes in soul rings and soul skills are not simple, except for extremely talented soul masters like Kyan Rinxu. At least top-level martial souls have the opportunity to perceive the mystery. Kyan Rinxu in the original work wasted her talent. Not only was she poor in actual combat, but she was also incompetent in the use of soul skills. Fortunately, she has Luo Chen in this life to help her change her predetermined destiny. These soul skills were developed by me after analyzing your 3 soul rings, Zua. The 9 soul skills have nothing to do with soul rings. Even if Kyan Rinxu goes to the Slaughter City now, she can still use her own soul power to perform Angel Assault and Wings of Nothingness. That's right, the soul skills created by Luo Chen can even replicate rule-based effects such as physical immunity and halving of energy damage. The reason lies in Luo Chen's control of element. Luo Chen's first soul skill can not only help him trace the structure of the soul ring, but also the resonance between the soul power fluctuations and the Douluo rules. Therefore, as long as the rule resonance can be completed at the same time when creating a soul skill, then the immunity and improvement of the Wings of Nothingness can be realized. The only problem is that there are many limitations to this kind of increase. Forced resonance can easily bring a huge burden to the body. To a certain extent, the ring explosion and the big Sumeru hammer are actually rule improvements, rather than simply releasing soul power at one time. In short, Zua, you should use less behavior that simulates rule-based characteristics through resonance. Kyan Rinxu remembered Luo Chen's warning. I will. Besides. Suddenly, Luo Chen looked towards the door of the training room. He had sensed a sneaky figure since before. Come out, Nana. What? Kyan Rinxu turned her head in surprise. In her perception, there should be no talent there. But now, I created this soul skill of yours for you. Seeing that Ulina was still hiding, Luo Chen smiled bitterly and said, okay, stop being awkward. Come out. I'll introduce it to you. Zyachin Hulina couldn't bear it anymore. She jumped out from behind the door quickly, like a little fox whose food was stolen. This guy. Kyan Rinxu looked at Ulina in surprise. She didn't even notice the other party's breath just now. Is it because Zyachin created this soul skill specifically for her? Kyan Rinxu thought of what Luo Chen had just said, and for some reason, she felt a little uncomfortable. The little angel had always thought that Luo Chen only designed soul skills for her and her mother. Unexpectedly, even Hulina had one. Bad Zyachin. Kyan Rinxu pouted. You already have a sister. Why are you so nice to that stinky fox? Zyachin, when did you find out about me? This. Luo Chen touched Hulina's head and smiled. I noticed it when you started following me and Zua. Then, didn't you find out a long time ago? Hulina punched Luo Chen with her little fist in dissatisfaction. Damn it, since you all know I'm following, why didn't you call me out? She always thought she was hiding well. Unexpectedly, the clown was actually myself. Nana's first soul skill is called Psychedelic Foxfire, which can release hallucinogenic flames, and the greater the mental power gap, the better the effect. Based on this, Luo Chen developed several self-created soul skills for her, among which there is a change that uses mental power to cover the whole body, greatly reducing one's presence. The essence of charm is to enhance Hulina's charm in the eyes of others and occupy the sight and mind of others. Then, if used in reverse, it means being ignored and not being noticed. Even when Hulina's mental power is improved again, she can make someone feel disgusted, thereby dividing the enemy and making them repel each other. The only regret is that these self-created soul skills are not easy. With Hulina's enhanced talent, it will probably take her a lot of energy to quickly master these self-created soul skills. Luo Chen does not advocate that Hulina waste time on learning self-created soul skills in the early stage. Soldiers are more valuable than quantity. Luo Chen's suggestion to Hulina is to let her delve into a self-created soul skill. Then use this soul skill to temper mental power. The basis of Hulina's soul skills is mental power. As long as the mental power is improved, then both learning new soul skills and mastering soul skills will be enhanced accordingly. Good soul skills. Kyan Rinxu extended her hand elegantly, fully showing the glorious image of Luo Chen's sister. I'm Xiangsu, nice to meet you, Hulina. Although she hated Hulina in her heart, she was still the eldest daughter of the spirit hall. For Luo Chen's sake, she was willing to give Hulina a little face. Well, just a little bit. Kyan Rinxu used her thumb and index finger to indicate a very small distance, no more. Chapter 52. They gave too much. Pa. Who wants to meet you? However, to Kyan Rinxu's surprise, Hulina slapped Kyan Rinxu's hand away with a slap, and I'm not happy to see you at all. No wonder you're so nice to Xiaochen, and call him brother. Hulina quickly ran to Luo Chen, pulled him behind her, and then stared at Kyan Rinxu with a vigilant and embarrassed face. So you are a woman. Shameless, to shameless. Seeing Luo Chen leave early today, and Kyan Rinxu also made an excuse to leave, the little fox immediately felt alarmed and realized that there was something fishy going on. Fortunately, she discovered something wrong early. Otherwise, Hulina would still be kept in the dark by them until now. Xiaochen, why? Hulina grabbed Luo Chen's hand. She was about to cry in grievance. You, how could you lie to me for this woman? Luo Chen met other girls. Just tell her. The little fox thought she was still tolerant. As long as the other person is a good girl, she doesn't mind Luo Chen playing with the other person. But Luo Chen hid it from her and kissed Kyan Rinxu in private. Damn it. It's all her fault. If it weren't for her, how could my little Chen hide it from me? Hulina looked at Kyan Rinxu, who had returned to her girlish appearance, and was immediately amazed by her beauty. How could that Xiangsu be so beautiful after returning to her daughter's appearance? Inexplicably, Hulina felt that she was outshined by the little angel. I have to admit that in terms of appearance alone, Kyan Rinxu deserves to be called the most beautiful woman in Douluo Continent 1. What should I do? Nana is in big trouble. But Hulina didn't have the courage to question Luo Chen. She was afraid that Luo Chen would hate her because of this and think that she was too controlling. HMPH. On the other side, before Luo Chen could explain, Kyan Rinxu had already stood in front of Hulina. I wanted to get along with you as Xiangsu. Since you have discovered my true identity. Okay, I won't pretend anymore. Kyan Rinxu introduced herself. As you can see, I'm not a boy. Xiangsu is just my disguise. My last name is Kyan. My name is Rinxu, and I'm the grandson of the previous Pope Kyan Daoliu. In addition, Kyan Rinxu looked down at Hulina with great pride. I'm also your teacher, Bibi Dong's biological daughter. Obviously, she was still thinking about giving Hulina some face. Who would have thought that this hateful stinky fox dared to slap her hand away, and did it in front of Luo Chen. Kyan Rinxu, stinky fox, slutty fox, dead fox. Since you are so rude, then this lady will let you see what it means to be a rich woman who can do whatever she wants. On the other side, due to the huge amount of information, Hulina didn't grasp the key point for a while. However, Hulina remembered what Bibi Dong said about her being her biological daughter. You are the teacher's daughter? How is that possible, teacher? How can the teacher have a daughter? Hulina wanted to say that Kyan Rinxu was lying, but how long had she known Bibi Dong? Moreover, such a thing could not be said casually. Ahem. Luo Chen said that, Nana, what Zua said is true. Zua? This intimate address directly broke Hulina's defense. Seeing this, Kyan Rinxu felt very happy. She had long disliked Hulina. Not only did she take away her mother's love, but she also stuck to Xiaochen every day, forcing her to show herself in men's clothes. Humph, this is a relationship between Xiaochen and me. Kyan Rinxu said as she hugged Luo Chen's other arm. The intimate look made Hulina want to rush up and fight her for 300 rounds. The little angel was not to be outdone and directly fought back with her eyes. What qualifications does a mere Hulina have to compare with Kyan Rinxu? Seeing that the conflict between the little angel and the little fox was about to break out, Luo Chen pulled his hand away helplessly. Then, it fell hard. Pa, X to R. Eyeing with two crisp sounds, the two girls screamed at the same time and covered their hands behind their backs and then looked at Luo Chen with tears in their eyes. No quarreling. However, Luo Chen did not give them the opportunity to make trouble and directly put on a serious expression. This time, I asked Zua to do this. Luo Chen explained Kyan Rinxu's situation to Hulina and took everything on himself. Zua is the teacher's daughter and Nana is the teacher's disciple. Luo Chen, we are a family. Sisters should get along well. Otherwise. Luo Chen raised his hand and swept his eyes over the little buds of the two lali. Don't blame me for the family rules. Woo. Startled by Luo Chen's eyes, the little fox and the little angel lowered their heads quickly, and there was no temper at all. Whether it was Hulina or Kyan Rinxu, both were completely dominated by Luo Chen. When they thought that Luo Chen would get angry because of them and even hate them, the little fox and the little angel could no longer think of rebelling. That's right. Luo Chen knew that it was too early to make the two women really shake hands and make peace. But at least, he hoped that they could maintain the superficial sisterhood. Although, this sisterhood is made of plastic. Thinking of this, Luo Chen decided to give the two women a little sweetness. He took one of them by the hand and said, the teacher has been in seclusion for the past 2 days, which is a critical moment. Then I was alone last night and felt a little lonely. The eyes of the clever little fox and the little angel suddenly began to shine. What? Luo Chen asked. My room is quite big. If you don't mind, do you want to sleep together tonight? Opportunity! Exclamation mark. Kyan Rinxu realized what she had missed. She forgot that after Bibidan went into seclusion, Luo Chen became alone at night. I'm so stupid. How could I not even think of such a simple thing? And as a sister, I left my young brother alone in the dark night, curled up in the quilt to sleep. Thinking of this, Kyan Rinxu felt that she was not a good sister. What a lonely feeling. Xiaochen must be afraid of sleeping alone, so he made up an excuse. Kyan Rinxu was just about to show her sister's care, but who would have thought that the little fox rushed directly into Luo Chen's arms. Okay, I will sleep with you, Xiaochen, tonight. At this moment, Kyan Rinxu was very firm in her thoughts. Hulina, you are indeed my lifelong enemy. Humph. Hulina glanced at Kyan Rinxu with disdain. What's the use of being pretty? If you can't please men, you will sooner or later become the golden-haired loser that Xiaochen said. You little girl, you even think the area is too small to warm the bed for my little Chen. Kyan Rinxu calmly pulled Hulina out of Luo Chen's arms. Her strong physical fitness was not something that a little fox of level 15 could contend with. No matter what conspiracy you have, I will break it with my own strength. In Douluo Continent, strength is the foundation. If you are not strong enough, you can't even protect a man. Xiaochen. Then, in Hulina's eyes, that were almost spitting fire, Kyan Rinxu gently hugged Luo Chen. How about sister holding you tonight to sleep? Girls develop early, which makes Kyan Rinxu a head taller than Luo Chen. And Kyan Rinxu's arms are obviously much warmer than Hulina's. Well, although she is still very small, she is still a little bit of material. The most important thing is that the six-winged angel martial spirit has a built-in warming treasure function. In comparison, Hulina's nine-tailed fox has more bonuses in terms of tender skin and girlish body fragrance. Seeing that they were about to fight again, Luo Chen raised his palm calmly. Kyan Rinxu and Hulina didn't dare to act up and waited for Luo Chen's choice. Choose! Exclamation mark. Luo Chen had a little angel in his left hand and a little fox in his right hand. Of course I want all of them. Tonight, I'll tell you a story about Calabash Brothers and Pangolin. Now, Luo Chen said to Kyan Rinxu, let Nana train with us. Okay. Kyan Rinxu agreed. It just so happened that she wanted to take this opportunity to let a certain fox know who is the big sister. This bad woman. As expected, Hulina was beaten by Kyan Rinxu. After knowing that she might not be able to win Hulina with charm alone, the little angel decisively chose to suppress her with force. The soul power of level 34 against Hulina, who has not even broken through level 16, is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. This made Hulina grit her teeth in hatred. Damn woman, relying on her higher cultivation than me, she actually made me so embarrassed in front of Luo Chen. But Qian Rinxu stopped at the right time every time, and even Luo Chen could not find fault with it. He knew that the little angel was bullying the little fox, but there was no evidence. Moreover, this kind of suppression training did have a lot of benefits for Hulina, and Luo Chen had no reason to stop it. Open conspiracy. Luo Chen had no good way to deal with it. He could only hope that time could change everything. Hula in the large bath in the Pope's palace. Hulina and Qian Rinxu soaked their bodies in the water. So comfortable after training, I took a bath and my body was completely relaxed. The two grabbed one of Luo Chen's hands and forcibly fixed him in the middle to prevent him from escaping. At the critical moment, Qian Rinxu and Hulina cooperated very well. They also understood. At this time, if they continued to argue, they would only suffer in the end. Let's call a truce for now. Yes, for now. Eye contact. The two girls showed a satisfied look, and then they squeezed Luo Chen's arm tighter. Just now, after the three finished training, Luo Chen suggested taking a bath in the big bath. His original intention was to let the two girls take a bath first. After they were done, he would go in. Although Qian Rinxu, the only older one, had just started to develop. But after all, there was a difference between men and women, and Luo Chen's old face was not enough to make him interested in the two little girls. However, Qian Rinxu and Hulina did not give Luo Chen a chance to refuse. The two girls took Luo Chen over with the excuse that there was nothing to worry about for a sister and a brother to take a bath together. In this regard, Luo Chen really wanted to complain. Are all the girls in Douluo Continent so direct? Luo Chen, sister will help you rub your back. I will give you a massage. Qian Rinxu and Hulina, the two girls, began to serve Luo Chen unwillingly. Is it comfortable like this? Is it strong enough? Do you want it to be harder? For a moment, the little angel and the little fox used all their means to let Luo Chen evaluate whose service was more thoughtful. Well, it's okay. I'll wash it myself next. You guys enjoy it here, Luo Chen said, and was about to leave. I'll go over there. No. Unfortunately, Luo Chen just stood up slightly, and the two lollies, one big and one small, pushed him back. Luo Chen, do you think your sister is not gentle enough? Qian Rinxu naturally knew that there were differences between men and women, but she was defenseless against Luo Chen, and didn't mind being seen by him. Anyway, in Qian Rinxu's heart, she had already regarded Luo Chen as a part of her life. There are many shortcomings of the angel family, such as arrogance, stubbornness, self-righteousness, etc. But it definitely does not include shrinking back and being timid and cowardly. Once a decision is made, Qian Rinxu will take the initiative. A happy future is something you fight for yourself, and the little angel is convinced of this. Luo Chen, am I uncomfortable with the massage? Hulina looked so pitiful with tears in her eyes. Although she was young, she was able to taste the tea flavor without any teacher. This. Luo Chen found that he was really in trouble this time. Then, you continue? Since he couldn't resist, he could only enjoy it. Yeah. Qian Rinxu, sister is going to pour water. Luo Chen, remember to close your eyes. Is it comfortable here? Hulina's soft and boneless little hands helped Luo Chen press the soles of his feet. Corruption. Too corrupt. What is the meaning of angels rubbing backs and fox demons massaging feet? Luo Chen, use this to test Cardas. Which Carda can withstand such a test? Mom is not at home today. The teacher is not at home today. When Luo Chen was about to fall asleep due to the comfort, the two girls realized the key point at the same time. Parents are sometimes really troublesome, which greatly affects their opportunities to be close to Luo Chen. After waiting for Bibi Dong to practice in seclusion, Qian Rinxu and Hulina took a bath. They didn't delay at all and dragged Luo Chen onto Bibi Dong's bed. Well, I took a bath in your bathtub and slept on your big bed. The man you love the most is lying next to me, and I'm about to sleep with him. What kind of Minotaur plot is this? Luo Chen wanted to resist, but the little angel was soft and warm, and the little fox was fragrant and smooth. No. Teacher, it's not that the disciples are not strong, it's just that they gave too much. Wrapped in the milk fragrance of this petite but charming girl, Luo Chen couldn't resist the sleepiness and fell asleep quietly. Good night. Seeing this, Kyan Mingsu pushed aside the golden hair and leaned over to kiss her brother's eyebrows. Hulina was not to be outdone. Not only did she kiss Luo Chen's face, but she also curled up and got into his arms, as if she had turned into the best pillow. Humph. Seeing this, Kyan Mingsu did not stop him. I'll let you take advantage this time, but you'll be in trouble in the future. She covered him with the quilt, then hugged Luo Chen with both hands, giving him the love and care of a sister. Chapter 53 Bibidang, Evil Disciple. Rebellious Girl. Under the dimly lit papal palace, the secret room, where she was imprisoned, has now become Bibidang's retreat. The reason for choosing this place is that the dark and silent environment in the secret room is very suitable for Bibidang's martial spirit, which belongs to an alternative environmental mimicry. In addition, the painful memories that this place brought to Bibidang allowed her to keep moving forward in the darkness and pressure, sharpening her spirit and will. Bibidang's martial spirit represents the extreme negative emotions. In her teenage years, she was too naive and kind, which made it difficult for her to fully develop her potential. In short, her personality and martial spirit attributes do not match. A kind girl awakened the most evil martial spirit. After the secret room incident, Bibidang's heart died, and she completely became the person she hated the most. It was not until she met Luo Chen that she regained her original intention. It stands to reason that Bibidang's talent for cultivation should be weakened, because she has love again. However, the extreme light is also the extreme darkness. A person with justice in his heart will become more evil than any villain when he turns black. The same is true for Bibidang. Her love for Luo Chen seemed bright, but in fact, she placed all the darkness in her heart on Luo Chen alone. If one day, Luo Chen died, then Bibidang would definitely be more paranoid and crazier than in the original book. Obito said, I know this. It is precisely because of this that the deeper the love and trust for Luo Chen, the faster Bibidang's cultivation speed will be under the same source of light and darkness. Slowly, Bibidang, who was in the process of cultivation, opened her eyes. I saw the purple beautiful eyes flowing, and there was a faint stream of light. The next moment, accompanied by an unimaginable soul power sweeping the entire secret room, Bibidang's cultivation on the second star core was officially completed. Xiao Chen's theory is completely correct. Bibidang's mouth drew a smile. When she thought of her disciples' wisdom and talent, Bibidang would unconsciously feel happy. Extreme Douluo, I also have such power under normal circumstances. After a month of hard training, Bibidang's soul power is now level 98. But because of the condensation of the second star core, her soul power now, both in quality and quantity, is not lower than that of a level 99 extreme Douluo. This feeling is like raising Bibidang's original upper limit again. If I can perform self-fusion of martial souls on this basis and summon the Queen of the Demon Abyss, even Kyan Daoliu is probably not my opponent. Kyan Daoliu is the limit, and so is she. The opponent has divine power, and Bibidang can also use divine power. It can be said that, unless Kyan Daoliu can condense the original second soul core into a star core like her, otherwise, this Wuhan Hall will become Bibidang's one-man show. Except Xiao Chen. The Wuhan Hall has to listen to her, Bibidang, but she has to listen to Luo Chen. Recently, Bibidang found that her resistance to Luo Chen was really getting lower and lower. Many times, as long as Luo Chen opened his mouth, she would not even want to think about it, and would directly agree. By the way, I wonder if Xiao Chen has slept well these 2 days. In the past month, although Bibidang has been concentrating on studying the transformation of soul cores and star cores, she has never neglected Luo Chen. Dinner every day, bathing together at night, and sleeping in each other's arms. In her heart, these things are even more important than practicing and becoming stronger. It's just that recently, Bibidang's practice has reached a critical moment, so she had to part with Luo Chen. Bibidang quickly left the secret room and returned to the top floor of the Pope's palace. She didn't look for Luo Chen immediately, but went to the bathroom to wash herself thoroughly, getting rid of the fatigue of these days and the cold air in the secret room. The secret room is so dirty. Bibi Dong doesn't want her pure and innocent disciple to be contaminated by the filth here. Chen, be patient. The teacher will be here soon. After taking a bath and changing clothes, Bibi Dong changed into her favorite purple pajamas and then quietly opened the bedroom door. But the next scene made Bibi Dong, who originally wanted to give her disciple a surprise, completely stunned there. What's going on? The moon was dim, and the cold light shone from the window onto the ground, making the room a little dim. However, with Bibi Dong's vision and perception, she could see the situation in the room almost instantly. In addition to Luo Chen, there were two people lying on the bed. Their physiques were similar to Luo Chen. One was bigger and the other was smaller. Bibi Dong was trembling all over. She looked at the faces of Kan Ringsu and Hulina and almost fainted. Good guy. I was away for just 2 days, and these two little girls actually ran to Luo Chen's bed. What's more, this is her bed. Nana, the damn girl, and Kan Ringsu. Bibi Dong wanted to call her a bastard, but she found that her hatred for Kan Ringsu was no longer what it used to be. With Luo Chen's efforts, Bibi Dong gradually accepted Kan Ringsu's existence. Although it was not yet to the level of love, at least Bibi Dong would not use vicious words like bastard to humiliate her own daughter. Yes, Bibi Dong acknowledged Kan Ringsu's identity. She is her daughter. No matter how much she dislikes her, she is her own flesh and blood. Alas. If it was only Hulina, Bibi Dong would definitely turn on the light and show off her teacher's majesty. How dare a little fox take advantage of her absence to steal fish? How unreasonable. But there is still Kan Ringsu. Bibi Dong looked at the sleeping faces of the three people, and her eyes mainly fell on Kan Ringsu. This is the first time I have seen this child fall asleep. Perhaps it was because the darkness of the night obscured the little angel's golden hair. Bibi Dong actually felt that Kan Ringsu seemed to be quite cute. But Bibi Dong would never admit this. Humph. Bibi Dong did not disturb the three children to rest, but chose to turn around and leave. I just don't want to wake up Chen. Mom. It was also at this time that Kan Ringsu's murmur stopped Bibi Dong from leaving. Don't leave me. Bibi Dong felt a sharp pain in her heart, and the scene of her daughter just giving birth appeared in front of her eyes. She wanted to touch her, but her hand stopped in midair. Then, she looked at her newborn daughter with disgust. Enough. Bibi Dong instantly broke free from her memories, and her eyes became more determined. I have allowed you to appear in front of me. What else do you want from me? I'm willing to share even the most precious things with you. Turning back, Bibi Dong looked at Luo Chen. Sooner or later, her daughter will get married, and by then, she will have a husband to love her. As for the so-called mother, Bibi Dong laughed at herself. When you have a man, will you still have me in your heart? At this moment, Bibi Dong was a little envious of Kan Ringsu. At least she can meet such a good playmate as Luo Chen. If nothing unexpected happens in the future, she will get a husband of her dreams. Unlike her, I don't know if Luo Chen will still care about her as an old aunt when he grows up. Today, I will pretend I didn't see it. Bibi Dong was jealous of Hulina and Kan Ringsu. Next, I won't give you any more chances. Luo Chen is Bibi Dong's white moonlight, and also the man she is destined not to get. But at least, before Luo Chen grows up, Bibi Dong wants to have him all to herself. The days of joining the spirit hall were unusually peaceful. Bibi Dong carried out many reforms to the academy according to Luo Chen's proposal. During this period, Kan Ringsu participated in the duel competition of the Spirit Hall Academy with Hulina and others as Xiangsu. There is no doubt that, even if the soul power is controlled to the level of a great soul master, Kan Ringsu still overwhelmed everyone and successfully won the championship. Yan, Ziyu and Wang Sheng were all happy for Kan Ringsu's victory. Only Hulina, who knew Kan Ringsu's true identity, congratulated on the surface, but was quite disdainful in her heart, thinking that the other party was shameless and bullied others by relying on the advantage of soul power. In this regard, Kan Ringsu didn't care so much. Anyway, her age is in line with the rules, and her high soul power is a natural gift. Kan Ringsu doesn't think she won in an inglorious way. Because of Luo Chen, Hulina and Kan Ringsu maintained a plastic sisterhood that could be broken at a touch. especially when the little fox also joined Luo Chen's nightly practice. The two of them refused to give in to each other and tried every way to please Luo Chen, making him feel painful and happy every day. In addition, Hulina also found a way to compete with Kan Ringsu. That is the speed of daily practice. They don't look at the total amount of soul power, but compare whose soul power improves faster. Kan Ringsu is such a proud person that she easily agreed to Hulina's provocation. The little angel has a high talent, but when the martial soul reaches the top level, the speed of each other's practice is basically the same. Super, extreme, god level. To put it bluntly, the god level is just a subclassification of the top level. Luo Chen did not stop such healthy competition, but often made some small rewards to stimulate them to maintain their enthusiasm for soul power practice. And the result? Little fox. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yes, Hulina lost again. HMPH. Kan Ringsu sneered disdainfully. Stinky fox, crawl for me. In this way, with the help of the 30% cultivation increase in the starlight domain and the star visualization method taught by Luo Chen, the two women's soul power increased from the original 15th and 33rd levels to the bottlenecks of 20 and 40 levels respectively in just 1 year. Among them, Hulina was slower, and it took her 1 year and 2 months for her soul power to reach the bottleneck of 20. In contrast, it took Kan Ringsu only 1 year and 3 months to increase her soul power from 33 to 40. The average monthly soul power growth rate reached an exaggerated 0.46 level. In other words, Hulina increased her soul power by 4.3 levels a year, while Kan Ringsu increased it by 5.6 levels. It has to be admitted that after Kan Ringsu put all her energy into cultivation, her talent is really terrifying. You know, after the martial soul reaches the extreme, the cultivation speed between level 30 and level 70 will decrease. Kan Ringsu has a god level martial soul, which also has extreme attributes. From Luo Chen's perspective, even without his cultivation method in the Starlight Road, Kan Ringsu can maintain an improvement rate of 4 levels per year, looking down on the world's soul masters. If it can continue like this, Hulina will break through to Soul Saint at the age of 18, and Kan Ringsu will be 15. This data is obviously far beyond the progress of the two women in the original book. In addition, neither of them immediately obtained the soul ring, but continued to practice in a bottleneck state. The reason for this is Luo Chen. Luo Chen's body is weak and cannot bear the soul ring of a high age. His first and second soul rings were white at the beginning, and this is the reason. However, after a year of cultivation, with the help of Yin and the Wuhan Hall's unremitting investment of resources, Luo Chen's body has improved to a great extent. His changes are visible to the naked eye. The color of the first and second soul rings, witnessed by everyone, changed from white with a little yellowish to yellow, and then deepened little by little. This is the intuitive manifestation of Luo Chen's physical strength. So when Hulina and Kan Ringsu broke through one after another, everyone waited for Luo Chen's soul ring color to reach 1,000 years, purple, before starting the hunting plan of the three. Hulina and Kan Ringsu naturally had no objection to this. They also wanted to wait until Luo Chen broke through, and then go out together to make an appointment. No, to hunt soul rings. Who on this day, Luo Chen woke up from his training. Xiao Chen. Bibi Dan came to him at the first time and asked gently, "Your soul ring. It has broken through 1,000 years, teacher." As he said that, Luo Chen released his first 2 soul rings, and they really turned purple. Great. The beautiful Pope's face bloomed with a bright smile. She hugged Luo Chen tightly, and her eyes could not hide the excitement. She has always been worried about Luo Chen's additional 2 white soul rings. Fortunately, God bless her little Chen. Those 2 spirit rings were extremely special. They could automatically increase their age as his physical fitness improved. Although it was a little unbelievable. But everyone had long been accustomed to Luo Chen's affairs. They didn't need him to explain it all, and they would come up with reasonable reasons. In this way, you can directly attach a purple spirit ring. The 3rd spirit ring was purple. Although it had just reached the level of 1,000-year spirit ring, it would at least not hinder Luo Chen's talent. He had been stuck at level 30 for more than a year, and his spirit power training had reached the equivalent of level 33. and this was the 30% limit of bottleneck training. So unless Luo Chen could absorb spirit power from the outside world, like in the Slaughter City to break the shackles, it would be difficult for him to continue to improve on his own. Bibi Dong didn't want Luo Chen to waste time like this. But she didn't want Luo Chen to absorb a yellow spirit ring and get it over with. In fact, Luo Chen thought so too. Nada and Ayan were definitely top grade star spirits that were hard to come by and even harder to find. Luo Chen's 2 spirit rings and spirit skills were so special. The power of the Star Forging Dragon King was one aspect. But more importantly, it was the potential of the 2 women. Whether it is Nada or Ayan, they can carry more power from the heavens. In contrast, if Luo Chen absorbs a soul ring casually, then the star spirit it can breed, maybe like the original Wang Sheng. With Wang Sheng's talent, even with the ascension ceremony of the sun disk, a middle grade top level martial spirit is the limit he can achieve. The star spirit evolved from ordinary soul beasts can never reach the height of Ayan and Nada. Chapter 54 Nada, the garbage picking team successfully completed the mission. HMM. Luo Chen was thinking about how to choose his 3rd soul ring. He had tasted the sweetness of Nada and Ayan, and then he was asked to get an ordinary purple soul ring. To be honest, Luo Chen was a little disgusted. If possible, I really want another 100,000 year soul beast. Luo Chen did not tell Bibi Dong about this. What he needed more now was actually to break through the bottleneck of level 30 so that he could continue to practice. For this reason, Luo Chen felt that sacrificing a soul ring and adding a 1000-year quality one was acceptable. Nana, Zhu, and that child have also reached the time when they need hunting soul rings. The 2 girls were waiting for Luo Chen to break through before adding the 2nd and 4th soul rings. Compared with the progress of the 2 girls, Wang Sheng, Yan and Ziyu seemed a little bit inferior. In 1 year, although Wang Sheng's soul power has also improved rapidly, but the basic soul power of the 3 is lower than Hulina after all. So they have only reached the level of level 15 and do not need hunting soul rings yet. Therefore, this time, Bibi Dong planned to take Luo Chen, Kan Ringsu and Hulina to the Xingdao Great Forest to find a soul beast suitable for the 3 of them. Xiao Chen, ex to the master and apprentice were talking when Hulina and Kan Ringsu suddenly broke in. They had been eavesdropping outside the door. Just after hearing Bibi Dong's voice, the 2 girls knew that Luo Chen had successfully broken through the physical limit and reached the level of a normal soul master. Enjoy. Even Kan Ringsu temporarily ignored Bibi Dong's existence, risking her mother's disgust, and came in with the little fox to congratulate Luo Chen. TSK. Bibi Dong was quite dissatisfied with the 2's reckless behavior, but she didn't say anything. After all, Luo Chen was still there. Over the past year or so, Bibi Dong has completely taken Luo Chen for herself. Since that day, Bibi Dong has never given Hulina and Kan Ringsu a chance again. Want to sleep together? Bibi Dong took one in each hand and threw them out the door. Xiao Chen is my mother's. Bibi Dong, you 2 little girls, you're still young. That's right, how could a mere 2 little girls be able to control a delicious boy like Luo Chen? Only Bibi Dong can enjoy him. She was very kind to let the little angel and the little fox join in when she and Luo Chen were bathing together. Want more? Bibi Dong, wait until the day you can beat me, then we'll talk. Why is that? The 2 people who climbed up from the corridor outside the door looked at each other and saw dissatisfaction in each other's eyes. Bibi Dong was too much. She only knew how to eat alone. Hulina and Kan Ringsu would also fight among themselves, but at most they would compete for favors and would never exclude each other without any space. For a while, the 2 little girls who originally disliked each other actually had a tacit understanding of sympathy. This can't go on. Kan Ringsu patted her skirt. Her face was calm, but there was a hint of seriousness in her eyes. Yeah. Hulina agreed. The bed is so big that you can't tell if there are more people sleeping on it. Kan Ringsu wanted to say you're right, but she always felt that something was wrong with what the little fox said. Is it a question of whether the bed is big or not? It's the attitude. Mom is too greedy. The arrogant face of the Deputy General Luo Chen who took it for himself. Even Kan Ringsu, who longed for maternal love, wanted to condemn her. In the past year, the 2 girls have been close to Luo Chen. They study together, train together, and take baths together. Occasionally, Bibi Dong is too busy at work and comes back in the middle of the night, and they can sleep together. But no matter what the situation is, Bibi Dong will pull them out of the quilt as soon as she comes back and then throw them back to her room. Too much. Too much. Don't you know that they are sleeping comfortably? Is this behavior very immoral? How can a mother, teacher, treat her own children like this? Alas. Kyan Ringsu sighed. After all, we are still too weak. If they had Bibi Dong's strength, how could they be bullied by her like this? What's the use of becoming stronger? We can't disobey our teacher at all. With the status of master and apprentice, even if Ulina became an extreme Douluo, she would not have the courage to act presumptuous in front of Bibi Dong. It's really troublesome. Kyan Ringsu didn't dare to disobey her mother. Douluo Continent is benchmarked against the feudal society, and if children don't listen to their parents, they are unfilial. The two little lolis couldn't help but sigh, and felt that Bibi Dong was like a mountain, pressing them so hard that they couldn't breathe. Wait a little longer. Soon, Luo Chen will grow up. In Kyan Ringsu's opinion, when Luo Chen grows up, Bibi Dong will have no reason to occupy him. No matter how close they are, Bibi Dong can't sleep with the adult Luo Chen, right? What would that look like? That's right. Ulina smiled playfully. Then it will be our turn to play with Luo Chen, and the teacher can only stare blankly. Ulina, teacher, Luo Chen uses it like this. Kyan Ringsu, mom, sleeping with Luo Chen is really comfortable. Let's cooperate. So, under the pressure of Bibi Dong, this pair of evil disciples and rebellious girls officially formed an alliance. Based on the principle of mutual help and unity, they resolutely resisted Bibi Dong's selfish and domineering behavior. Master, congratulations. At this time, in the martial spirit space, Nada and Ayin were also happy for Luo Chen's recovery. In the past year, the two girls often went out to pick up garbage in the form of the incarnation of dawn, and almost ran through the entire Douluo Continent. In the Star Realm, objects floated in it, which were the treasures they picked up over the years and thought were useful to Luo Chen. Thank you. Luo Chen opened the Star Realm and began to look for the things that the two traveling frogs picked up this month. Master, are you looking for new gains? Nada flew to Luo Chen and happily helped him find them. I'll get them for you. Nada and Ayin's criterion for picking up trash is special perception. They will bring back items containing strange energy from all corners. As a result, there are now more than 10 items floating in the Star Realm, and almost none of them are known to Luo Chen. In desperation, Luo Chen had to take the treasures to Bibi Dong and Kyan Daoliu. Bibi Dong is not mentioned for the time being. She is not much different from Luo Chen. Kyan Daoliu, however, is knowledgeable and can see the information of most treasures at a glance. The only problem is that Luo Chen either doesn't know how to use these things, or they are useless to him now. 100,000 year snow lotus. 10,000 year black ice marrow. For example, the 100,000 year snow lotus and the 10,000 year black ice marrow, these two things are definitely the top treasures. When they first came into his hands, even Kyan Daoliu was quite shocked. He had only seen relevant records in ancient books before, but this was the first time he saw real objects. I don't know when I can awaken the ice attribute. If Luo Chen was an ice attribute spirit master, taking and absorbing the two treasures would definitely allow his body and cultivation to make a qualitative leap. Unfortunately, Luo Chen is not an ice attribute spirit master, and his elemental control has not awakened the ultimate ice. Guangling Douluo can use it, but the owner of these treasures is Luo Chen. Even if he is willing to give it, the 5 priests will definitely not want it. Oh, this thing. Luo Chen looked at the huge green metal that Naya handed over, which looked like a jadeite raw stone. He searched for information about this thing in his mind, and soon got the information he wanted. Deep Sea Silver Mother. Such a big piece. Where did you pick it up from? Luo Chen was very curious about the two people's ability to pick up garbage. This piece of Deep Sea Silver Mother is the treasure that the two women picked up recently. According to the records of the Spirit Hall, it seems that only the treasure house of the South Sea Principality has such a large piece of Deep Sea Silver Mother. Nanhei Principality? Luo Chen's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and then he looked at the two women suspiciously. Not sure. Another closed room. Nada and Ayin answered Luo Chen's question in unison. However, looking at the two women's erratic eyes, Luo Chen had a hunch. Could the incarnations of these two people have gone to someone else's treasure house again? This is not surprising. Although the Leap of the Dawn incarnation contains light attributes, it is essentially a kind of space jump. It can ignore spatial obstacles, and even the soul barrier is difficult to resist the incarnations of the two women. In addition, the flying speed of the Dawn incarnation is so fast that they themselves can't react, so there are often strange situations of who am I, where am I, what am I doing here? Just like this time, when they got the deep sea silver mother, the two women inexplicably fell into a closed room. There were all kinds of treasures there, including precious gems, exotic flowers and plants, and even a soul bone was found. Originally, the two women didn't plan to take it, but Naya couldn't help it. In line with the principle that a thief never leaves empty-handed, the traveling frog wants to bring back treasures when it sees them. She still made a move. She didn't take too many, but chose the most precious one. Naya, I didn't even take the 1,000-year soul bone, but I asked for a broken stone. What's wrong with that? Exclamation mark. Luo Chen touched the pitiful Naya's head and said, don't bring back things like this in the future. Luo Chen has certain restrictions on the garbage picking behavior of the traveling frog. For example, in the case of the deep sea silver mother, it is obviously someone else's collection. So what's the difference between bringing it back and stealing? When you go to the South Sea Principality in the future, put it back quietly. The jump of the incarnation of Dawn is often irregular, especially in this kind of situation where even the coordinates cannot be determined, and the two women can't put things back to their original positions. In order to construct accurate coordinates, the two women need to judge the direction by themselves, based on the surrounding environment. However, in a closed room, this is obviously a bit difficult for the two women. 10,000-year-old whale glue. I don't know when I can use it. To be honest, when the two girls just got this thing back, Luo Chen excitedly took it to Bibi Dong to ask about the function of this thing. I still remember Bibi Dong's expression at that time. It was so embarrassing. Later, Luo Chen learned that this thing was called whale glue, which was indeed a rare treasure. And judging from the quality, this piece of whale glue is not only large in size, but also has a year of at least 10,000 years, which is the best of the best. But whale glue is generally used as a sex toy in Douluo Continent, and its effect is similar to that of a certain brother, which can greatly enhance men in sexual intercourse. Xiaochen, such a large 10,000-year-old whale glue, is indeed a treasure. Bibi Dong, but you are still young now, you must not take it. She said that, when Luo Chen has a wife in the future, this thing will be a rare treasure for nourishing yin and kidney. Bibi Dong blushed when she said this. However, based on the principle of being a teacher and a mother, Bibi Dong had already prepared to teach Luo Chen about the affairs of men and women. The things are good, but unfortunately I can't use them for the time being. Luo Chen put aside the 4 treasures with clear information, and then checked the remaining 10 items. Most of them are metals, crystals and the like. Golden crystal, multifaceted magic gold, diamond gold, star silver steel, red magic gold, crystal steel. According to the two women, they thought these things contained special properties, so they brought them back. But the problem is that even Kind Daoliu couldn't find out how to use these metals and precious materials. I only know that there are many things in them that have long been extinct in Douluo Continent and are rare treasures that cannot be regenerated. Where did you find them from? Sometimes, Luo Chen had to admire the travel frog's ability to pick up garbage. It was really from all corners of the world that treasures could be found. In addition to the above mentioned things, there are 2 heavyweight treasures. One of them is a piece of emerald green metal, which contains extremely huge vitality. Kai and Daoliu flipped through ancient books and searched for a long time before finding the name of this thing, gold of life. Such a large piece of life gold is simply unheard of. This thing was picked up by Naya in a lake. The lake is located deep in the Stardao Great Forest, and even Ayin dared not approach it. It was because of the concealment and immortality of the Dawn incarnation that the two women dared to search inside. It must be said that their luck was really good, and they actually found such a treasure at the bottom of the lake. Life gold. Luo Chen made the life gold into a pendant and carried it with him. In this year, his physical fitness has jumped from being unable to withstand a 100-year soul ring to the point where he can now attach a 1000-year soul ring. This piece of life gold has played a great role. Moreover, Luo Chen has a hunch that this piece of life gold will definitely have more magical uses for him. It's just that, because there is still something missing for the time being, Luo Chen cannot develop the full effect of life gold. Everything else is fine, but this thing is giving me a headache. Finally, Luo Chen took out a blue translucent cube from the Star Realm. This thing is called the Vast Sea Universe cover. It is the national treasure of the Xiandao Empire and a divine soul guide. When Qiandao Liu first saw this thing, he was really shocked. It's not that the Vast Sea Universe cover is so powerful, but it's just that Luo Chen was able to get it from the Xiandao treasury, which made Qiandao Liu feel incredible. Well, Luo Chen was also surprised. He still underestimated the action ability of the garbage picking team. It was really omnipresent. But Luo Chen couldn't do anything with the Vast Sea Universe cover. You said he would return it to the Xiandao royal family, and the other party would definitely ask you how you got it. What should Luo Chen say? Should he tell the Xiandao royal family that this was picked up by my child when picking up garbage? Fortunately, Qiandao Liu told Luo Chen that this treasure was useless and was at best a decoration. It is precious, but the specific function of the Xiandao royal family has not been understood after tens of thousands of years of research. To be honest, Luo Chen didn't understand it either. Through the sun disk, Luo Chen simply discovered that the vast sea of heaven and earth contained divine power. As for more information, Luo Chen could not see anything for the time being. Forget it, since Grandpa said that this thing is useless. Then just keep it for the Xiandao royal family. At most, after 100 or 200 years, when Luo Chen becomes strong enough, he will return this treasure to the descendants of the Xiandao royal family. If the other party really wants to condemn and compensate, Luo Chen will make up for it. Anyway, in a word, with the current relationship between the Xiandao royal family and the Spirit Hall, Luo Chen does not want them to know about this at all. Please, two elder sisters. QQ, don't take such things again in the future. Luo Chen warned the two women that, if a treasure like this obviously belongs to someone else, taking it without asking is stealing. He was very wronged. It was obviously not his fault, but he was just sitting at home, and the pot came from the sky. The only thing Luo Chen could do was to educate the two women well, and let them remember, and not do such things again. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 55 Nine-Tailed Fox. In front of the Pope's palace, hundreds of palace guards in silver armor stood on both sides of the jade steps. Each of these silver-armored knights had at least the cultivation of a soul sect. They were full of fighting spirit, with sharp eyes, and looked around vigilantly. In other countries, soul sects are at least aristocratic class that can obtain titles. However, no one was dissatisfied. This is because this is the holy land in the minds of the spirit masters of the Spirit Hall, their belief, and the supreme power that no one is allowed to infringe. As disciples of the Spirit Hall, they are proud to be able to stand here and guard the door of the palace for the honorable Pope. See Douluo. Yes. Douluo Yuguan walked up the stairs quickly, wearing the elder token on his waist. In the Spirit Hall, seeing the token is like seeing the person. This has disadvantages. After all, even if the token cannot be forged, it is not good to be used by Uzayao gang to cheat like in the original book. Therefore, Luo Chen made some changes to the rules of the token. We strive to avoid the situation in the original novel, where Uzayao gang can make Ceres kneel down with the Pope's order. The master of the Spirit Temple, a level 89 soul Douluo, actually had to kneel down to a mere level 29 trash. Ceres didn't even think about why Uzayao gang held this token. There is no rationality or legitimacy at all. With just a token, he can move freely in the Spirit City. In Luo Chen's opinion, this is very unreasonable. If one day, an assassin holds a token, Can he do whatever he wants like use gang? Luo Chen is determined to make more reforms to the spirit hall. He is not afraid of obstruction. Luo Chen, referees, executive level, referees, elders, witnesses, worship, organizers, pope, co-organizers, next generation leaders, are all my people. What can you use to fight me? The only problem is that 1 year is too short, and Luo Chen has not yet figured out how to carry out reforms from top to bottom. In terms of direction, Luo Chen has solved the problems of the college education. Next, he will focus on the accumulated problems of the spirit hall over the years and conduct a major cleanup. Meet Elder Ju. Meet Elder Ju. Ju Douluo walked through the heavily guarded square in front of the Pope's palace, stepped onto the stairs, and then passed through the 3-meter-high palace door and entered the huge meeting hall with an area of more than 1,000 square meters. Your subordinate greets the Pope. Ju Douluo saluted respectfully, then raised his head and looked at the figure above. Begin the report, Elder Ju. Yes. Yu Guan opened the file in his hand and reported back. According to statistics, after the soul masters who practiced the new skills obtained the visualization method, their cultivation speed increased by at least 20% on the original basis. 20%. On the Pope's throne, Bibi Dong was wearing a luxurious black robe with gold patterns. She wore a 9-curved purple gold crown on her head and held a scepter about 2 meters long inlaid with countless gems. The beautiful Pope was sitting there elegantly. Her face was delicate, her fair skin was tinged with pink, and her soft lips were like petals about to bloom, making people feel admiration for her. A 20% improvement is enough. Notify everyone. From now on, this set of visualization will officially become the core practice of my Wuhan Hall disciples. Bibi Dong's eyebrows slightly raised. She opened her eyes. Her eyes were as bright as clear streams. Her deep eyes were full of wisdom and tenderness, especially the invisible nobleness and holiness she exuded, which made people feel like worshipping her. Where are the elders? Bibi Dong asked again. Do you have any deficiencies after your practice? Don't mind. Luo Chen asked me to collect enough data. If you have any questions, I will convey them to him. Your Holiness is worrying too much. Ju Douluo smiled and said, Luo Chen's practice is also of great benefit to us elders. I have summarized the insights of myself, Laogi and the other elders. Ju Douluo said, preliminary estimates show that with the help of the practice provided by Luo Chen and the Stargrass, the practice speed has increased by at least 30%. The superposition of the Starlight Road has increased from 30% for Bibi Dong, Hulina and others to 15% for the worshippers and elders. Overall, it has brought at least 30% help to the practice of the high-level spirit hall. Don't underestimate the data of 30%, which is already quite exaggerated. Generally, the average spirit master improves the spirit power by about 2 levels in a year, and those with higher talents can reach 3 levels. For example, Tang San, from the age of 6 to 12, he has improved a total of 19 levels, including the bottleneck accumulation of the initial Zuanshan Gong. If you really count, Tang San only improves by about 3 levels every year. In contrast, Ning Rangrong, who is the most talented in the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, has a congenital soul power of level 9, but she only cultivated to level 26 when she was 12 years old. Of course, this is due to the difficulty of auxiliary soul masters to cultivate. The original book said that she neglected to cultivate because of playfulness, but still believed that her soul power cultivation speed was far higher than others. It was not until she joined Shrek Academy and met Tangson and Oscar that she realized that she was the one with the lowest cultivation. It can be seen that an average of 1 level improvement is the norm for most ordinary soul masters such as Wang Sheng in the original book. Those who can improve 2 levels a year can be called geniuses and belong to the elite among soul masters. And 3 levels a year is a complete monster. And if the improvement speed of Hulina and Kyan Rinksu is known to outsiders, I'm afraid that the 7 major sects will come to besiege Wuhan City the next day. There is no way. The soul power increases by 45 levels a year. This is no longer a genius, but a monster. Pope, please look. This is the change in the number of years of soul ring attachment of my disciples in the spirit hall over the past year. Since Luo Chen proposed the education reform, the physical fitness of the spirit masters in the academy has generally been strengthened to a certain extent. This is most clearly reflected in the spirit masters who hunt for spirit rings. Compared with previous years, the number of years chosen by students when attaching spirit rings has shown a clear upward trend. The effect of external training is indeed very fast. 1 year is enough for the physical fitness of students to be improved in stages. After the body becomes stronger, the students will instinctively find that absorbing spirit rings is much easier than before. Then there will always be students who will boldly choose to increase the number of years of soul rings and try it. As a result, the students who have absorbed a low number of years are heartbroken, and those who dare to try have gained a lot of benefits. Although it is not as exaggerated as breaking through the maximum number of years for attaching spirit rings, if it continues like this, the future is promising. Speaking of this, Douluo couldn't help but get excited. Like Ghost Douluo, he is a spirit master trained by the spirit hall and a loyal one with a good family background. And Ghost Douluo's love for the spirit hall is no less than anyone else's. Seeing that the spirit hall is becoming stronger and stronger, and its future rises unstoppable, which makes the old generation of spirit masters of the spirit hall feel proud. Good. Bibi Dong was happy. She knew who brought these changes. You have done a good job. Elder Ju has worked hard this year. It is my honor to worry about the Pope. No need to do so. Bibi Dong is not the cruel and indifferent Pope in the original book. She is more human now. Bibi Dong is still easy to talk to old ministers like Ju and Ghost Douluo. When Luo Chen finishes hunting spirit rings this time, I will suggest that he perform the ascension ceremony for the 2 elders. This. Douluo quickly knelt on one knee and said excitedly, "Thank you for your cultivation, His Holiness the Pope." Knowing that he and his old friend could climb to a higher realm, Douluo cried with joy and thanked Bibi Dong for her gift again and again. If you want to thank someone, thank Luo Chen. During this year, the energy of Luo Chen's sun disk has been full, even far exceeded. But Bibi Dong was worried about Luo Chen's health, so she kept suppressing it and didn't let him use this power easily. Luo Chen didn't care about this. Anyway, he didn't have many friends, and the only 2 people who really wanted to give him the chance to ascend were Ziyu and Yan. The reason why even they didn't have the chance to ascend was because of Luo Chen's selfishness. Wang Sheng's real talent was the worst among these people. He can still rely on Luo Chen's help to keep pace with Ziyu and Yan. But what if Yan and Ziyu also get the ascension? By then, Wang Sheng will definitely be the bottom of everyone, which is something Luo Chen doesn't want to see. As for Hulina, half a year ago, Luo Chen performed the 2nd ascension ceremony for Hulina, allowing the little fox's martial soul to evolve again. During this ascension ceremony, Hulina's soul power did not change at all, but her martial soul transformed from the original 9-tailed demon fox to the 9-tailed celestial fox. 9-tailed celestial fox. Although it is only one character different from the 9-tailed demon fox, the 9-tailed sky fox is a true ultimate beast martial spirit with the ultimate spiritual attribute. This also means that Hulina has officially joined the ranks of ultimate soul masters and is destined to stand at the top of the soul masters in the future. The ultimate spirit has really brought Hulina a huge improvement. The most intuitive manifestation is that even the spiritual barrier of the god level martial spirit is now not immune to Hulina's charm effect. The ultimate spirit, unless you have become a god, there is no such thing as immunity or ineffectiveness. You can reduce any spiritual soul skills driven by the ultimate spirit, but you can never offset or invalidate it. This terrifying characteristic is the embodiment of the word ultimate in the ultimate spirit. After possessing the ultimate attribute, among the younger generation of the Spirit Hall, only Luo Chen and Kan Ringsu are more talented than Hulina. Your Holiness just said that he wanted to hunt spirit rings for Luo Chen? Douluo asked. Where do you plan to choose? I remember that there are spirit beasts close to 10,000 years old in the spirit hunting forest near Wuhan City. Do you need me to prepare the ceremonial objects for the trip in advance? No need to be so troublesome. I haven't decided on the specific location yet. 10,000 year spirit beasts, even Kan Ringsu now, are enough. However, Bibi Dong plans to take the children out for a trip, so she prefers the Xingdao Great Forest rather than the captive spirit hunting forest. Chapter 56 News about the 100,000-year soul beast. Your Holiness. At this moment, a silver-armored guard came in to report. The second priest is here to visit, and is waiting in the side hall. Golden Crocodile? Bibi Dong was a little surprised by the visit of Golden Crocodile Douluo. Especially the attitude of Golden Crocodile Douluo. He would go to the side hall to wait instead of just barging in. To be honest, this really surprised Bibi Dong. It seems that the ascension ceremony that Luo Chen held for Jinshai Niao last time completely convinced the old man of Golden Crocodile. Half a year ago, at the request of Kind Liu, Luo Chen performed the ascension ceremony for Jinshai Niao, the great-granddaughter of Golden Crocodile Douluo. Jinshai Niao, nicknamed Jaoa. The girl is a few months older than Hulina, and has been practicing on her own under the protection of Golden Crocodile Douluo, and has not joined the Wuhan Hall Academy. Hulina's ascension consumed 30% of Luo Chen's ascension power. Originally, the ultimate ascension required 50%, but because it was upgraded once before, it was reduced by 20%. As for Golden Shai Niao, the little girl originally possessed the top beast martial spirit, the Golden Crocodile. Golden Crocodile Douluo did not hold high hopes for ascending. His original intention was to hope that his granddaughter could obtain the same Golden Crocodile King martial spirit as himself, so as to pass on his own domineering domain. However, during the inspection, Luo Chen discovered that Jinshai Niao's potential was more than that. In terms of the feedback given by the sun disk, Hulina's qualifications were above the extreme, but did not meet the standard for bestowing a god-level martial spirit. Jinshai Niao's talent was slightly inferior to Hulina's. Her martial spirit potential surpassed the scope of the super martial spirit and barely reached the standard line of the extreme martial spirit. Although it was only a little bit beyond. Even if you have an extreme martial spirit, the extreme attribute may be the weakest in the same category. But the extreme is the extreme, facing all non-extreme martial spirits, that is a crushing advantage. So, Luo Chen did not hesitate, and directly completed the martial spirit evolution from the top to the extreme for Jinshai Niao. Golden Holy Crocodile Dragon. Type. Beast Martial Soul Quality. Ultimate Martial Soul Attribute. Ultimate Power. After deciding to give Jinshai Niao the ascension, Luo Chen chose to do it all at once, and gave the little girl the part of the Dragon King's origin that he had obtained from Yuxiao Gang, but could no longer use. So, the Golden Crocodile King martial soul, which originally only had some more ultimate attributes, was directly transformed into a dragon species. The huge golden crocodile grew 4 pairs of wings, just like the giant dragon in Western mythology, with some ferocity and brutality in its domineering majesty. The quality of the golden holy crocodile dragon martial soul is not inferior to Hulina's 9-tailed sky fox at all, and it is one of the top dragon species martial souls. I still remember that time, when he saw the result of the ascension. The golden crocodile Douluo burst into tears. The nearly 200-year-old old man directly asked Jinshai Niao to kneel down to Luo Chen, and then asked the girl to swear to follow her bloodline and recognize Luo Chen as her master. In this life, I will never betray you. Luo Chen did not refuse, because he was qualified to receive this gift. Being filial to the spirit hall is filial piety, and following Luo Chen is righteousness. With this move, Golden Crocodile Douluo preserved his loyalty to the spirit hall, and fulfilled Luo Chen's great kindness. He was old, but Jinshai Niao was still young. Golden Crocodile Douluo had vowed to dedicate everything to the spirit hall, but this was his business, and had nothing to do with Jinshai Niao. And Jinshai Niao did not resist his grandfather's choice either. After seeing the unimaginably magnificent star-forging Dragon King transformed by Luo Chen in the spirit space, Jinshai Niao, who was arrogant in his bones, was completely convinced by Luo Chen. The great kindness of regaining a new life, coupled with this domineering attitude, that made the little girl unable to restrain herself. Jinshai Niao, I will follow this man. Luo Chen did not feel much about the recognition of a little girl. But Wang Sheng almost couldn't hold it back after seeing Jinshai Niao, thinking that Luo Chen didn't want him anymore. Wang Sheng, no, this woman is not right. Because of the appearance of Jinshai Niao, Wang Sheng felt unprecedented pressure. Xiao Jiao's perception was equally sharp, and she immediately noticed Wang Sheng's presence. Stinky tiger. Mother crocodile. After Hulina and Kan Ringsu, another pair of friends who were at odds with each other appeared in the team. In addition, from that day on, Golden Crocodile Douluo officially became a staunch supporter of Luo Chen's status as the successor to the Pope. The second priest is now eager for Luo Chen to grow up quickly, so that he can drive Bibidong out. Yes, Golden Crocodile Douluo still can't stand Bibidong. It is no exaggeration to say that, if Luo Chen rises up one day, he, the Golden Crocodile, will definitely respond to the call without hesitation. Golden Crocodile Douluo, Bibidong, you are not worthy of the position. This Pope's throne should belong to Chen. If it weren't for Luo Chen's mediation, Bibidong would probably beat Golden Crocodile Douluo half to death. Fortunately, Golden Crocodile Douluo knows his limits. He said he didn't accept Bibidong's rule, but after Bibidong issued an order in the name of the Pope, Golden Crocodile Douluo would never be negligent. Because maintaining Bibidong's authority is equivalent to maintaining Luo Chen's inheritance and orthodoxy. Only when Bibidong is the Pope can Luo Chen, as Bibidong's disciple, legitimately succeed to the throne. Of course, there is also the intention of Kan Liu. Golden Crocodile Douluo is very loyal to the Kan family, and he also hopes that Kan Ringsu will have a good home. Therefore, with the two boths of being the Pope's disciple and marrying a member of the Kan family, Luo Chen directly gained the recognition of all the high-level officials of the Spirit Hall. The Pope's Hall, the Elders Hall, and the Worship Hall are now Luo Chen's one-man show. Although he is only 7 years old, no one treats him as a child. All the high-level officials of the Spirit Hall have seen the changes in the Spirit Hall over the past year, and they know the reasons for these improvements. Let the second worshipper come in. After Bibidong issued this order, she vaguely guessed the purpose of the Golden Crocodile's visit. It's a pity that it's not the right time yet. Recalling Luo Chen's excellence in her mind, Bibidong, who closed her eyes to rest, felt extremely comfortable. I really want everyone in the world to know Luo Chen's ability. She didn't care about the position and power of the Pope at all. If she wasn't worried about Luo Chen's safety, it would be bad for the child to expose his existence early. Otherwise, even if Bibidong abdicated now, she wouldn't have a single complaint. At most, she could rule the country behind the scenes for a few years. With her teacher as a backup, Bibidong was confident that she could keep Luo Chen safe. Your Highness, this matter cannot be rushed. Zhu Douluo also wanted to show off Luo Chen to others. But the current situation is that no one in the Spirit Hall knows Luo Chen's information, except the top leaders. Not to mention the Spirit Hall, the main hall and the branch halls below. Even in the Spirit City, only the strong men at the level of title Douluo are qualified. I know. Bibidong certainly wouldn't do such a thing. Just as she was about to say something else, a breath appeared outside the Pope's hall. Okay. Bibidong sat upright, putting on the most dignified demeanor. Second priest, what are you doing here? Over the past year, although Bibidong's relationship with the priest hall is not close, it is no longer as hostile as before, and they don't hate each other. Greetings to His Holiness the Pope. In a formal occasion, Golden Crocodile Douluo bowed to Bibidong for Luo Chen's sake. He was accompanied by a little Lalita, about 7 or 8 years old. She had long dark golden hair and a ponytail. She looked full of energy and vitality. Hello, Pope's sister. Even when she arrived at the Pope's hall, in front of Bibidong, Jinshan Iao looked around with curiosity. This was her first time to come to the hall of the Pope's hall. In the past, she followed Kan Ringsu through other passages, or went directly to the top floor to play with Luo Chen. Yeah. Bibidong did not blame Jinshan Iao for her impolite behavior. Unlike Golden Crocodile Douluo, the beautiful Pope did not hate Jinshan Iao, but liked him very much. This girl is outgoing, carefree, and has no scheming. Apart from being a little rude, she has basically no problems. Since Jinshan Iao got Luo Chen's ascension half a year ago, the little girl has entered the Wuhan Hall Academy like Kan Ringsu. She was assigned to Luo Chen's class and directly completed the last member of the 7-person team. Someone in the upper echelons gave this team a title called the Golden Generation. The second priest brought Jo here today. Could it be Yes, Joa broke through level 20 today. Golden Crocodile Douluo said, I heard that the Pope is going to hunt spirit rings. I wonder if this is true. You want to? I want to go with you. Yes. Bibidong had no reason to refuse. Okay. After all, a strong man of level 98 who has taken a half step in the condensation of the second soul core is traveling with him. Not only does Luo Chen's safety factor greatly increase, but it is also of great help in dealing with emergencies. Your Holiness. At this moment, the ghost suddenly appeared. He looked at the golden crocodile Douluo in surprise, and the words he was about to say were blocked. There are no outsiders here. If you have anything important to say, just say it. Bibidong's principle of life is that, if you respect me 1 foot, I will return you 10 feet. How could Bibidong be petty when the golden crocodile Douluo gave her such face? The Pope's palace and the worship hall will both be used by Luo Chen in the future. Bibidong can't destroy the relationship that the disciple has finally restored. However, the golden crocodile Douluo obviously has no interest in this. The purpose of his trip has been achieved, so he is about to leave with his granddaughter. Yes. The ghost said, we found the traces of 100,000-year soul beast. What? Bibidong stood up from the Pope's throne, and even the golden crocodile Douluo stopped. 100,000-year soul beast. The golden crocodile Douluo already had all 9 soul rings, and he had no idea about the 100,000-year soul ring. Moreover, at his level of strength, soul rings and soul bones are no longer of much help to him. Bibidong, if the news is true, then this 100,000-year soul beast must be captured. Golden crocodile Douluo, if necessary, I'm willing to lend you a hand. Oh. Second priest is willing to help? Bibidong thought of the soul bone of 100,000-year soul beast, which is a treasure like 100,000-year soul ring. You know what I mean. Golden crocodile Douluo said, the child is weak. 100,000-year soul bone can just make up for his innate deficiency. Because of the rebirth of Jinshai Niao, second priest has already regarded Luo Chen as his own grandson. He has always wanted to repay Luo Chen. Finally, the opportunity came. Chapter 57 Bibidong, 6 titles with children, full configuration. Ordinary soul bones are useless to Xiaochen. Golden crocodile Douluo, but a 100,000-year soul bone will definitely restore the child's body to its peak. When the time comes, the soul ring will be given to you, and the soul bone will be given to the child. Golden crocodile Douluo would not say that all the benefits would be given to Luo Chen. During this period, I'm willing to let His Holiness the Pope dispatch me. How about it? In your eyes, am I, a teacher, not as good as an outsider like you? For Xiaochen, why would I care about a mere 100,000-year soul beast? Bibidong was not greedy for soul rings and soul bones. Like golden crocodile Douluo, she thought of her own disciple the first time she heard about the 100,000-year soul beast. The 100,000-year soul ring, which is extremely precious in the eyes of others, is just a chicken rib for Bibidong now. Even if she really needs it, Bibidong will give it to Luo Chen without hesitation. Yeah. Golden crocodile Douluo, when it comes to Xiaochen, you are still qualified. Huh. Bibidong didn't want to confront this old thing. For Luo Chen, Bibidong is willing to give everything. If possible, I will even give him the 100,000-year soul ring. What a pity in the past year, Bibidong has obtained several self-created soul skills from Luo Chen that can be used as trump cards. This has greatly made up for the lack of winning methods for Bibidong's immortal body. What can a 100,000-year soul beast bring to a soul master? The huge soul power provided by the red soul ring, as well as to extremely powerful 100,000-year soul skills and 100,000-year soul bones. In terms of soul skills, Bibidong has Luo Chen, so she has no shortage of soul skills. There is no soul power limit for self-created soul skills. As long as you want, they can even burst out with more power than 100,000-year soul skills. As for the huge soul power increase, Bibidong is now level 98 and is condensing the black hole soul core. With her current soul power, even if she continuously uses the 9th soul skill, she does not need to worry about the problem of insufficient soul power supply. So Bibidong is not only not short of soul power, but she has too much to use. I wonder if the second priest has any way to let Xiaochen obtain a 100,000-year soul ring. Sacrifice? Golden crocodile Douluo could think of it, so Bibi Dong could do it too. Too dangerous. Bibi Dong shook her head. If I'm not 100% sure, I don't want to let the child take risks. With Luo Chen's qualifications, a 100,000-year soul ring is just the icing on the cake. It's best to have it, but it doesn't matter if you don't. So there's no need to do such a dangerous thing as sacrifice for a soul ring. Okay, we are dividing the spoils here before the matter is even settled. Golden crocodile Douluo felt that he was really floating. When he heard about the 100,000-year soul beast, it was as if the thing was his own. There was no other way, because Luo Chen had really given these old guys too many surprises in the past year. Subconsciously, Golden crocodile Douluo had a feeling that destiny was in his hands. Nothing is difficult in the world, as long as there is Luo Chen, and so on. This matter really needs to be discussed in the long run. Bibi Dong thought for a moment, and said to Golden crocodile Douluo, it just so happens that I'm going to take the children hunting these 2 days, so please ask the second priest to convey this to the priests. To be honest, in terms of fighting alone, Bibi Dong doesn't even care about a mere 100,000-year soul beast. If she really wants to hunt, she can beat any 100,000-year soul beast by herself. The purpose of asking the priests to take action is just to ensure the safety of the children. That's right, Bibi Dong doesn't even care about the 100,000-year soul beast, but she is very worried that Luo Chen, Qian Rinxu and others will have an accident when hunting the 1,000-year soul beast. In order to be on the safe side, she can only ask the priests above level 96 to assist. Well, a few super Douluos of level 96 and level 97. Such a linoop should not be overturned by the 1,000-year soul beast, right? You ask, isn't it a 100,000-year soul beast? Of course not. Bibi Dong, the role of the priest is to help guard the house when I fight the 100,000-year soul beast. She is not crazy. How could she take the children to the core of the Stardao Great Forest? Okay. Golden crocodile Douluo didn't know what Bibi Dong was thinking. Even if he knew, he would probably do the same as Bibi Dong. After all, this old guy himself is a grand auto slave, and he can fully understand Bibi Dong's feelings of worrying about the children. Soon, Golden crocodile Douluo returned to the worship hall and informed Qian Daoliu about the 100,000-year soul beast and the hunting of soul rings. A 100,000-year soul beast? Yes, I know. Qian Daoliu sat cross-legged in front of the statue of the angel god. I will stay in Wuhan City, and you, the second brother, take the 7, the 6, and the 5, and act with Bibi Dong. 4 of the 7 great worshippers came out, plus Bibi Dong and Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo. 7 titled masters attacked together. What kind of 100,000-year soul beast could escape under such power? Well, to be precise, 1 Bibi Dong is hunting outside, and 6 titled masters are at home taking care of the children. If this goes wrong again, Qian Daoliu, you still have the face to come back? Buy a piece of tofu and kill yourself. Then, how should this soul beast be distributed? The soul ring is for Bibi Dong. Qian Daoliu thought for a moment and said, as for the soul bone, Luo Chen now needs a treasure to strengthen his physique. The Qian family has inherited soul bones, so Qian Rinxu does not have much demand for soul bones and the like. And now in the spirit hall, the only person who can absorb a 100,000-year soul ring is Bibi Dong. Only she can withstand the pressure brought by a 100,000-year soul ring. In addition, remember, second brother, Qian Daoliu said, the children are the future of the spirit hall. If anything unexpected happens, we would rather not have a 100,000-year soul beast, but we must protect them first. Don't worry, big brother, I know this matter. Golden crocodile Douluo can distinguish the importance, which is why he has to go in person. It is one thing that Jinsha Niao needs a soul ring, but more importantly, Golden crocodile Douluo is worried about the safety of Luo Chen and Qian Rinxu. Gradually, even the worshippers who had already thought of retiring were awakened by Luo Chen. They are really looking forward to it now. Looking forward to seeing the day when the spirit hall, under Luo Chen's leadership, reaches the top of the Douluo Continent. Tang Chen. After the golden crocodile Douluo left, Qian Daoliu said with emotion, I admit that I'm not as good as you, but the future of Douluo is still in the hands of my spirit hall. When Luo Chen grows up, even if you become a god and return. Liu. So what? Having said that, Liu still lost to Tang Chen. Poseidon chose the latter instead of him. When Liu thought of Tang Chen really becoming a god, and then Poseidon throwing himself into his arms, he felt uncomfortable. To be honest, it was really unpleasant to see the goddess in his heart run away with another man. Liu did not expect that he could become a god. He knew his situation best. The high priest of the angel god could never become a god. Anyone is fine. Inexplicably, Liu had such a thought in his heart. As long as it's not Tang Chen, I can accept whoever you choose, Zixi. With another long sigh, Liu stopped thinking about it and began to enter into meditation again, practicing the black hole soul core created by Luo Chen. What is the specific situation? In the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong began to ask Ghost Douluo about the relevant information of the 100,000-year soul beast. Here is the report. Please take a look, Your Holiness. Swish. Bibi Dong gathered soul power in her palm and directly sucked the thing in the ghost's hand into her hand. A few days ago, someone saw the figure of the Titan giant ape on the outskirts of the Stardao Great Forest. Titan giant ape? Just this? Bibi Dong frowned slightly. She naturally knew the Titan giant ape. The overlord of the Stardao Great Forest, the 100,000-year soul beast Titan giant ape. This can be said to be a very famous legend in the records of the Spirit Hall. However, hunting the Titan giant ape is quite troublesome. It's not that Bibi Dong can't beat the Titan giant ape. Even if it is a 100,000-year-old soul beast, at best it is equivalent to a human level 95, and at most it will not exceed level 96. With the current strength of the Spirit Hall, even a mere Super Douluo does not need anyone else to take action. Bibi Dong can easily destroy it with a single strike of Eternal Wound. Ghost Elder. Bibi Dong said with a little disappointment, Titan giant ape is not easy to hunt, don't you know? The Stardao Great Forest covers an area of 250,000 to 260,000 square kilometers. What does this mean? The Sichuan province in Luo Chen's previous life was only 480,000 square kilometers, and the Stardao Great Forest is equivalent to half of Sichuan. The road to Sichuan is difficult as ascending to the sky. Everyone knows how troublesome it was to get in and out of Sichuan in ancient times. In such a large Stardao Great Forest, if you go to find a 100,000-year-old soul beast, there is no guarantee that it will not run around. Unless Bibi Dong spends all his time looking for the Titan giant ape, it is impossible to accurately capture it within the range equivalent to half of Sichuan. Your Holiness, our target is not the Titan ape. Before the location of the Titan ape's nest can be accurately investigated, the Spirit Hall will not set its sights on them. Oh. Bibi Dong nodded. That's right. If it was just the Titan ape, 3 days have passed. Who knows where it will run to? So, what did you find? Bibi Dong quickly browsed the contents of the file. A mother and daughter? The next moment, Bibi Dong saw two keywords: mother and daughter. Could it be? Bibi Dong instantly thought of a possibility. Just as Your Holiness thought. Ghost Douluo said, someone saw a human mother and daughter living in the forest with the Titan ape. It is impossible for humans to live in harmony with soul beasts. Ghost Douluo didn't need to continue to explain. Bibi Dong had already noticed the identity of the mother and daughter. It is a transformed soul beast. 100,000-year transformed soul beast. This is even rarer than a 100,000-year soul beast. God bless our Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong was extremely happy. She couldn't wait to go hunting the two transformed spirit beasts. Elder Jugui, listen to your orders. I'm here. Get ready. The beautiful Pope swung the scepter in his hand and said, tomorrow, follow me and the worshippers to the Xingdao Great Forest to hunt the 100,000-year-old transformed spirit beasts. As you command. Ghost Douluo and Ju Douluo left at the same time and began to prepare for their trip. Chapter 58 Erao and Zhao. At the same time, in a valley somewhere in the south of the Xingdao Great Forest, east of Wuhan City, lush forests covered the entire hillside, and unknown wildflowers revealed bursts of fragrance in the mountains. The stream flowed quietly in the valley, and in the clear water, the fish rolled and played, making people more happy. Occasionally, a flock of birds would fly over the valley, chirping happily. The sun shone through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled light and shadows, making this valley more mysterious. Hula in the green trees. The little girl poked her head out like a little animal, curiously looking around. A black scorpion braid hung over her hips. Her pretty little face was white and rosy, and her pink and white dress clung to her tender skin in the wind, making her look extremely petite and cute. Xiao Wu, why are you running around again? The woman in her 20s, wearing a cloth jacket, grabbed Xiao Wu's collar and lifted her up into the air. The woman's appearance was not stunning, but she was kind and gentle like a mother. Her name is Arao, a 100,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit, and Xiao's mother. Because it's too boring here, Mom. Xiao's 2 feet swung in the air, and the pink bunny slippers were covered with mud. So, the good shoes, like the girl in Arao's hands, turned from a cute little white rabbit into a dirty mud bunny. Alas. Arao sighed softly. She put her daughter on the ground, and then gently brushed off the leaves and grass on the hem of her skirt. Take off your shoes, I'll help you wash them. Yeah. Xiao jumped happily, and then threw the shoes away with 2 rustling sounds. These are her favorite cloth shoes, a gift made by her mother, based on her past appearance. You kid. Arao put her hands on her waist and tapped her daughter's forehead helplessly. You kicked the shoes so far. Don't you know how to be considerate of your mother? Ha 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 ha. However, Xiao didn't care at all, but was attracted by the stream not far away. So, the 2 clean little feet stepped on the grass. In the blink of an eye, the little rabbit jumped into the stream next to it and started playing with water. This child. Arao was relieved and worried at the innocent look of her daughter. This world is not peaceful. Arao knew that she could not survive the soul beast catastrophe of 200,000 years, so she had to choose to transform into a human with 100,000 years of cultivation. She left the Stardew forest and lived in seclusion in the human world. She practiced carefully and finally broke through to the realm of Super Douluo. After that, Arao returned to the Stardew forest and reunited with her daughter Xiao Wu. After learning that her mother had only a few hundred years of life left after becoming a human, Xiao Wu resolutely chose to be with Arao, and the mother and daughter shared life and death. You have been transformed for more than a year. Why are you still so naughty? Arao blamed her daughter, but she didn't mean to blame her daughter. She herself went through this, so she knew that the soul beast transformation was equivalent to reincarnation and cultivation. The previous memory, way of thinking, and physical instincts will change. Just like now. Although Xiao Wu, who used to be a soft-bone rabbit, was also very attached to her, she was not like a child who would be happy even to play in the water. After changing her body, she experienced the stream, the grass, the breeze, and the sunshine from a different angle and touch. Everything seemed like a lifetime ago. The memory of 100,000 years is so huge. The small head can't hold so much, so she has to discard a large part and only keep the most important ones. Except for the most basic memories in the relationship with Daming, Erming, and her mother, Xiao Wu almost forgot her past. To her, this world is so new and beautiful. Mom, what's wrong with you? Why are you frowning? Not long ago, Xiao Wu followed her mother to contact the human world for the first time. Although she only took a look from a distance, she was really curious about the small village outside the forest and the humans in the village. Unfortunately, Era discovered a soul hunting team entering the forest, so she had to take her daughter back. Mom doesn't know either. Era held Xiao Wu, dried her hair, and then changed into the new clothes she had made for her daughter not long ago. A pink dress, a carrot doll, and a small and exquisite bag. Everything here contains Arao's love for her daughter. She hopes Xiao Wu can always live a carefree life. Since she transformed into a human, Arao is no longer as anxious as she was when she was a soft-bone rabbit. Although human life is short, as long as she can be with her daughter, Arao is not afraid of anything. Humans are indeed a race loved by heaven and earth. Touching her heart, Arao felt a much hotter and clearer emotion than when she was a soul beast. It's only a few decades as a human, but it's more exciting than the past hundreds of thousands of years. As a mother, Arao hopes Xiao Wu can also experience this wonderful feeling. Since you have chosen to give up your soul beast identity, live a good life. Hiss. While thinking this, Arao suddenly felt her eyelids twitching. For some reason, Arao has always been a little uneasy recently, as if some danger is approaching. I just hope it's my illusion. Because she couldn't find the source of the sense of crisis, Arao could only comfort herself in this way. Gilang the flags depicting the Spirit Hall logo fluttered in the wind around a luxuriously decorated carriage. In the carriage, Bibi Dong sat in the middle, facing the entrance. Next to her was Luo Chen, who was holding a book borrowed from the Spirit Hall library and reading it carefully. On the left and right, Hulina and Kyan Ringsu looked at each other. There was a low table between the two of them, with many cakes and a chessboard on it, which was Go. Go spirits exist in Douluo Continent, so the game of Go naturally exists as well. Next to Kyan Ringsu, Jinsha and Iao leaned on the angel sister's shoulder and slept very sweetly. Gradually, as the carriage was slightly bumpy, the little girl directly rested her head on Kyan Ringsu's knees, with no intention of waking up. Jao? Zao Jao? Seeing that the girl had no reaction, Kyan Ringsu shook her head helplessly, but she had no way to deal with this girl. She has a very close relationship with Jinsha and Iao, and they are like little sisters next door who grew up together. However, Jinsha and Iao's talent is too different from Kyan Ringsu. When Kyan Ringsu was practicing strictly, Jinsha and Iao could only watch from afar. According to the original trajectory, Jinsha and Iao awakened her martial soul, and Kyan Ringsu had already accepted the Cheyenne Dao undercover plan. After this, it has been 20 years. The originally close sisterhood became more and more indifferent, and was finally completely forgotten by Kyan Ringsu. However, in this life, because of Luo Chen's intervention, Jinsha and Iao is still the little follower who admires Kyan Ringsu. The little angel dotes on Jinsha and Iao very much. She can get this opportunity to ascend, which is inseparable from Kyan Ringsu's pillow talk to Luo Chen. Think about it, Bibi Dong is already eyeing her, and the time she can sleep with Luo Chen is pitiful. The little angel also has to squeeze out the few opportunities to promote her little fangirl to Luo Chen. Kyan Ringsu, little angel, I tried my best. I won. Suddenly, Hulina cheered softly. Haha, I told you, you can't beat me. TSK. Kyan Ringsu was not angry. She cleaned up the chess game and mocked, you can beat me, just relying on mental power to calculate. Humph, so what? Winning is winning. According to the bet between the two women, whoever wins this game of chess will have Luo Chen sit next to him. This is the reward that Bibi Dong agreed to. Yes, Bibi Dong agreed. In this regard, Hulina was very proud of herself for being able to complete the achievement of snatching food from the tiger's mouth. Even if you are a teacher, you can't go back on your word. Yeah. Before Bibi Dong could speak, Luo Chen had already closed the book and walked to Hulina's side. Chen is mine now. Hulina happily hugged Luo Chen's arm, and her two fox ears jumped out and began to gently caress Luo Chen's body. This is the secret that the little fox discovered to win Luo Chen's favor. She found that Luo Chen liked fluffy things very much. That's why Hulina often dropped her foxtail and ears on Luo Chen unintentionally, tempting him to rub her. Although during this process, the sensitive fox ears and tail would make Hulina numb all over and make her feel dazed. But as long as Luo Chen liked it, the little fox said she could accept anything. Soul beasts transform. Kyan Ringsu noticed the book in Luo Chen's hand, which recorded the research of the Spirit Hall on known transformed soul beasts over the past 10,000 years. She didn't want the little fox to be so unscrupulous, so she started looking for topics. Chen, what's the difference between soul beasts transforming into humans and real humans? Hulina immediately noticed Kyan Ringsu's intention. But seeing Luo Chen put down the book, she didn't want to disturb him, so she could only glare at Kyan Ringsu with a complaint. Humph, bad woman. It depends on the time of transformation. Transformation time. Even Bibi Dong showed a curious look, wanting to hear what Luo Chen would say. According to the records in the book, I have come up with this guess. Luo Chen raised the book in his hand and said, that is, soul beasts can be regarded as two completely different individuals before and after transformation. To give a simple example, suppose their human heartbeat is 80 to 100 per minute, and before transformation, the heartbeat of different soul beasts may reach 200 or even 300. Some plant-based soul beasts don't even have a heartbeat. Different body structures lead to fundamental differences between soul beasts and humans. When a soul beast transforms, it is almost a rebirth with earth-shaking changes in body organs, hormones, and all living habits. To put it bluntly, men who lack male hormones will change their temperaments, not to mention the soul beasts, which have transformed into another lifestyle in all aspects. Chapter 59, Silver Dragon King, The Advantages in Me. In addition, soul beasts have souls just like humans. Luo Chen said, and the essence of the soul is a replica of its body. Just like the soul of a human is very similar to that of a human. Even if the soul of a beast is separated, it is still the same as that of a beast. So no matter how much a pure soul beast looks like a human, its essence is still a soul beast. Then according to what you said, Xiachen, Kyan Ringsu said, if soul beasts that have transformed into humans come into contact with humans for a long time, they may completely lose their animal nature and become completely human. Yes. At least in Luo Chen's opinion, no matter how long Xiao Wu and A Rao have lived as soft-bone rabbits, when they become humans, everything will start all over again. As for the end, the acquired environment is interchangeable, and Luo Chen cannot guarantee what level the transformed soul beasts can reach. However, from the point of view that the transformed soul beasts can have children with humans, it is really unreasonable for you to say that a yin and Xiao Wu are different from humans. Well, it's the same sentence. The but determines the head. Luo Chen has Na and a yin by his side. If he says that the transformed soul beasts have no humanity, then what are they? The closer they are to humans, the weaker the beast nature in their bodies will become. Luo Chen. Instead, human emotions will become clearer. Therefore, soul beasts are afraid of transformation. Because no matter how noble and cold some female soul beasts are before they transform, how domineering they are, once they transform, their personality will collapse in just a few years, and they will become a love-brained person with a mind full of life and death. Silver Dragon King, I think you are implying something to me. Interesting statement. The four priests including Jinyu listened to Luo Chen's statement. They used to regard the transformed soul beasts as monsters and beasts. According to the rules of the spirit hall, if a transformed soul beast is found, it will be killed without mercy. But now, Luo Chen seemed to want to tell them that the transformed soul beasts should no longer be regarded as beasts. No matter how human-like it is, it's still a beast. Bibi Dong was very tough on the issue of soul beasts. Xiao Chen, you must remember not to be deceived by the performance of the transformed soul beasts. Once a beast, forever. After these words came out, Luo Chen had no reaction. Nada and Yin who were in the martial soul space were almost angry to death. What? This stinky woman. Nada was furious. If Yin hadn't pulled her back, she would definitely jump out and punch Bibi Dong. Okay, you can't beat her again. You have to beat her. Even if you can't beat her. Nada was very worried that Luo Chen would be led astray by Bibi Dong. Every time she mentions soul beasts, she will instill this set of human supremacy in the master. What if one day the master also thinks so? Nada's worries are not unreasonable. But Yin believes in Luo Chen. No one knows what kind of person he is better than them. Teacher, you are right. Speaking of the matter, although Bibi Dong is extreme on the issue of soul beasts, her worries are not unreasonable. However, Bibi Dong's attitude was firm. But she was not very clear about why she had to guard against the transformed soul beasts. If she had to say something, it might be racial discrimination. I have an idea here, teacher, you can listen to it. Luo Chen said, the position of the transformed soul beasts is very subtle. They will have goodwill towards soul beasts and let humans reduce the killing of soul beasts. This attitude is not wrong, and they have done nothing wrong. But for human society, as more and more transformed soul beasts appear, the racial status of humans will be greatly impacted. At this point, Luo Chen looked at Bibi Dong. Teacher, do you know what the soul master's qualifications are after the soul beasts transform into humans? Innate full soul power. Yes, innate full soul power. Luo Chen said, with such qualifications, as long as they don't die halfway, then breaking through to Super Douluo is a foregone conclusion. Imagine that when a large number of transformed soul beasts infiltrate the upper echelons of humans as high quality soul masters. 100 years, or 1000 years. If this continues, will the humans who control power still be pure humans? descendants of transformed soul beasts, bloodline issues, ethical issues, and stance issues. In Luo Chen's view, transformed soul beasts are like invasive species. Once they are allowed to grow, various racial conflicts will inevitably occur in the future. Therefore, the attitude of the spirit hall to eliminate transformed soul beasts is essentially not a problem. Alas. Yin sighed, and she found that Luo Chen was right. Just like Xiao Chen said, look at us, even if we are transformed into humans and become Xiao Chen star spirits, we still think that we belong to soul beasts and want to speak for soul beasts. Looking back on the past, did Yin really abandon the identity of soul beasts? Perhaps in her subconscious, she still belongs to the soul beast clan, but she ran to the human world and lived a human life. For a moment, even Nana, who was originally very irritable, was silent. Not only them, there were also Bibidang, Kan Ringsu, the 4 great priests, and the 2 elders. Everyone was shocked by Luo Chen's rhetoric. In the carriage, there was a deathly silence. Bibidang just said it casually. She never thought that Luo Chen actually had such a profound research on the issue of soul beasts and humans. That Bibidang felt that her tone just now seemed not very good. She looked at Luo Chen and made amends. Xiao Chen, if you are interested in soul beasts, it's actually nothing to raise a few. There is no way. The topic of soul beasts mixed into the human high level is too heavy. In fact, in my opinion, as long as you don't express sympathy for soul beasts on the surface and guarantee your position, it will be fine. This is to avoid a conflict between Luo Chen and the soul masters. As for privately, whatever you want to do, the teacher will support you. In fact, with the strength of the spirit hall, let alone raising a few, even if there are dozens or hundreds of souls, no one dares to say anything. Just like Tang Heo married Yin, the future tanks, and defended Xiao Wu, many people know that they are transformed soul beasts. But apart from the spirit hall, who else would stand up to be this defender? Not only will there be no benefits, but it will also offend Tang San, which is not worth the loss. The root of the problem is that Tang Heo and Tang San did not hinder other soul masters from hunting soul beasts because of their own preferences. It's funny. Luo Chen once heard from a group friend that the protagonist 10,000 years later was mistaken by Shrek Academy as a 100,000-year soul beast and was almost killed. Xiao Wu's statue has stood in front of Shrek Academy for 10,000 years, but Shrek Academy's attitude towards transformed soul beasts is no different from that of the current Wuhan Hall. Luo Chen doesn't know if this is true. If it is true, then Luo Chen can only say it's worthy of Shrek. This double standard has been passed down through the ages. In a small town in the south of the Stardao Great Forest, an extremely luxurious carriage sped past. Pedestrians stopped one after another, but after seeing the flag flying on the carriage, they immediately lowered their heads and dared not look again. We are here. Juji Ui Douluo arrived first and made arrangements here. They sent many soul masters above the Soul King level into the forest to look for the traces of the transformed soul beast. This takes time. So Bibidang planned to help Kan Ringsu, Hulina and Jinsha and Niao find soul beasts suitable for them first, and then wait slowly. If the hunting time is too long, then let Luo Chen and the others return first. At that time, the 3 priests will accompany and protect them. Golden Crocodile Douluo stayed behind, together with Bibidang and Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo, to personally search for the whereabouts of the transformed soul beast. My lord. At this time, in the restricted area of the Lake of Life located in the core circle of the Stardao Great Forest, the golden-eyed Black Dragon King Dishan reported to the Silver Dragon King. A large number of soul masters have entered the forest. Judging from their goals, they should be after the 2 rabbits. Erao and her daughter chose to transform, which made them traitors to the soul beasts. Dishan would no longer protect them. However, among the soul masters who came this time, there were 2 guys with particularly strong auras. One of them was slightly better, only level 98, but the other, it actually made Dishan feel a little threatened. Why can she break through so quickly? Dishan remembered that the owner of this breath was the female spirit master named Bibidang whom he met in the Notting City orphanage. Such qualifications were simply incredible. Dishan wanted to remind the Silver Dragon King and tell her how big a threat Bibidang was. However, the Silver Dragon King knew this much better than Chen. Don't worry about them. The Silver Dragon King spent day and night with Luo Chen and the identity of Naya. The Silver Dragon King saw Luo Chen's progress in the past year. If he was not worried about forcing the growth of seedlings, the Silver Dragon King would have wanted Chen and others to take the initiative to sacrifice to Luo Chen. My lord? Chen asked, is that child really as powerful as you said? Remember half a year ago, the Silver Dragon King asked them to put the gold of life that they had collected with great difficulty at the bottom of the lake of life. Not long after, the gold of life disappeared. The Silver Dragon King told Chen that the thing had been taken by someone who needed it. At first, I wasn't sure, but now, the Silver Dragon King said with great certainty, he will be the only hope for this world to completely get rid of the surveillance of the God realm. Although the Silver Dragon King is like this now, her heart has already been completely synchronized with Naya. To put it bluntly, the Silver Dragon King has already turned into the shape of Luo Chen. If she really meets Luo Chen in person, she will probably blurt out the name of Master. And this is also the reason why the Silver Dragon King dare not face Luo Chen. She is not ready to tell Luo Chen the truth, that she is Naya in what kind of attitude. Chen, you don't have to worry about the two rabbits. Since they choose to transform, they must be prepared to take risks. Transformed soul beasts are neither soul beasts nor humans. They are destined to be disliked by the two races until they find someone they can entrust. As for that Bibidan. Speaking of Bibidan, and thinking of her word beast, the Silver Dragon King gnashed his teeth in hatred. The Silver Dragon King really dislikes Bibidan. Because her words are hostile to soul beasts, it's really too arrogant. But the Silver Dragon King couldn't do anything to Bibidan. It wasn't a matter of strength. Bibidan now had no right to be compared with the Silver Dragon King, who had recovered most of her injuries, and whose strength was enough to rival that of a first-level god. Since receiving Naya's power, the Silver Dragon King's body was constantly evolving to a higher level. She had a hunch that when she was fully evolved and merged with Naya, she would not even care about the former dragon god. Chapter 60 Luo Chen, Kain Ringsu, let me teach you. No need to pay attention to her. Silver Dragon King, it's just a love brain. As long as the child is willing to help us, she won't dare to refuse. She is not worried about not being able to kill Bibidan. What really bothers the Silver Dragon King is how Luo Chen will react after she takes action against Bibidan. Chen was confused. What the hell? Love brain? What is a love brain? Bibidan is a love brain, so she is not enough. This Chen didn't know what Luo Chen did in the past year after he went to Wuhan City. But according to the master's meaning, why does it feel like Luo Chen has taken down the Wuhan Hall? Who is the master of the Wuhan Hall now? If it is Luo Chen, then what role does the Silver Dragon King play in this? Don't be surprised. The Silver Dragon King talked about Luo Chen with pride in his tone. His excellence is far beyond your imagination. Especially what Luo Chen said just now. Let the transformed soul beasts rely on their top talents to continuously infiltrate the upper echelons of humans, and then change the status of soul beasts from top to bottom. The Silver Dragon King had never thought of such a thing before. In her opinion, either humans will become extinct or soul beasts will become extinct. There is no third choice. But according to Luo Chen's idea, relying on this blood inheritance, generation after generation, when more and more soul masters have the blood of soul beasts flowing in their bodies, at this time, a racial war will be launched. Let the soul masters with higher talents and soul beast blood persecute and slaughter pure-blooded humans. In the end, even if all soul beasts are extinct, will the soul beast clan really cease to exist? Soul beasts are gone. But pure-blooded humans are gone too. The rest will be new humans who inherit the blood of soul beasts. You die, or I die. Until humans and soul beasts perish together, leaving the Douluo world to the mixed bloods. The Silver Dragon King knew that this was just a hypothesis, without any basis, and full of loopholes. But she had to admit that Luo Chen could easily think of a future that soul beasts and humans had never thought of. Right. Suddenly, the Silver Dragon King thought of something. My lord, I remember that not long ago, you caught a foreign soul beast. It's a female insect, my lord. Dishan replied, the soul beast contains extremely huge and pure energy, which is very helpful for our cultivation. Female? Well, that's even better. The Silver Dragon King nodded and said, after a while, I want you to give it to that child. Ah. Dishan's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. But that soul beast. The spirit hall can give him benefits, and my soul beast clan can give him the same. And not only should we give him, but we should also give him 100 times, or 1,000 times better, than what the spirit hall gives him. The Silver Dragon King's mind is now full of Bibidong's arrogant face. In terms of favoring Luo Chen, only Bibidong, she absolutely does not want to lose. My dragon scales, the body of the Blue Silver Emperor, and then this big insect. Humph. The Silver Dragon King expressed disdain to Bibidong. Compared to the help I gave Xiaochen, the spirit hall can do nothing at all. I almost forgot. At this point, the Silver Dragon King added, Dishan, you don't have to worry about the help that soul beast gave you. Take it. Boom. As the Silver Dragon King's voice fell, without waiting for Dishan to react, an extremely pure life energy suddenly fell into his body. What is this? Dishan felt that the hidden injuries and losses caused by the heavenly tribulation in his body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only that, he found that his potential had been greatly enhanced. Continue to practice, Dishan. Today, Dishan has 880,000 years of cultivation. The cultivation of soul beasts is different from that of humans. After more than 100,000 years, there will be a qualitative leap every 100,000 years. However, the heavenly tribulation of soul beasts once every 100,000 years is like a sword hanging over their heads. This leads to the cultivation of soul beasts over 100,000 years being really equivalent to their lifespan. What does it mean? Simply put, before reaching 100,000 years of cultivation, soul beasts will practice to the utmost according to their own talents. This makes it possible for them to have 10,000 or even tens of thousands of years of cultivation after only living for a few hundred years. However, after more than 100,000 years, soul beasts dare not improve their cultivation at all, because of the danger of the heavenly tribulation. Otherwise, you would have practiced for thousands of years in a lifespan of 100,000 years. So the heavenly tribulation came, and those who could have lived for more than 90,000 years were directly struck to death by lightning. This is probably not insane. Emperor Shan and other fierce beasts know that survival is not easy. Their current practice is more about understanding their own strength, rather than improving their cultivation. Sometimes, fierce beasts will even suppress their cultivation, in order to live as many years as possible. Thank you, my lord. Emperor Shan was extremely excited. With your power, I have the confidence to survive the 8th heavenly tribulation. After surviving the 8th heavenly tribulation, Emperor Shan will gain 900,000 years of cultivation. Tell the other beasts. The Silver Dragon King said, don't keep staring at that bug. I will compensate them for what they want. My lord. Dishan felt that the Silver Dragon King didn't need to do this at all. She was the common leader of the soul beasts, and it was natural for her to order them to do things. Perhaps because she had been with Luo Chen for a period of time, the Silver Dragon King's personality had changed, and he was no longer as sure of things as before. I have made up my mind, so let it be. After the Silver Dragon King finished speaking, he closed his eyes again, and immersed his mind in Naya. Just as Luo Chen said, after experiencing the human world, and having more delicate emotions, the Silver Dragon King no longer wanted to return to his original boring life. One day later, outside the Xingdao Great Forest, Bibidong and Golden Crocodile Douluo led the team, Chrysanthemum and Ghost Douluo led the way, and 3 other priests protected Luo Chen and the other 4. In this way, a soul hunting team that can be called extremely gorgeous on the current Douluo Continent set off. Who do you plan to go first? Let Jao go first. After Luo Chen finished speaking, he told the plan for Jinsha Niao's second soul ring. Jao has the ultimate power attribute, and her soul ring should preferably be a power enhancing type. I summarized the distribution of soul beasts in the surrounding area last night, and found a soul beast called King Kong Violent Bear, which is very suitable for Jao. Everyone nodded as they listened to Luo Chen's description of King Kong Violent Bear. In terms of age, with Jo's current physical fitness, her second soul ring must be at least 1200 years old. The best color for the second soul ring is yellow, and the maximum age is 764 years. This is Gang's estimate, based on the records of the Spirit Hall, but in fact, this should be the internal record of the Spirit Hall, and Luo Chen overturned this point a long time ago. Jin Jo's martial soul is the golden holy crocodile dragon. The ultimate beast martial soul brings her physical fitness enhancement, which is far superior to ordinary martial souls. 1200 years is just Luo Chen's preliminary estimate. We will have to wait and see how it works out. After the spirit ring appears, I will use the sun disk to accurately judge it once. Luo Chen did not hold back when it came to his family and tried his best to let Jinsha Niao get the best growth at the current stage. Thank you, Brother Chen. Jinsha Niao was 4 months older than Luo Chen, but she chose to recognize Luo Chen as her master, and she really admired him. Originally, according to the golden crocodile Douluo's intention, the child was supposed to call Luo Chen the master, but Luo Chen didn't like this title, so he asked Jinsha Niao to call him Brother Chen. Yeah. Luo Chen patted Jinsha Niao's head, and the latter showed an expression of enjoyment. Jinsha Niao looked small, and her size was the lowest among the 4. But in terms of temper, this girl was definitely the wildest one among all of them. Only Luo Chen and Kan Rinxu could suppress Jinsha Niao, so that she didn't dare to act rashly. If it were Hulina, Yan, Ziyu and Wang Sheng, Jinsha Niao had to show them what it meant to be arrogant and a naughty child. Zua and Nana soul rings. Since he was going to look for them, Luo Chen told Jiu Mei about their soul rings. Although Nana's martial soul is of high quality, the nine-tailed sky fox's physical bonus is not as good as Jo's golden holy crocodile dragon. So the age is also over 1200. Luo Chen, as for the soul beast, I chose the silver moon wolf. The silver moon wolf is a very fast soul beast with strong mental power and can send out invisible mental shocks. Don't worry about the soul skills. With Luo Chen's elemental control here, his self-created soul skills are definitely not worse than soul ring soul skills, and are even more free. So for soul ring soul skills, Luo Chen considers more about the increase in attributes. Jinsha Niao's King Kong Violent Bear can greatly increase its strength, while Hulina's is mental strengthening. This kind of soul skill that increases itself proportionally will still bring considerable benefits to the 2 women even in the later stages. Yeah. Hulina nodded repeatedly. I will listen to you, Zai-chan. Kan Rinxu looked at the little fox who was beginning to be infatuated again in silence. She shook her head. Zai-chan, what about me? The soul skills of a god-level martial soul are basically fixed. Luo Chen could not perform the ascension ceremony for Kan Rinxu because the quality of her martial soul had reached the top. Going up further is the ladder to becoming a god. In Luo Chen's perception, Kan Rinxu has the qualifications to become a god. But the consumption of becoming a god is far beyond what Luo Chen can bear now. My arrangement for you, Zua, is to add as many soul rings as possible with a high age. Therefore, Luo Chen does not need to care about the type of soul beast, as long as the age is sufficient. But in order to adapt, it is better to hunt soul beasts with light and fire attributes. To be honest, Zua, your first 3 soul rings are a bit of a pity. Kan Rinxu is the most regrettable one among the people present. Her first 3 soul rings are really too conservative. Yellow, yellow, and purple. The first soul ring is 423 years old, the second soul ring is 764 years old, and the third soul ring is 1764 years old. If there is no Luo Chen, Kan Daoliu would probably arrange a 5,000-year 4th soul ring for Kan Rinxu. This behavior is said to be a protection for Kan Rinxu. But in Luo Chen's opinion, Kan Daoliu's vision limits Kan Rinxu's future. In the eyes of the great priest, becoming a god is the best ending. However, he never thought that becoming a god is just another starting point for Kan Rinxu, and her life is not over after becoming a god. After becoming a god, you still need to practice and become stronger. Without the previous accumulation and tempering, what should Kan Rinxu do after becoming a god? A tall building rises from the ground. If the foundation is not solid, the road ahead will definitely become more and more difficult. As the old saying goes, not a drop of sweat on the road is useless. Since the old man handed Zuo to me, Luo Chen patted Kyan Ringsu on the shoulder. I will choose a new path for you. A road that is countless times more difficult than the original, but can go further. Chapter 61 Soul Shock. It would have been great if I had known Zyachin earlier. Kyan Ringsu also regretted it. She envied Hulina and Jinsha Niao, especially the little fox, and envied her for knowing Luo Chen from the beginning. Fortunately, it's not too late now. Kyan Ringsu couldn't imagine how depressing her life would be if she hadn't met Luo Chen. It was even more impossible for someone to tell her that seeking stability would not go wrong, but it would also lose more possibilities. It's okay, Zuo. In fact, the first few spirit rings are just good looking. Of course, Luo Chen was comforting Kyan Ringsu. The first 3 spirit rings seemed useless in the later stage, but they were still very important for the early strengthening and aptitude improvement of the spirit master. Fortunately, Kyan Ringsu's aptitude was really high, so even if some were wasted, it would still be harmless. Then how many years should I choose? 10,000 years at the beginning. What? As soon as Luo Chen said this, everyone was shocked. Isn't this too risky? What Kyan Ringsu didn't expect was that the first person to speak was Bibidong. Her third soul ring is only more than 1,700 years old, and she directly chose black for the fourth soul ring. I don't think she has that ability. Kyan Ringsu's heart, which was originally touched, immediately turned into a strong sense of dissatisfaction under Bibidong's question. No. I will listen to Zyachin and choose 10,000 years. You. Bibidong's beautiful eyes trembled slightly, and then she glared at Kyan Ringsu and said, don't mess around here when it comes to life and death. This is not nonsense. This is my trust in Zyachin. I believe Zyachin will not harm me. Kyan Ringsu's words were well reasoned and Bibidong was speechless for a moment. She could only say stubbornly, do you understand the difference between a 10,000 year soul ring and a 1,000 year soul ring? For soul rings below 10,000 years, only physical strength is considered, but the soul shock carried by a 10,000 year soul ring is not as simple as a mental attack. Even if your martial soul is a god level martial soul, you are not immune. This was the first time in all these years that Bibidong had spoken so much to Kyan Ringsu. Although it was a bit contemptuous, it touched Kyan Ringsu's heart. Are you concerned about me? Bibidong's face was not looking good. She wanted to ask Kyan Ringsu to get out of here immediately, but she was also worried that she would rashly absorb the 10,000 year spirit ring because of anger. Zyachin. Helplessly, Bibidong could only hope in Luo Chen. Is this your plan? To make me reconcile with this girl? Bibidong certainly didn't believe that Luo Chen would harm Kyan Ringsu. But the fourth spirit ring of the 10,000 year spirit ring. It exceeded Kyan Ringsu's third spirit ring by more than 8,000 years at one time, and it was 5,000 years more than the best age of 5,000 years, which was doubled by 5,000 years. This was really too much. So the only thing Bibidong could think of was that Luo Chen was using this incident to stimulate her and wanted to ease the relationship between mother and daughter. Teacher, I'm serious. However, Luo Chen's answer was beyond Bibidong's expectations. The 10,000 year soul ring contains soul shock. I know this. And because I know this, I want Zuo's fourth soul ring to have the 10,000 year quality. Luo Chen explained. The first 3 soul rings mainly strengthened the body. Zuo has missed this aspect. Fortunately, starting from the 4th soul ring, the soul of the soul master begins to have the opportunity to cleanse and temper. For Kyan Ringsu, who is bound to become a god, soul power is the top priority. The body is nothing to the angel Zuo in the later stage. For ordinary soul masters, the 4th soul ring is at most 5,000 years and has not yet reached the level of soul tempering. Kyan Ringsu has already lost in the first 3 soul rings, so starting from the soul tempering, she must make up for the lost part of the qualifications. I have seen the divine test in the inheritance of the Kyan family, which mentioned the reward for increasing the age of the spirit ring. Everyone present was the backbone and future of the spirit hall, so Luo Chen had nothing to worry about. According to the records, when a spirit master passes the angel divine test, the process of increasing the age of the spirit ring is extremely peaceful. This is unreasonable. Luo Chen's understanding of spirit rings is far more than just energy and spirit skills. He believes that every time a spirit master adds a spirit ring, it is an experience. A double tempering of the body and the soul. If the improvement of the spirit ring does not contain pain and pressure, but is an extremely smooth increase in energy, then this is completely putting the cart before the horse. The 9th spirit ring is red, and the 9th spirit ring is black. The potential of the two is completely different. Luo Chen first looked at the golden crocodile Douluo, and then looked at the other 3 worshippers. Grandpa Golden Crocodile has a 100,000 year spirit ring, and he must be clear about this. It was the 100,000 year spirit ring that came first, and the spirit master gained higher potential with this spirit ring. Or is it that the physical and spiritual enhancement brought by the 100,000 year spirit ring to the spirit master makes them qualified to climb to a higher realm? Luo Chen believes that the latter is the essence of the 100,000 year spirit ring to improve qualifications. This also explains why not everyone can attach a 100,000 year spirit ring. Only after overcoming the pressure can you get a red spirit ring. This is a selection. Luo Chen said the 100,000 year spirit ring will develop the potential of the spirit master. If all the potential is stimulated, the body still cannot withstand the red spirit ring, and it will explode and die. The former only supplements the energy, and only the latter can bring a baptism to the spirit master that is no less than a rebirth. Indeed. Golden Crocodile Douluo said, the process of absorbing 100,000 year spirit ring is like a purgatory. Then, teacher, I didn't go through the test. Teacher, you are different. Luo Chen smiled bitterly. I have said that the absorption of 100,000 year spirit ring is essentially a test, and its result is to improve the root bone qualification of the spirit master. The spirit master and the martial spirit complement each other. No matter which side is strengthened, it will be reflected in the other side. With the help of the power of ascension, Bibidong's martial spirit has evolved into a god-level martial spirit. Is the test of the 100,000 year spirit ring still necessary? To put it bluntly, Bibidong's qualifications have long surpassed the limit of Douluo Continent. The strength of her soul and body is not something that can be shaken by a mere red spirit ring. In this state, absorbing a 100,000 year spirit ring is naturally as simple as eating and drinking water. So, Xiaochan, your sun disk is really, at the end. Golden Crocodile Douluo could only sigh at the abnormality of the sun disk. This martial soul directly ignored many processes and gave a qualitative change without damaging the soul master's foundation. That's why it's called ascension. Bibidong showed a proud look. My Xiaochan is so awesome. The sun disk is your martial soul. Xiaochan's is mine, isn't it? Bibidong retorted to Golden Crocodile Douluo without hesitation. I think you are just jealous. Jealous? Ha. Golden Crocodile Douluo, why don't you say that you are lucky? Look how proud you are. Old thing, are you looking for a fight? Unknowingly, Golden Crocodile Douluo and Bibidong started their daily quarrels again. As for Qian Rinxu's matter, Luo Chen has said this, what else can Bibidong do? The 4th soul ring of 10,000 years is a tempering of Qian Rinxu's soul, which will bring great pain. But since Luo Chen dared to let Qian Rinxu challenge, he must be absolutely sure. Zua, don't be afraid, just do your best. Yes. Luo Chen's words gave Qian Rinxu great courage. I won't let you down. If she was just angry with Bibidong before, now, she really didn't want to disappoint Luo Chen's expectations. Soon, Ghost Douluo started looking for the soul beasts needed by the 3 women in the forest at a supernatural speed. The first was the King Kong Violent Bear. There were many of these soul beasts, so Ghost Douluo only spent a little effort to bring back a King Kong Violent Bear with a cultivation of 1,300 years for Jinshan Iao. 1,300 years. Golden Crocodile Douluo was a little worried, and he hesitated several times. But when he thought that even Qian Rinxu had to face such a danger, Golden Crocodile Douluo couldn't speak. Grandpa, I'm not afraid. Why are you afraid? Jinshan Iao was dissatisfied with his grandfather's attitude. Do you think I can't even absorb a 1,000-year soul ring? Do you look down on me? Grandpa, that's not what I mean. Then smile for Jaoa. In front of his granddaughter, Golden Crocodile Douluo didn't have the slightest bit of arrogance. he turned directly into a miserable granddaughter slave, revealing a smile that was uglier than crying. Hey, Jinsha Niao turned his face away in disdain. Grandpa, are you going to scare the little kid to death? Puff. Bibi Dong heard the conversation between the grandfather and grandson nearby and laughed mercilessly. This laughter was not very harmful, but it was extremely insulting. Don't worry, Grandpa Golden Crocodile, I will help Xiao Jiao test it now. Luo Chen summoned the sun disk and walked towards the King Kong violent bear. Swish. In an instant, Golden Crocodile Douluo and Bibi Dong, who were still playing tricks, looked at each other at the same time. Two earth-shattering spirit powers suddenly enveloped the already weak King Kong violent bear and directly crushed it to the point where it lost half its life. Protect Xiao Chen. Bibi Dong didn't need to say more. Juji Ui Douluo had already stood beside Luo Chen. This is too. Luo Chen didn't know how to comment. King Kong violent bear, I'm a 1000-year-old spirit beast, and 2 peak spirit masters have taken action to suppress it, and the 2 titles are eyeing it covetously. What virtue and ability does it have? Exclamation mark. Bear it for a while. Luo Chen stood on the giant beast that was still nearly 2 people tall, even when it was lying down, and he gently stroked the other's forehead. It will be free soon. The qualification scan of the sun disk began. Soon, Luo Chen obtained the result of the spirit ring adaptation. In the analysis of the qualifications and potential of many things such as martial spirits, spirit beasts, and spirit rings, the sun disk is simply a bug-like existence. The pressure that different spirit beasts can bring to the spirit rings of the same age will also be different. Even if the same King Kong violent bear produced 2 spirit rings of the same age, there would still be differences between them. But this one. Luo Chen put away the sun disk and said to Jinsha Niao, Jiao, give it a quick death. According to the information fed back by the sun disk, after the death of this King Kong violent bear, a 1350-year-old 1000-year soul ring will be born. The soul ring contains a huge amount of energy, and Jinsha Niao's physical fitness can just withstand this pressure. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 62, 15,000 Years 4th Spirit Ring. Here I am, Brother Chen. As soon as the voice fell, Jinsha Niao jumped forward. The girl quickly completed the martial spirit possession, and then stretched out her right hand wrapped in golden soul power, forming a sharp dragon claw. With one strike, she directly killed the dying King Kong violent bear. That neat action, without any hesitation. Jiao, Grandpa, I believe in Brother Chen's judgment just like Sister Zhu. After saying that, Jinsha Niao ignored the worried look of Golden Crocodile Douluo, just sat cross-legged, and began to absorb this soul ring. And the result was not beyond Luo Chen's expectations. Although the process was a little tortuous, Jinsha Niao still successfully absorbed this soul ring. I broke through. Brother Chen, I broke through to the Great Soul Master. The little girl jumped into Luo Chen's arms, and the latter touched her golden hair. Looking at Jinsha Niao's soul power level again, it has broken through from the original level 20 to level 22. Because she had just cultivated to level 20, Jinsha Niao didn't have much accumulation. Under such circumstances, Jinsha Niao was able to upgrade to levels, which shows how much improvement a super year purple soul ring brought her. The second soul ring is a purple 1000-year soul ring. Half an hour later, Jin Crocodile Douluo looked at his granddaughter who stood up again, and was overjoyed. You are worthy of being my granddaughter. Don't you talk. As if he had expected Bibi Dong's sarcasm, Jin Crocodile Douluo interrupted the spell directly, and then quickly took Jinsha Niao to thank Luo Chen. Thanks to Xiao Chen. Don't you know that I hate it most in my life that someone guessed what I was going to say? Bibi Dong, Jin Crocodile, you have already found a way to die. Laughs. Thank you, Brother Chen. Ah, you're welcome. Luo Chen smiled to Jinsha Niao. Congratulations, Jiao, for reaching level 22 at the age of 7. I can't wait to see how strong you will become in the future. The little girl rubbed her pretty nose and smiled brightly. I will never let Brother Chen down, Joa. I want to be Brother Chen's gold medal fighter in the future. Gold medal fighter. Luo Chen always felt that he was a big brother in society, and Jinchai Niao, a total little gangster. Girl, what is your second soul skill? Oh. Jinchai Niao quickly summoned his 2 soul rings, one yellow and one purple. Even the worshippers were a little envious. My second soul skill is called the Holy Crocodile Roar, which can fuse strength and soul power, and then release it outward in the form of sound waves, while increasing its own strength by 50%. Which one comes first? Without waiting for everyone to cite the excellence of this soul skill, Luo Chen suddenly asked, do you increase the strength first, then release the roar, or will the strength increase after the roar? This is very important, as it concerns whether the 50% bonus can be superimposed on the roar. After being reminded by Luo Chen, everyone immediately realized, and Jinchai Niao replied a little disappointedly, yes, it is to roar first, and then increase the strength. Why are you so disappointed? Luo Chen patted Jinchai Niao's little head and smiled. Since the strength is increased after the roar, why not roar a second time? That's right. Although the second roar will not increase the strength by 50%, this move will be stronger than the previous roar. To some extent, it also has the benefit of being hard to defend against. But that's all. Luo Chen said lightly, I will help you analyze this soul skill later, Joa, so that you can freely control strength, soul power, and sound waves, and no longer be bound by fixed moves. Oh. Jinchai Niao looked at Luo Chen with admiration, thinking, what a soul skill, it's really weak. I still have to look at my brother Chen. Brother Chen is the best in the world. Next is Ulina's second soul ring, which is also purple, and comes from a 1400-year-old silver moon wolf. The soul skill is mental strengthening. The effect is to first increase the mental power of the self by 20%, and then materialize the mental power to attack the enemy in the form of invisible impact. Well, it's a very good soul skill. Luo Chen touched Hulina's head. Next, it's Zua's soul ring. Huh, that's it? Hulina felt that her role seemed too fleeting. No, can't I do more? Well, after the little fox absorbed the spirit ring, its spirit power increased from level 20 to level 23, which is one level higher than the golden sky key. This is because Hulina practiced for several more months. After reaching the bottleneck, Luo Chen, it's really gone this time. Hulina, crying oh ghost elder, have you encountered a suitable spirit beast before? Luo Chen, light attribute and fire attribute, both are fine. Yes. When the ghost was looking for the silver moon wolf before, he found a Yaoguang Pegasus. Looking at the cultivation level, it should have reached 15,000 years. 15,000-year-old Yaoguang Pegasus. Bibi Dong and Golden Crocodile Douluo exclaimed at the same time, and then they said, no, I don't agree. This time, Bibi Dong was really panicked. When she looked at Kan Ringsu, she found that the little girl had tears in her eyes, and was obviously moved by her mother's worry. I knew it. I knew that my mother must love me. Resisting the urge to cry, Kan Ringsu asked, Xiaochen, can I really do this? She couldn't let Luo Chen down. She couldn't let her mother down either. 15,000 years is 15,000 years. For my mother and Xiaochen, no matter how dangerous it is, I'm not afraid. 15,000 years is a full 10,000 years longer than her third soul ring, and it's the soul ring of a powerful soul beast like Yaoguang Pegasus. With Kan Ringsu's ability, the probability of successfully absorbing the soul shock contained in it is really not high. After all, the sixth soul ring under normal circumstances is only 20,000 years, and the fifth soul ring is only 12,000 years. Kan Ringsu is going to challenge the soul shock of the Soul Emperor at the fourth soul ring. Zua, don't be anxious. You're making me want you to die. Luo Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He wasn't crazy enough to let Kan Ringsu take such a life or death risk. Let me judge first. The attributes of this Yaoguang Pegasus are indeed very good, but the spirit ring it produces, Zua, you may not be able to bear it. Since Luo Chen dared to let Kan Ringsu go, he naturally had his confidence. First of all, the sun disk is of great help in the problem of soul shock. Compared with this, the physical aspect is not a big problem. With Kyan Rinxu's god-level martial spirit's physique, plus the continuous polishing over the past year, Luo Chen is confident that she can absorb the 10,000-year spirit ring at the 4th spirit ring. The question now is whether Kyan Rinxu can withstand this 15,000-year soul shock. Hiss as Luo Chen approached, Yao Guang Pegasus raised its head and neighed threateningly. Quiet. A flash of blood red flashed across Baby Dong's purple eyes, and the terrifying killing god domain instantly suppressed Yao Guang Xianme. Okay, Xiaochen, you can check it without worry. Baby Dong did not hold back at all when it came to her daughter's safety. That terrifying mental power shocked Yao Guang Xianme half to death on the spot. Teacher, take it easy, don't kill it. As he spoke, Luo Chen summoned the sun disk again. He first observed the physical requirements. After matching it with Kyan Rinxu's current state, Luo Chen nodded. There is no problem with the physical condition. With Zuo's current physical strength, she can completely absorb this spirit ring. Kyan Rinxu is so terrifying now. Not to mention 15,000 years. Even if it's 18,000 years, she can still absorb it by force. At most, she will be injured and need to rest for a while. Although it has not reached Zuo's limit, there is no need to care about that. Luo Chen said, as for the soul, teacher, my martial soul can share the extra part of the soul impact for Zuo. Xiaochen, what do you mean? Bibi Dong was overjoyed, and she secretly blamed herself for not trusting her disciple. There was no way, it really involved her own daughter, and she was too concerned. Kyan Rinxu, yes, I'm too concerned. My mother cares about me. Zuo, you just need to resist the soul impact as much as possible later. Leave the rest to me. Luo Chen said that the essence of soul impact is a sharpening of the soul master. The longer you persist, the greater the benefits you will get. Of course, for others, there is no such thing as giving up halfway, because the result of not persisting is basically death. Only Luo Chen can even interfere with the soul master's absorption of soul rings. I know. Kyan Rinxu trusted Luo Chen unconditionally. She stepped forward to kill Yao Guang Pegasus, then sat down and began to absorb this 10,000-year soul ring. Kyan Rinxu showed a painful expression almost at the beginning of the absorption. Her eyebrows were furrowed, and fine cold sweat oozed from her forehead. Her whole body was trembling slightly because of the tearing pain. But Kyan Rinxu was not afraid at all, just because Luo Chen was by her side. Hold on, Zuo. Under the worried eyes of everyone, Luo Chen summoned the first martial spirit, the Heavenly Star Crown, and then manipulated it to wear it on Kyan Rinxu's head. He did not lie when he said he had a way before, but just concealed some details. For example, it was not the sun disk that really worked, but the Heavenly Star Crown. What is this? Bibi Dong looked nervous, and Luo Chen said, teacher, don't worry, Zuo can still hold on. If she really can't hold on, I will take action. Yes. Bibi Dong calmed down, and then accompanied Luo Chen, waiting for Kyan Rinxu to absorb the spirit ring. At this moment, Bibi Dong found that she really cared about her daughter Kyan Rinxu. Her safety, her attitude, her choice. Am I wrong? Inexplicably, Bibi Dong began to reflect on her attitude towards Kyan Rinxu. Perhaps, I shouldn't blame Kyan Zhengzhi's mistakes on her. Zuo didn't do anything. She is innocent. The more she worried, the more anxious Bibi Dong became. Gradually, she remembered that when the little angel was 6 years old and had just awakened her martial spirit, she happily came to her to share her joy. Alas. Thinking of how she had hurt her daughter time and time again, Bibi Dong sighed. In the future, give this child more compensation. Apostrophe. Chapter 63 Naya, get down for me. In the chaotic soul world, Kyan Rinxu was emitting dazzling golden light and was fighting a desperate battle with the invaders who broke into this world. At this moment, the girl's snow-white cheeks, neck, and limbs were covered with cracks. This was the manifestation of a wounded soul. Under the impact of the soul of Guangao Pegasus, Kyan Rinxu was under tremendous pressure all the time. Mentally and willfully, Kyan Rinxu must firmly believe that she can win and must not reveal any flaws in her heart. If she were a soul king now, then the powerful soul power would be enough to offset most of the impact. But now, Kyan Rinxu can be said to have directly exposed her most painful memories to the intruder's horse hooves. Fortunately, whenever her soul loopholes were hit by Yaoguang Pegasus, a tall figure would protect Kyan Rinxu and prevent her from being hurt. Kyan Rinxu thought that Luo Chen was helping her, but in fact, Luo Chen never took action from beginning to end. The reason for this is that Kyan Rinxu subconsciously regards Luo Chen as the guardian of her soul. The words "I will be by your side" gave Kyan Rinxu great strength. Even though the loophole in her soul was discovered by Yaoguang Xianme, Kyan Rinxu still firmly believed in Luo Chen, believing that as long as he was there, she would be fearless. "I won't lose." Kyan Rinxu wiped the stains on her face and attacked Yaoguang Xianme again. "I will prove to my mother that I, Kyan Rinxu, am the only one who deserves Xiachen." Just like that, half an hour passed. An hour passed. For 3 hours, Luo Chen and others just quietly waited for Kyan Rinxu to absorb the soul ring, not daring to disturb her in the slightest. 12,000 years. Suddenly, the gems on the crown of the celestial star began to glow, and the gems of different colors kept flashing, as if conveying some message to Luo Chen. Enough. Luo Chen knew that Kyan Rinxu had reached her limit. The soul shock of 15,000 years is not something Kyan Rinxu can bear now. Her real limit now is 12,000 years, so there is still 3,000 years left. "Zuo, you did very well." Luo Chen was very satisfied with Kyan Rinxu's performance. "I will help you bear the next 3,000 years. Hiss. In the martial soul space, Guangao Pegasus, who had already gained the upper hand in the fight with Kyan Rinxu, suddenly disappeared in front of the little angel. This strange scene made Kyan Rinxu's consciousness stand there. Kyan Rinxu endured the pain in her soul and did not relax her vigilance, still guarding against the sudden attack of Yaoguang Pegasus. However, after a long time, Kyan Rinxu did not feel the soul fluctuations of Yaoguang Pegasus again. What happened? Kyan Rinxu stared blankly at her soul space. Could it be that Xiachen took action? It was me. Suddenly, Luo Chen's voice echoed in Kyan Rinxu's soul world. "Zuo, you didn't let me down. You have survived the soul shock for 12,000 years. Okay, Zuo, calm your mind. Luo Chen, take good care of the benefits of this first soul baptism." "Yes." Kyan Rinxu didn't think about it anymore and quickly immersed herself in her spirit and began to comprehend. At the same time, in Luo Chen's martial soul space, Yaoguang Pegasus was floating stupidly. Yaoguang Pegasus looked at the scene in front of him. The originally grey soul space had disappeared, and instead, there was a bright and boundless sea of stars. "You can't even take down a pony like this." Nana's dissatisfied voice came from afar. "Bibi Dong and her daughter are just as useless as I thought." Hissid was stunned for a moment, and then it rushed towards the only two figures not far away with a strong resentment. No matter who they are. Anyway, as long as they appear in front of it, they are all its enemies. And the enemy must be eliminated. "Do you need my help?" "No. A mere 10,000-year soul beast. Who allowed you to yell at me?" Nana's whole body burst into dazzling rainbow light, and various elements surrounded her. Then, a huge silver-white dragon was seen hanging in the star realm, overlooking the soul of Yaoguang Pegasus. Hiss. So, Yaoguang Pegasus stopped in its galloping, and looked at the behemoth in front of it in horror. It remembered that it was fighting with the soul of a human little girl. But in the blink of an eye, it came to this world inexplicably. Look at the silver dragon in front of it. "No, what's going on? Changing the venue is fine, but why do you need to change Pokemon?" Kyan Rinxu, a Yin, and Nana. 1 against 3, and it's a round-robin battle. That's too much. After a fierce battle, the soul energy of the Radiant Pegasus is only 3,000 years. It is extremely weak. How could it be a match for Nana? Nana didn't even attack, and the vast dragon power alone has suppressed the soul of the Radiant Pegasus in place, unable to move. "Nana, don't hurt it," Luo Chen said, and controlled the residual soul of the Radiant Pegasus in his hand with the appearance of the star-forging Dragon King. This scene completely frightened the Radiant Pegasus. The pony trembled. If it wasn't in the current soul state, it would have cried directly. "Don't be afraid," Luo Chen said in the gentlest tone possible. "There is no grudge between you and me, and I shouldn't kill you. But it is natural for soul masters to hunt soul beasts, and Luo Chen can't stop it. I want to make a deal with you. Luo Chen said, give me the remaining soul energy, and I will keep your true spirit. When I become a god, I will reshape your body for you. Why bother so much? Just kill it directly. Nada was very murderous, and she did not regard the Yaoguang Pegasus in front of her as her own kind. To put it bluntly, soul beasts have a food chain, and Yaoguang Pegasus is no different from food in Nada's eyes. Nada, I think it's quite pitiful. Yin was kind-hearted, and she actually supported Luo Chen's approach. Obviously, he could have ignored Yaoguang Pegasus's thoughts and let Nada kill it directly, but Luo Chen did not do so. So after some negotiations, Yaoguang Pegasus agreed to Luo Chen's request. Its spirit body began to dissipate, and its consciousness fell into a deep sleep, leaving only a true spirit flying to the sky and turning into a star in the night sky. In addition to being the place where the star spirits live, Luo Chen's martial soul space also has the function of storing souls. Just like what parents told their children when they were young, people will become stars in the sky after they die. The heavenly star crown perfectly reproduced this beautiful lie. Is this soul energy? Luo Chen carefully sensed the energy left by the Yaoguang Pegasus. When he hunted the colorful winged butterfly before, he had absorbed its soul ring into the Wuhan space. Because Luo Chen absorbed the soul ring of the colorful winged butterfly, he just let it dissipate on its own in the Wuhan space. However, the soul ring of the colorful winged butterfly only has a soul, but no soul energy, let alone memories. According to Luo Chen's judgment, in order to retain soul energy after death, at least 10,000 years of cultivation is required. Once soul beasts with less than 10,000 years and ordinary humans die, their souls will be pulled to an unknown space by some force. Even gods are no exception to this. After losing their divine power, they are also unable to resist the raw power from that space. Could it be that that space is the so-called underworld? Recalling the fleeting pulling feeling after Yaoguang Pegasus separated the soul energy, Luo Chen had some enlightenment in his heart. Over the past year, Luo Chen discovered that the starry sky connected to his heavenly star crown was far from being as simple as it seemed. If Luo Chen's guess was correct, the souls of the Douluo plane may have escaped the control of the underworld. From the moment Luo Chen awakened his martial soul, the souls of all the dead would turn into stars in his martial soul space. Although Luo Chen couldn't do anything now, but when he became a god, these souls would become the cornerstone of the new world. Reincarnation without external interference, controlling the transformation of life and death. At that moment, Luo Chen had such an idea, Douluo world will become my own. Forget it, I'm not qualified to think about this kind of thing now. Luo Chen threw the idea behind him, and he began to refine the soul energy of 3,000 years of cultivation in his palm, turning it into nutrients. Then he injected it into Qian Ringsu's body through the heavenly star crown. Qian Ringsu, who had experienced a lot of fighting, was originally very tired. However, at this moment, a stream of extremely pure soul energy began to flow into her body, nourishing her injured soul. It's the Qian. Qian Ringsu thought of Luo Chen. Is this the reason why you specially chose a soul ring that exceeds my tolerance? Before, Qian Ringsu tried her best to resist the soul impact of Yaoguang Pegasus. Her soul was greatly traumatized. But with the influx of 3,000 years of soul energy, Qian Ringsu suddenly became much more energetic and no longer weak. Thank you. Qian Ringsu didn't want to disappoint Luo Chen's kindness. She calmed down and quickly absorbed the soul energy to repair her injuries. With our strength, even if we have another 10,000 years of cultivation, we can help her solve it, right? Yin didn't quite understand Luo Chen's idea. Why not choose a 20,000 year soul ring? The support of the heavenly star crown is not unlimited. This approach is essentially Luo Chen taking Yin and Anna to help Qian Ringsu fight monsters. And just another 10,000 years. To be honest, the pressure is not that great. Because it's meaningless. Luo Chen shook his head and explained the key to Yin. Soul shock will increase the upper limit of the soul master's soul strength, and the soul shock we defeated can only be used for nourishment. In terms of data, suppose Zua's original soul is 100 hundredths. Then after absorbing the soul ring, it will become 100 over 112. The extra 12 points of upper limit here are the benefits she got from the soul shock. After Luo Chen gave 3000 years of soul energy to Kan Ringsu, it changed from 100/112 to 112/112. This is the disadvantage of having outsiders help. It seems that the soul energy is abundant, but in fact the upper limit of strength has not changed at all. No need to study the data in detail, just as an analogy. Chapter 64 The Huo brothers and sisters and Fengzai Ocean. Choose 15,000 years or 20,000 years. Luo Chen said, the final result is just from 112/112 to 200/112. And the extra 88 is not long lasting. At most 1 hour, Kan Ringsu's soul will return to 112/112. So the best use of these soul energies is to repair soul damage and replenish the consumed soul energy as soon as possible. In reality, after absorbing the soul ring and getting 3000 years of soul energy, Kan Ringsu slowly opened her eyes. Xiaoxu. Seeing Kan Ringsu wake up, Bibi Dong was the first to step forward to check. How do you feel? Are you feeling uncomfortable? This sudden concern surprised Kan Ringsu. When she reacted, she almost couldn't help crying again. Mom. Thousands of words, but only this call from the heart. Ahem. Bibi Dong seemed to realize her actions, and she quickly straightened her face. It seems that you are lucky. Being able to absorb the 10,000 year soul ring at the 4th soul ring and receive the soul baptism in advance will be of great benefit to your future cultivation. Bibi Dong's tone was a little unnatural, and she began to try her best to save her face. By the way, your current soul power. I'm now level 45 soul master, mother. Kan Ringsu didn't dare to be too presumptuous. As long as she was sure that her mother had her in her heart, the little angel would be satisfied. Moreover, looking at Bibi Dong's flustered look, inexplicably, Kan Ringsu thought her mother was so cute. 10-year-old soul master. Bibi Dong pretended to be calm, but in fact she was happy for Kan Ringsu in her heart. The benefits of absorbing the 10,000 year soul ring beyond the age limit to Kan Ringsu were too great. She had already accumulated more than one level of soul power, and the 15,000 year soul ring provided her with more than 3 levels. The combination of the two actually allowed Kan Ringsu to reach level 45. Tell me about your 4th soul skill. Seeing her mother change the subject, Kan Ringsu did not push the issue any further and quickly explained, my 4th soul skill is called Angel's Descent. Sure enough, Bibi Dong knew the effect of this soul skill without Kan Ringsu's introduction. Angel's Descent can summon an angel phantom floating behind her. The golden light it emits has 2 extreme powers, sacredness and fire. Under the light of the angel, the speed of all enemies will be greatly reduced, and the soul power will be continuously purified. Kan Ringsu said, at the same time, my soul power will be continuously restored, and the speed will be increased by another 45%. Not only that, the speed bonus of the 3rd soul skill will continue to increase with the level, and will eventually reach 99%. Is it different from that, guys? Bibi Dong said with emotion. It seems that this is a change brought by the super year soul ring. Well, it's a good effect. Luo Chen asked Kan Ringsu to perform the 4th soul skill. I received the soul skill, and I will help you modify it after I go back. Everyone has long been accustomed to it, so they subconsciously pretended not to hear it. Next is your soul ring, Xiaochen. Bibi Dong said, Xiaochen, the teacher means that we should wait until we come back from hunting 100,000 year soul beast before adding it. She will first bring back the 100,000 year soul bone to improve Luo Chen's physique, then absorb the 3rd soul ring. The soul power improvement brought by the soul bone is not limited to 30%. It will have the same effect, whether it is absorbed early or late. Okay. Luo Chen had no reason to refuse. So, under Bibi Dong's arrangement, Luo Chen, Kan Ringsu, Hulina and Jinsha Niao will stay in this small city. Also staying are the 3 priests Qianjun, Jiangmo and Guangling. Let's go back. Guangling Douluo stood in front of the 4 little ones. With his appearance, he could definitely play the role of the eldest brother of the 5-man team. Qianjun and Jiangmo hid around to prevent anyone from setting up an ambush on the way back. Brother, I've made a breakthrough. On the way, Luo Chen and others met a team hunting soul beasts on the outskirts of the forest. There were 4 people in this team, except for the leader. who was a middle-aged man in his 40s. The other 3 were children. The middle-aged man was burly and had a head of flamboyant red hair that moved without wind. He was the Dean of Blazing Academy, the 73rd level Soul Saint Huo Zhu. The 3 children around him, the oldest was Feng Xiaoshan. The other 2 younger ones were his son and daughter, Huo Washang and Huo Wu. Soul Saint, Qianjun Jiang Mo Douluo, who was protecting him secretly, noticed Huo Zhu's soul power level. He should be bringing his juniors to hunt soul rings. Less trouble is worse than more trouble. 5th brother, don't provoke them. The 2 didn't pay much attention. A mere soul saint was not taken seriously by them. Understood. Listening to the 2 people's voice transmission, Guangling Douluo understood and passed by them with the 4 children. People from the spirit hall. Huo Zhu also noticed the clothes of Guangling and others. The spirit hall logo on their clothes was particularly eye-catching. He was surprised at the age of this group of people. Guangling looked like a teenager of 13 or 14 years old. After Qian Ringsu noticed someone, she immediately put on her disguise and changed into Xiangsu's appearance. Looking at the age of these 3 children, they should be about the same age as Washang and Wu. Huo Washang is 8 years old this year, 1 year older than Huo Wu, and Feng Xiaoshan is 11 years old this year, a little older than Qian Ringsu. Despite this, the gap between the soul power of the 3 and Luo Chen's team can be said to be a world of difference. Feng Xiaoshan, 11 years old 25th level Great Soul Master. Huo Washang, 8 years old 14th level Soul Master. Huo Wu, 7 years old 11th level Soul Master. This time they came here from Blazing Fire City, just to help Huo Wu get her first soul ring. But it was obvious that neither side had the intention to greet each other. Dad, what's wrong? Huo Wu saw Huo Zhu in a daze, blinking his cute big eyes, and asked curiously, who are they? Spirit Hall. Spirit Hall? Feng Xiaoshan was different from the 2 siblings. He was older, so he knew what the Spirit Hall meant to the Spirit Master world. Dad, Huo Washang said, compared to us, how is their cultivation? Huo Zhu's face was a little solemn. It is not that simple to judge the soul power, unless Huo Zhu releases soul power pressure on the 5 people, so as to force out their body protection soul power. Then through the collision of the 2 soul powers, the gap between the 2 sides can be judged. But this behavior is no different from provocation. Huo Zhu is not afraid of the 5 boys and girls, but the power of the Spirit Hall is too great, and their Blazing Fire Academy can never afford to offend. To put it bluntly, the Spirit Hall can send a titled Douluo to destroy the Blazing Fire Academy, and the white-haired boy in the lead. To be honest, Huo Zhu can't understand this boy. What a terrible soul power. Recalling the feeling the other party gave him before, it was just a glance when they passed by, but it made him, a soul saint, feel a sense of horror. Huo Zhu had never experienced the sense of crisis, as if he was stared at by a prehistoric beast, with his hair standing on end. 5th Grandpa, did you attack him? I just scared him a little. Guangling Douluo shrugged and said indifferently, this will better avoid trouble. Xiaochen, do you think 5th Grandpa shouldn't do this? Guangling Douluo pouted, I haven't been out for a long time, and I don't know much about the current atmosphere. If there is anything wrong, you must remind Grandpa. No. Luo Chen smiled and said, it's better to just scare him directly. Oh, that's good, that's good. Guangling Douluo patted his chest playfully, I thought I did something wrong. Xiaochen, you said that, I feel relieved. Everyone in the Spirit Hall doesn't know Luo Chen's wisdom. So far, Luo Chen's words have never been wrong. Moreover, just before everyone separated, Bibi Dong and Golden Crocodile Douluo clearly told the 3 priests. Next, you all have to listen to Xiaochen's instructions. On the premise of ensuring the safety of this child, you must do whatever he tells you to do. I can only say that he is worthy of being the group darling of the Spirit Hall. If something really happens, let Luo Chen give orders, and see if Bibi Dong and Qian Daoliu will refuse. Anyway, as long as you can't kill them, then kill them. Anyway, the 2 immediate superiors dared to take the Spirit Hall's 10,000 years of accumulation and let Luo Chen squander it. But I have a hunch that I will meet them again later. Huh. Guangling Douluo was stunned for a moment, and he looked back at Huo Zhu and others. Although the traces behind him were blocked by trees, the figures of the 4 people of Chihuo were reflected in Guangling Daoluo's eyes. It's not what you think. 5th Grandpa. HMM. This is just a small town. Luo Chen said. I see their temperament. They don't look like ordinary spirit masters. So there is a high probability that we will stay in the same hotel. The result was just as Luo Chen guessed. Not long after, just as Luo Chen and the others returned to their rooms, Huo Zhu brought the 3 children into the Tulip Hotel. Is it so accurate? On the roof of the restaurant, Qianjun Douluo and Jiang Mo Douluo sensed Huo Zhu and the other 4 who walked into the lobby on the 1st floor and didn't know what to say. According to Qianjun, this is the most basic judgment. The most basic. Qianjun Douluo sighed. As I get older, my brain is really getting less and less effective. No comparison, no comparison. Jiang Mo Douluo echoed. We are just some reckless men. Fighting and killing is fine, but using our brains? TSK 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 TSK. Really here? Jinshai Niao was also equally curious. The girl was seen holding the railing on the 2nd floor with both hands, looking at the 3 people of the same age with interest. In the laughter, the girl showed a pair of cute white tiger teeth. Don't be nosy, Joa. Qian Ringsu didn't want to cause trouble, but Luo Chen shook his head. It doesn't matter, as long as you and I, Brother Zhu, are not exposed, there will be no problem for others. Is it okay, Brother Chen? Jinshai Niao used to be quite unruly, but under Luo Chen's discipline, she would not provoke Kanghu Academy for no reason like Dame Yubei. So without Luo Chen's permission, Jinshai Niao would at most say a few words in private. She is not a stupid girl who will cause trouble for Luo Chen. Chapter 65. First Showdown. It just so happens that I also want to see the strength of the new generation of soul masters outside the spirit hall. Luo Chen, remember to be careful when you attack. Joa. Oh. Jinshai Niao playfully stuck out his tongue and then successfully got Luo Chen's head pat. By the way, the 3 boys and girls, the 2 younger ones, the elder brother is level 13 and the innate soul power is level 8. The younger sister is level 11 and the innate soul power is level 8.5. With Luo Chen's control over the sun disk, even if he doesn't release it, as long as he stands nearby, he can sense the qualifications of the soul master. As for the oldest one, Luo Chen exclaimed softly. He opened his eyes, and his eyes were full of interest. A level 25 great soul master, and he is actually a genius with full innate soul power. He has not read the original work, nor has he watched the soul master duel in the anime, so he is particularly unfamiliar with the 3 people. However, Luo Chen felt vaguely familiar with the red-haired little loli. But now, as Feng Xiaoshan's innate full soul power came out, Luo Chen immediately thought of his identity, the Swiftwind Demon Wolf Martial Spirit, and the innate full soul power. This young man should be Feng Xiaoshan. Luo Chen had heard people talk about the character Feng Xiaoshan in his previous life. He was one of the only few innate full soul power in the first part of Douluo, but because he was Huo Wu's bootliker for several years, his cultivation was abandoned. He clearly had a level 10 soul power when he awakened, but when he was 24 years old, he was only level 44. Luo Chen guessed that there were 2 possibilities for this. One is that he fell in love with Huo Wu from the Blazing Academy, and in order not to leave her too far behind, he deliberately suppressed his cultivation speed. In addition, he spent a lot of energy on developing his own soul skills, and missed the best time to practice. Level 25. Hulina recalled Feng Xiaoshan's appearance. He looks about the same age as Aksu. That's it? It's no wonder that Hulina looked down on Feng Xiaoshan. It's really that her current strength is far superior to her at the same time in the original work. Little Fox, 7 years old, level 23 Great Spirit Master. Little Crocodile, 7 years old, level 22 Great Spirit Master. Hulina and Jinshai Niao dare not say that they can beat Feng Xiaoshan in 1 second, but they will definitely beat him. After all, they have 2 extreme attributes. If Feng Xiaoshan touches them, they will be considered useless. I'm not interested in him. Qian Ringsu stood beside Luo Chen very proudly and handed him a cup of tea. If you want to play, go and play by yourself. I'm not interested either. Hulina didn't care either, and she couldn't leave Kyan Ringsu and Luo Chen alone. Haha. Jinsha Niao, then I'll go. Joa, wait, I'll go with you too. Seeing Luo Chen follow Jinsha Niao out, the two girls were speechless. What's going on? Luo Chen didn't stay in the room, so what were they arguing about? Me, I'll go too. And me. So, Kyan Ringsu and Hulina simply ignored what they had just said, and followed Luo Chen's footsteps. Why? Kyan Ringsu was a little puzzled. In her impression, Luo Chen should not be a person who likes to show off. Too many cards in hand. Luo Chen and Kyan Ringsu will definitely not be exposed. It's time to play a few cards appropriately. In fact, excluding Luo Chen and Kyan Ringsu, it is not a bad thing to reveal some of Jinsha Niao and Hulina's information to outsiders. On the contrary, it can increase the self-confidence of the disciples of the Spirit Hall. At any time, appropriate deterrence is always indispensable. In this case, Hulina smiled and pointed at herself. Should I try it too? Nana, you don't have to. Luo Chen, the pressure from Joa is not small. If you are added, I'm afraid it will be counterproductive. He knew the purpose of Jinsha Niao's doing this. The entire Spirit Hall now has 3 cards. Jinsha Niao, Hulina, Yan, Xiaoyu, Wangsheng. These new generations represent the future of the Spirit Hall in plain sight. Bibi Dong and Kyan Ringsu, 2 geniuses with the appearance of becoming gods, have the potential to unify the entire Douluo. Finally, and most importantly, Luo Chen. Even if the first and second cards have problems, as long as Luo Chen is still there, the Spirit Hall will be able to turn the tide. Jinsha Niao and Hulina have been prepared for a long time. In order to protect Luo Chen, they will attract more attention and take on all the risks. While the 3 of them were talking, they came to the corridor on the 2nd floor and then saw the blonde lolly jumping down from the 2nd floor. Are you also Soul Masters? My name is Jinsha Niao, a level 22 combat Soul Master. After landing, Jinsha Niao directly set his sights on Feng Xiaoshan. Do you want to fight with me? In this era, it is extremely normal for Soul Masters to duel and spar. As long as no one is killed or disabled, it is an entertainment activity between Soul Masters, just like a Pokemon battle. Shorts boy, when the trainers look at each other, they will fight. Luo Chen, it's decided to be you, Xiaoyu. Great Soul Master. Feng Xiaoshan didn't react yet, but the brothers and sisters of the Huo family showed incredible eyes. Really? Huo Wu questioned. You look about the same age as me, and you are a great Soul Master now? This time, even Huo Zhu frowned. There was nothing he could do. Jinsha Niao was just too young. A little girl of 7 or 8 years old. At most she could only practice for 2 years. Even if she was calculated, based on her innate full soul power, 2 years would not be enough for her to practice to level 20, right? Is there such a genius in the new generation of the Spirit Hall? Although Huo Zhu was afraid of the Spirit Hall, he was not in competition with the Spirit Hall like the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect and the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Little girl, how old are you this year? 7 years old. 7. Huo Zhu was obviously frightened. A great Soul Master of 7 years old? Isn't it amazing? Since she had to attract firepower for Luo Chen, Jinsha Niao naturally didn't need to hold back. This lady just broke through, and I want to try the power of my new soul skills. Taking the route of a willful lady, Jinsha Niao said that she was professional. Don't worry, I won't hurt them. This arrogant tone made Huo Wu, who also had a stubborn personality, quite dissatisfied. Who is afraid of who? Wooer. Huo Zhu hurriedly stopped his daughter. Don't be rude. If what Jinsha Niao said was true, he could cultivate to the realm of a 22nd level Great Soul Master at the age of 7. His status in the Spirit Hall was simply unimaginable. What level of genius is this? Even if she is close to 8 years old, she has cultivated to the 22nd level in just 2 years. And this is the slowest case. If Jinsha Niao is only in her early 7s, it means that she has only cultivated for more than 1 year. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could someone in the world improve his soul power by more than 10 levels in just 1 year? Well, what? On the other side, Jinsha Niao looked at Huo Wu in confusion. She took out a lollipop from the storage soul guide and stuffed it into her mouth. Sorry, the person I said I was going to fight with was not you. It was him. Jinchai Niao pointed at Feng Xiaoshan. You have good soul power. Do you want to fight? The kind that stops at a certain point. You. Huo Wu was almost furious when she saw Jinchai Niao's attitude of not taking her seriously. Okay, I'll fight you. Feng Xiaoshan saw that Huo Wu was provoked. He stepped forward and accepted Jinchai Niao's challenge. But I have a condition. If you lose, you have to apologize to Sister Huo Wu. Huh. Jinchai Niao seemed to have some confusion about the logic. What are you apologizing for? What did I do to her? She tried to recall what had just happened, and it seemed that she had only said one sentence to Huo Wu. She just told Huo Wu that she was not going to fight with the other party. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Forget it. Jinchai Niao couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it. I won't lose anyway. But having said that, since you are going to bet with me, Jinchai Niao changed the position of the lollipop from the left to the right. What if you lose? Feng Xiaoshan wanted to propose monetary benefits as a bet. But considering the other party's dress and the wealth of the spirit hall, Feng Xiaoshan asked, what do you want? I don't want anything. Jinchai Niao thought about it and said, how about this? If you lose, call me big sister when you see me in the future. An 11-year-old boy called a 7-year-old little lolly big sister. If this word got out, Feng Xiaoshan would really lose face. Okay. But when he thought of Huo Wu, Feng Xiaoshan no longer hesitated. If I lose, it proves that you are better than me. You are just a big sister. What's there to be afraid of? Crack. Biting the candy in his mouth, Jinchai Niao smiled and said, frankly, let's go out and fight. Okay. Feng Xiaoshan and Jinchai Niao walked out of the hotel and chose an open space not far away. Soon, the two of them set up their positions in the venue. Let me be your referee. Huo Wu stepped forward. The rules adopt the free fighting spirit of the fighting spirit field. Now, both sides have 30 seconds to release their martial spirits. Although the two are young, they have seen other soul masters fighting spirits in the Element City and the Martial Soul City, so they are very clear about the rules. Martial Spirit Possession Two-Headed Swiftwind Demon Wolf. Martial Spirit Possession Golden Holy Crocodile Dragon. So, the boy and girl summoned their martial spirits at the same time. A green two-headed demon wolf phantom wrapped around Feng Xiaoshan, and opposite him, a dazzling golden light enveloped the young blonde girl. As the two martial spirits were possessed, the two soul powers, one blue and one gold, collided with each other like a storm. Boom. What is this? The next moment, Feng Xiaoshan and Huo Wu, who was watching the battle, all felt the domineering power of Jinchai Niao's soul power. The crushing and destruction that was integrated into the soul power was the embodiment of the ultimate power. But before the two of them could wonder, something even more incredible appeared in front of them. Purple soul ring. 1000-year second soul ring. The bright purple second soul ring almost made Huo Wu think he was hallucinating. How did this little girl do it? She actually absorbed the 1000-year soul ring when she was the second soul ring. Is she really that powerful? Huo Wu and Huo Washan were also shocked by Jinchai Niao's strength. The brother and sister realized that what Jinchai Niao said just now was not a provocation, but a true thoughts. Chapter 66. Luo Xiangsu is in place. So strong. Huo Wu looked at Jinchai Niao, who was confronting Feng Xiaoshan, with envy and admiration in her eyes. They were of similar age, but Jinchai Niao was already able to fight Feng Xiaoshan, who was 4 years older than her. With such a huge gap, no matter how proud Huo Wu was, she had to admit, if I had her strength, I would only be more arrogant than her. So heavy. Unlike others, Feng Xiaoshan, who faced Jinchai Niao's soul pressure head on, had no words to express his pain. How could her soul power be so heavy? Feng Xiaoshan had never felt such heavy soul power. It was like a mountain pressing down on him. In this short period of time, just to resist the pressure from Jinchai Niao, Feng Xiaoshan had already used all his strength. Damn it. Gala la in the soul power storm, the ground under Feng Xiaoshan's feet began to crack. What are you doing there? Jinchai Niao grinned. If you are ready, I will attack you. Not good. Can't move. At this moment, Feng Zai Ocean had the illusion of facing a prehistoric beast. Obviously, Jinchai Niao's soul power was not strong, but as the soul pressure of both sides collided, his soul power did not even have the slightest resistance, and was defeated by the girl in front of him in an instant. The gap is too big. Huozu also didn't understand the key here. He wanted to step forward to stop it, but as soon as he moved, a voice sounded beside him. Children are fighting, adults should not interfere. Guangling Douluo stood aside with a smile. Are you right? He raised his hand and wanted to pat Huozu's shoulder. However, due to the height difference, the 5 priests had to settle for the second best and choose the other party's arm. What do you want to do? Huozu's face changed. He subconsciously thought that the spirit hall was going to attack him and others. Don't worry. Guangling Douluo waved his hand and said happily, Jao knows the limit and will not hurt that kid. Huozu wanted to say something, but Jinchai Niao suddenly moved. Roar. Second soul skill, Roar of the Crocodile Dragon. Jinchai Niao's soul power surged, and a huge head that looked like a crocodile and a dragon, condensed by golden soul power, appeared. This roar directly shocked Feng Zai Ocean's mind, and his brain was blank. First soul skill, Bite of the Giant Crocodile. Under the effect of Jinchai Niao's first soul skill, the dragon crocodile head condensed by soul power seemed to be endowed with spirituality. It opened its bloody mouth, let out an earth-shattering roar, and then rushed towards Feng Zai Ocean. Wherever the giant mouth passed, the earth shattered, and sand and rocks flew. As for Feng Zai Ocean, he was still suppressed by Jinchai Niao's second soul skill, and could not react at all. Zai Ocean, be careful. Huozu wanted to remind him, but the power of this soul skill was too terrifying. How could this happen? After barely waking up from the roar, Feng Zai Ocean was frightened, and sweated coldly when he saw the huge mouth of the abyss in front of him. What should I do? Feng Zai Ocean felt that he was fixed in place by an invisible force. He couldn't move forward, couldn't dodge, and even forgot to raise his hand to perform soul skills. I'm going to die. When this thought came to Feng Zai Ocean's mind, a huge force attacked from the front. Bang! Feng Zai Ocean flew backwards and hit a tree in the distance. Cough cough cough. The young man coughed up a mouthful of blood and looked forward in horror. Right in front of where he was originally standing, a huge pit several meters deep silently told the powerful soul skill of Jinchai Niao. Is this the power of the 1000-year soul skill? I can't even take a single move. Although he said so, Feng Zai Ocean knew in his heart that Jinchai Niao had shown mercy. He didn't let the soul skill fall directly on him, but chose to hit him 1 meter away in front of him. Just the residual soul power is enough to injure Zai Ocean. Huozu couldn't imagine what would happen if this soul skill attacked Feng Zai Ocean. It goes without saying. Don't worry, I'll hold back. Jinchai Niao said as he stretched out his hand to Feng Zai Ocean. Although you are a wimp, I still have to thank you for helping me test my soul skills. Feng Zai Ocean was very depressed, but he had to admit it. Obviously, the total amount of soul power was almost the same, but Jinchai Niao's strength was far superior to his. You are very strong. Of course. Jinchai Niao proudly patted her chest. I'm the strongest among the new generation of Wuhan Hall. But she was really petite. Standing in front of Feng Zai Ocean, who was 1.65 meters tall at the age of 11, she was not only intimidating, but also a little cute. The new generation of Wuhan Hall, the strongest? Huozu heard this word for word. He had no doubts. It was really that Jinchai Niao's cultivation talent was too strong and too terrifying. 7 years old, level 22. This is not enough to reach the first place in the new generation. What kind of person is stronger than Jinchai Niao? With such a successor in the spirit hall, do the spirit masters of other forces have any hope in the future? They might as well just bow down and surrender. So, Jinchai Niao retracted his spirit power, staring at Feng Zai Ocean with his big eyes like Kazlan without blinking, making the latter feel goosebumps all over. Big sister. Yo, Jinchai Niao patted Feng Zai Ocean's arm. You are really good at it, little Fengzi. Little crazy Feng Zai Ocean's mouth twitched slightly, and just when he was at a loss, Jinchai Niao waved his hand and said, okay, I was just joking with you. Let's get to know each other again. Jinsha Niao. Jinsha Niao. A level 22 Great Soul Master. Martial Soul Golden Holy Crocodile Dragon. My name is Fengzai Ocean. Martial Soul Two-Headed Swiftwind Demon Wolf. This is my good friend Huo Washang and his sister Huo Wu. When Fengzai Ocean introduced Huo Wu, his tone was obviously more intimate. Soon, Jinsha Niao, who had a bold personality and a little bit of a little sister style, gained a lot of favor from the three people. In the world of soul masters, the strong are respected. It is a common phenomenon in this era to worship powerful soul masters. Jinsha Niao proved her strength. Such an excellent and powerful young soul master was willing to make friends with them, and Fengzai Ocean, Huo Wu and others were naturally very happy. This shows that their talents have also been recognized by Jinsha Niao. You mean the spirit hall? There is no life and death feud between children, so why bother so much? Let's talk about the future. At least for now, the three of them feel that Jinsha Niao is very much to their liking. Haven't you started looking yet? Not far away, Luo Chen looked at Fengzai Ocean and Huo Wu. Although Fengzai Ocean now has a good impression of Huo Wu, at most he is just a brother's love for his sister, far from the level of the original book. Let's go over there too. Is it necessary? Qian Rinxu didn't quite understand the purpose of Luo Chen's move. If it was the little angel in the original book, she should still be with the real Zhu King at this time, observing the every move of Xiandao Princess the maid Xiaoxu. After this training, apart from anything else, the technique of disguising the vulnerable group must have been learned. However, Qian Rinxu here has not experienced that kind of humble life. In this world, she is a soul sect at the age of only 10. He was a genius who could defeat a level 50 Soul King with his soul skills created by Professor Luo Chen during his Soul Master period. To be honest, Qian Rinxu didn't think much of the three people in front of her. 11 years old, level 25. So what if they have full innate soul power? With this level, they are not worth a second glance from Qian Rinxu. Shouldn't Brother Zhu be courteous and gentle? Luo Chen used his soul power to send a message to Qian Rinxu. In the future, my spirit hall will expand, and we will inevitably have to confront them. There is no irreconcilable contradiction between the 4-Element Academy and our spirit hall, Luo Chen said. As long as the benefits are in place, it is not difficult to subdue them. Behind the 4-Element Academy are 4 large cities on the Douluo Continent, namely Xiangjia City, Xianshu City, Shenfeng City and Chihuo City. Earth, water, wind, and fire, plus the newly opened Thunder Academy, also known as the 5-Element Academy. Of course, Thunder Academy was not included in Luo Chen's list of possible subjugations. Behind this academy stood the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. Luo Chen had no intention of conquering the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. It was different from the 4-Element Academy and had been at odds with the Spirit Hall for many years. A dragon can only be a dragon. It will always be a dragon. It is impossible to be beaten and then be a dog for others. This sentence came from the mouth of Yu Yuanzhen, the patriarch of the contemporary Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Luo Chen saw it when he was studying the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. This simple sentence fully reflects Yu Yuanzhen's attitude towards the spirit hall. He would rather die than surrender. He would rather die standing than live on his knees. Luo Chen had some grudges with Yu Xiao gang, so he had no psychological pressure to deal with the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Compared with the 4-Element Academy, which had no grudges and would become his own family in the future, Luo Chen hoped to use absolute force to completely defeat the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. I'll leave this task to you, Zua. Luo Chen, it's a good opportunity to exercise your ability to deal with people. Keep up the good work. Qian Rinxu's eyebrows trembled slightly. This was the first time she received a task from Luo Chen. Okay. Qian Rinxu suppressed her arrogance. If it's your order, Xiaochen, I'll try my best. As the saying goes, too much is as bad as too little. The current Qian Rinxu is too strong, while the Qian Rinxu in the original book was corrupted into a profit-seeking animal. In Luo Chen's opinion, both have flaws. So the best way is to compromise. This is why Luo Chen asked Qian Rinxu to go up and deal with people. Straightforwardness is the heart, compromise is life. Luo Chen smiled and patted Kyan Rinxu on the back, encouraging, "My future guardian angel, go and expand the territory for me." Obviously, the lethality brought by this sentence to Kyan Rinxu was really great. The little angel could not disobey Luo Chen's request. Now that he was so excited, how could he be careless? He immediately showed the elegant temperament he had cultivated when he was disguised as Xiangsu, and put on a professional and friendly smile on his face. In order to be a guardian angel who is useful to Luo Chen, she Kyan Rinxu. No, it's Luo Xiangsu, she's going to do it. Chapter 67 Rabbit Hunt. Jaoa, didn't I tell you to be careful? As soon as she came up, Kyan Rinxu taught Jin Xianyao a lesson as an elder. She looked at Feng Xiaoshan and apologized. "How is brother Feng's injury? My sister is ignorant and didn't hit him hard." On the other side, Jin Xianyao obviously didn't want to apologize. However, Kyan Rinxu gave him a look, and Jin Xianyao instantly wilted. "Sorry, I hit him too hard." This scene really shocked everyone present. It was hard to imagine that Jin Xianyao, who was showing off in front of them just now, would be so well behaved when facing Kyan Rinxu. For a while, everyone was curious about Kyan Rinxu's identity and strength. No, I lose with all my heart. Feng Xiaoshan just suffered some shocks, and this injury was nothing to a soul master with soul power. "I wonder who you are. My name is Luo Xiangsu, this is my brother Luo Chen," and, without waiting for Kyan Rinxu to introduce, Hulina hugged Luo Chen's arm and said with a smile, "I'm Xiaochen's fiancé, my name is Hulina." Fiancé. After this, even the Guangling Douluo beside Huo Zhu was almost choked to death. Ahem, this girl, how dare you say that? If Bibi Dong heard this, she would definitely hang Hulina up and beat her. Kyan Rinxu also had an ugly face. She glared at Hulina calmly. Fortunately, Luo Chen knew the limit and naturally pulled his hand out of the little fox's arms. "Okay Nana, don't make trouble. Nana is my senior sister," Luo Chen said, summoning his martial soul heavenly star crown. "Brother Feng is injured, although I'm a support system, but my second soul skill has a healing effect. Let me heal you." With Iyan here, Luo Chen has no pressure to play the role of a healing soul master. This was also what Luo Chen had discussed with Bibi Dong and the others. Luo Chen's identity in the spirit hall was that of an auxiliary spirit master with healing spirit skills. "Oh, thank you." Feng Xiaoshan did not refuse. He felt Luo Chen's kindness. Wow, what a beautiful spirit. While Luo Chen was treating Feng Xiaoshan, Huo Wu's attention was completely attracted by the exquisiteness of the heavenly star crown. She had never seen such a beautiful spirit. But, why is there no spirit ring? Huo Washang's attention was elsewhere. He found that, when Luo Chen performed spirit skills, no spirit rings appeared around him. "My spirit is a little special. I can perform spirit skills without showing spirit rings. Can it be like this?" Huo Washang showed a surprised expression, but before he could continue to ask, Luo Chen had already retracted his spirit. "Okay, brother Feng's injury is no longer a big deal. Thank you." Feng Xiaoshan thanked Luo Chen. "Xiaoshan, how do you feel?" At this time, Huo Zhu and Guangling Douluo also came over. "It's alright now, Uncle Zhu." That's good. Huo Zhu and Feng Xiaoshan's father were close friends, and the other party entrusted his son to him for care. If something happened, he would be too ashamed to face his friend. "Little girl, you are amazing." Huo Zhu was still shocked by Jin Xianyao's strength. But when he thought of her origin from the spirit hall, he was worried about the future of Blazing Fire City. This was also why Huo Zhu was willing to let his children and Feng Xiaoshan get close to Luo Chen and others. It would always be good for the younger generation to have a good relationship. Of course, Jin Xianyao just couldn't stand the compliments and immediately started to get cocky again. The result that followed was a slap from Kyan Rinxu, which instantly suppressed the little female crocodile. "Next, I will be the host." Kyan Rinxu invited. "I want to apologize to you all for my Jao's rudeness just now. No, it's obviously us who lost. Brother Zhu, you are too polite." Although they only had a brief contact, Kyan Rinxu's ability to treat people naturally made them feel like they were bathed in spring breeze. So soon, everyone completely entered into Kyan Rinxu's rhythm. Emotions are not a skill that only shy and Dao students have, Luo Chen complained. Little Angel is born to be a team building. In this way, the 4 people of the Wuhan Hall, led by Kyan Rinxu, invited Huo Wu's brother and sister and Feng Xiaoshan. They booked a private room and then enjoyed the food while chatting about some topics for young people. As for Huo Zu and Guangling Douluo, as elders, they opened another table. During this period, Qianjun Douluo and Jiang Mo Douluo also appeared one after another. With 3 super Douluos here, there is no need to care about the attitude of a mere soul saint. Just when Luo Chen and the others were getting along well with their new friends. Deep in the Xingdao Great Forest, Bibi Dong and the others spent half a day and finally found the valley where Arao and Xiao Wu lived in seclusion. The scenery is quite nice. Bibi Dong noticed the small wooden house by the lake and the clothes drying in front of the house. It's just a soul beast. Even if it lives a human life, it is still a soul beast. 2 elders, go and test the ability of the transformed soul beast. Yes. As Bibi Dong finished speaking, Ju Wu Douluo rushed to the wooden house at the same time. Don't you need a plan? Is it necessary? Bibi Dong followed Ju Wu Douluo, and her leisurely posture seemed as if this was not the depths of the Xingdao forest, but the back garden of the spirit hall. That's right. Golden Crocodile Douluo folded his hands and walked side by side with Bibi Dong. Now that we are both here, there is no point in plotting and scheming. In the face of absolute power, any means will seem so powerless. A demigod, level 98, and 2 titled Douluo with martial soul fusion skills. With such a Linoop, Golden Crocodile Douluo really couldn't think of how to lose. Boom. In the distance, the wooden house was broken. And from the ruins, a pink figure soared into the sky. It was Arao. Who are you? On both sides of Arao, 2 streams of light, one black and one gold, appeared to double team her, not giving her any chance to breathe. Why are you attacking me? Do soul masters need a reason to hunt soul beasts? Bang. Ju Douluo and Arao fought a palm. His expression was a little solemn, because in the collision of the soul power of both sides, he was actually at a disadvantage. Super Douluo? Obviously, the woman in front of him has broken through level 95 and entered the realm of Super Douluo. One-on-one, Ju Douluo found that he was not her opponent. Swish. Before Arao could breathe a sigh of relief, a ghost figure appeared behind her silently. 8th soul skill, ghosts and monsters. Endless purple and black ghosts condensed into a huge skull, and the strange and gloomy soul power made Arao feel like she was falling into an ice cave. Can't dodge. At such a close distance, even the agile Arao had to withstand the attack. Bang. Arao groaned, and the whole person flew backwards. She let the soul power attach to her feet, then jumped several times in the air, stepped out dozens of pink light balls, and then landed steadily on the grass not far away. But almost at the same time, Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo appeared again. The 2 of them, one in front and one behind, completely blocked Arao's retreat. I don't understand what you are saying. Seeing this, Arao secretly complained, and she chose to continue struggling. If you want to hunt soul beasts, just go ahead and hunt them. What does it have to do with me? You are still stubborn when you are about to die. Is there anyone else? Arao felt the fluctuation of soul power coming from not far away, and quickly turned her head to see the beautiful Pope walking towards her. We know your identity as a soul beast very well, so there is no need to pretend. Arao knew that her identity was exposed, so she stopped pretending and said bluntly, I have never hurt anyone. Can't you let me live? This statement is a bit absolute, but it is also almost the same. Arao's original body is a 100,000-year-old soft bone rabbit, and rabbits generally only eat plants and are not interested in flesh and blood. In addition, she has been living in the depths of the Xingdao Great Forest. Anyway, in Arao's memory, she has never taken the initiative to hurt humans, so it is naturally impossible for her to have hatred with others. Enough. Bibi Dong didn't want to waste time talking to Arao. Whether you are good or bad has nothing to do with me. Anyway, in her opinion, the woman in front of her is a beast in human skin. Bibi Dong didn't believe a word she said. Your Holiness, this soul beast is quite capable. We need to prepare that move to be sure of taking it down. No need. Bibi Dong shook her head and stood in front of the 2. She had practiced a lot of soul skills developed by Luo Chen in the past year, but they were too powerful and not suitable for use on her own people. Now there was a chance to stretch her muscles. How could Bibi Dong miss it? Next, I will kill it myself. Pope. Arao had lived in the human world for decades, and she knew what the word Pope meant. Are you the Pope of the Spirit Hall? Oh. A mere soul beast can also talk about the Spirit Hall. It seems that you know a lot. Bibi Dong's face became colder and colder. Then I can't let you go. No, Arao wanted to explain that she was not a soul beast spy who had infiltrated the human world, and she had no ill will towards humans. Mom. But before Arao finished her words, a call from a young girl came from the depths of the forest. And along with this voice, there were two extremely huge soul power fluctuations. Golden Crocodile Douluo frowned slightly. He took a few steps forward and stood behind Bibi Dong, facing the swaying forest. Not good Xiao Wu. Arao also realized who the behemoths besides Xiao Wu were. They were the overlords of the Xingdao Great Forest, the 100,000-year soul beast Titan Giant Ape, and the 100,000-year soul beast Azure Bull Python. I don't need your help. Bibi Dong noticed the aura of the two soul beasts early in the morning. She didn't make a quick decision, not because she couldn't do it, but because she wanted more. Including Arao, there are at least 3 100,000-year soul beasts here. 3 100,000-year soul rings, plus 3 100,000-year soul bones. She can absorb the soul rings, and Bibi Dong will give all the soul bones to Luo Chen to enhance the physique of the disciple. Chapter 68 Sacrifice. Leave those two beasts to me. Golden Crocodile Douluo didn't give Bibi Dong a chance to refuse. Little chrysanthemum, little devil, you protect His Holiness the Pope. As you command. Second priest. Mind your own business. Bibi Dong said this, but she didn't stop him. She wasn't someone who didn't know good from bad. But in this way, Bibi Dong owed Golden Crocodile Douluo a favor, which made her very uncomfortable. Turning around, Bibi Dong decided to vent her anger on Arao. Damn beast. Arao wanted to break through Bibi Dong and reunite with her daughter and 2 adopted sons. However, what? Arao only felt a flash in front of her eyes, and several sharp spider claws like spears had pierced through her limbs. In an instant, with the invasion of the Death Spider King poison, Arao didn't even have a chance to react and was swallowed by pain. Shut up. Bibi Dong retracted the spider spear from Arao's body. The next moment, 2 purple-black lights flashed, and only the sound of bones breaking could be heard. It turned out that at this moment, Bibi Dong had completely broken Arao's limbs with a spider spear. I thought you had some skills. That's it? Bibi Dong's slender jade hand quickly reached out, grabbed Arao's neck, and lifted her up in the air. Too weak. Ugh. Cough. Dark poisonous blood flowed out of Arao's 7 orifices, and her beautiful face was covered with blood like black lines, which was the manifestation of the extreme poison in her body. If Arao's Super Douluo soul power had not protected her meridians, she would have been turned into a pool of pus and blood by the poison. Boom. Boom. At the same time, 2 huge monsters leaped out of the forest, and then landed in front of Golden Crocodile Douluo with shocking power. Roar! The Titan ape let out a deafening roar, and on its shoulder, a little girl about 2 years old screamed, Mom. Xiao Wu. With her neck pinched by Bibi Dong and poisoned, Arao had no power to resist. She could only try her best to use a weak mosquito-like voice to ask her daughter to leave. Quick, run. One move, just one move. She didn't even know if she used her soul skills, and she lost. With such a huge gap, the strength of the female Pope of the Spirit Hall was too terrifying. She couldn't win. Absolutely, she couldn't win. Even if the Titan Ape and the Azure Bull Python joined forces, they were still not her opponents. 200,000-year soul beasts. Counting you, there are 3, a full 3. Bibi Dong loosened her hand that was pinching Arao's neck. She turned around, and the purple-black soul power immediately turned into a spider spear cage, imprisoning Arao in it. Mom. Seeing her mother in this state, Xiao Wu burst into tears and glared at Bibi Dong fiercely. Let my mom go. Damning and erming. Save my mom. Let go of Aunt Rao. Roar! The Titan ape was the first to rush up, and its huge fist seemed to have turned into a lava volcano, and its target was Bibi Dong in front of Arao. Alas. The face of the golden crocodile Douluo was very ugly. He felt that he seemed to be ignored by these two beasts. Don't you see that I'm still standing here? Little monkey, you don't take me seriously at all. What? Looking at the old man who suddenly appeared in front of them, the Titan ape and Xiao Wu were stunned. Give me. Golden crocodile Douluo, get out. Bang. A punch was thrown out with great force. Even the Titan ape's head, which was as strong as steel, was also hit by this punch. It was dented and cracked. Blood mixed with rocks gushed out, and the huge body like a hill fell from the sky like a meteorite. For a moment, the lake was surging, and the earth was shaking. Is this 100,000-year-old beast? Golden crocodile Douluo shook his fist stained with blood and rock debris. It is vulnerable. The old man stepped on the Titan ape, and his burly body was covered in the moonlight, like a demon descending to the world. Xiao Wu didn't know who he was. But looking at the scene in front of him, the little rabbit only felt his body trembling, and boundless fear spread in his heart, as if he was in a huge shadow. But I didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. Golden crocodile Douluo casually picked up the little rabbit that was knocked unconscious. It's so small, it looks like it has just transformed. Xiao Wu is only level 10. Because she has never come into contact with humans, she can't condense her own soul ring. And with such a low cultivation, Xiao Wu's true body fell into the eyes of the peak Douluo like golden crocodile Douluo. It was clear at a glance. The 100,000-year-old soft bone rabbit has transformed. Ha ha ha. Golden crocodile Douluo had never hunted like this before. 400,000-year-old soul beasts, what a great harvest. Bibi dang. Golden crocodile Douluo lifted Xiao Wu's arm and gently shook it in the air. Take this little rabbit back to the spirit hall and wait for the little ones to grow up, then kill her and get the soul ring. At this moment, Xiao Wu's mind was completely confused. She didn't know what happened. In the blink of an eye, Worming fell to the ground. She was also dizzy and had no power to resist the tall old man in front of her. She also had to let him decide her future fate at will like a commodity. Okay. Bibi Dong's mouth curled up slightly, obviously very satisfied with golden crocodile Douluo's proposal. Xiao Wu. Hearing the conversation between the two, Arao's heart was cold. Let go of sister Xiao Wu. At this time, the sky blue bull python, who was originally shocked by the terrifying strength of golden crocodile Douluo, could no longer bear it. A ray of blue energy spread out in all directions with the azure bull python as the center, and instantly enveloped everyone. Bibi Dong and golden crocodile Douluo frowned at the same time. Domain? That's right, this is the azure bull python's innate slowness domain. Interesting. Golden crocodile Douluo found that his body and the flow of soul power were much slower, but that's all. Next, please ask His Holiness the Pope to watch the battle carefully and let me take down these two beasts. Damn it. Seeing that golden crocodile Douluo didn't seem to be affected at all, the azure bull python didn't dare to use its ultimate move on him because of Xiao Wu. Oh, is it this little rabbit? Golden crocodile Douluo noticed this and threw Xiao Wu in his hand to Bibi Dong. Now, the rabbit is gone. Mom. Xiao Wu, who broke free from golden crocodile Douluo's hands, didn't even care about Bibi Dong and struggled to get up and pounce on Arao. TSK. Noisy. Bibi Dong glared at Xiao Wu in dissatisfaction, kicked her to the ground, and then stepped on Xiao Wu's head without any mercy. Xiao Wu, no, please don't hurt my child. Seeing Xiao Wu being hurt, Arao endured the pain in her body and begged Bibi Dong, you want my spirit rings and spirit bones? I'll give them to you. I'll give them all to you. Please let my child go, please. Woo woo woo. Mom. Xiao Wu kept crying, and her tears were mixed with mud, staining her face. So annoying. The sound of Mom touched Bibi Dong's heart. She thought of her daughter Kyan Ringsu. This feeling made Bibi Dong very uncomfortable, and she felt a sour feeling, as if her heart was being pulled. Inexplicably, she actually had the thought of, could it be that soul beasts really have hearts? No, it won't. Soul beasts are soul beasts. They are beasts. Bibi Dong was firm in her thoughts, but her foot on Xiao Wu loosened. Mom. Feeling the pressure on her head disappear, Xiao Wu rolled and crawled towards Arao. Mom, how are you? She saw the wounds on Arao's limbs and was almost suffocated by the pain. Xiao Wu, mom is going to die. No, no. Xiao Wu grabbed the spider spear cage, and suddenly, the corrosive toxin almost melted the girl's hands. Xiao Wu doesn't want mom to die. But she didn't let go, but tore the cage desperately, trying to save her mother. Seeing that she couldn't save her mother, the little rabbit could only look at Bibi Dong standing behind her. Please, let my mother go. The crying of the little rabbit made Bibi Dong's heart more and more impetuous. The beautiful Pope seemed to have discovered that with the encounter with Luo Chen and the reconciliation with Kan Ringsu, her heart was no longer cold. In the past, Bibi Dong would not feel anything, even if Xiao Wu just cried a few times, or died in front of her. However, now, Bibi Dong clenched her fists, and laughed at herself. It's ridiculous that someone like me would be soft-hearted. Boom. On the other side, the Azure Ball Python had fallen. During the whole process, Golden Crocodile Douluo didn't even summon his martial spirit. He defeated the Azure Ball Python, which was comparable to a fierce beast, with his pure physical strength. A 98 level peak Douluo, plus the cultivation method given by Luo Chen in the past year. Golden Crocodile Douluo's current strength has surpassed himself in the original book. You are much stronger than that monkey. Golden Crocodile Douluo patted the dust on his body, and then found a wound on the back of his hand. He was stunned at first, and then laughed. At least, you hurt me. Daming, also lost. Looking at the fallen bodies of Daming and Erming, Erao knew that their family would face the most tragic ending today. Xiao Wu. Erao saw her daughter's tearful face. Erao wanted to wipe away her daughter's tears, clean her dirty face, and braid her messy hair into a scorpion tail braid. Live well. Mom can't be with you anymore. Erao seemed to have made up her mind, and Bibi Dong noticed it, but the oncoming pink soul power storm blew Xiao Wu away. Bibi Dong wanted to take action, but a huge soul power had already flowed from Erao into her body. What is this? Bibi Dong was stunned, obviously not expecting Erao to have such a trick. Your Holiness. Juji Ui Douluo hurried forward, but was blocked by the soul power storm. They thought Erao had hidden some killer moves. Seeing that Bibi Dong might be in danger, he immediately burst out his soul power and rushed forward regardless of anything. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 69. Agent Rabbit Development Plan. Go catch that rabbit. Bibi Dong already knew what Erao wanted to do. It's a sacrifice. Golden Crocodile, don't let them get away. Don't even think about it. How could Erao let them leave the children behind? The pink light excluded the Azure Ball Python and Titan Giant Ape, and only enveloped the 4 people from the Spirit Hall. Mom, Godmother, run. Erao tried her best to shout to Daming and Erming, don't look back, run. Sacrifice? Golden Crocodile Douluo looked grim. He looked at the pink light shield in front of him, and said to Bibi Dong, this light shield is condensed by the power of rules. Before the sacrifice is completed, none of us can get out. Damn it. Bibi Dong regretted it at this time. She shouldn't have been kind to these damned soul beasts. The rabbit was blown away by the soul power storm. The 2 beasts also took this opportunity to drag their wounded bodies and disappeared. The Xingdao Great Forest is so vast. Knowing the strength of Bibi Dong and others, how could the 3 of them dare to confront the people of the Spirit Hall head on? And once they choose to lie dormant, with the soul beast's understanding of this forest, unless Bibi Dong is given a full map sheet, it is impossible to catch them again. 200,000 year soul bones, 100,000 year soul beast prepared for Luo Chen in the future. Bibi Dong's heart was beating. The gift she prepared for Luo Chen just slipped through her fingers. If Luo Chen asked her about the hunting process, how would Bibi Dong answer? 4 soul beasts, only 1 was captured, and the other 3 ran away without a trace. What should I do? Luo Chen, will Luo Chen think that I'm too incompetent as a teacher? Thinking of the questioning of the disciple, Bibi Dong wanted to slap herself twice. Why did you let go of that rabbit? Exclamation mark. Ah. In a rage, Bibi Dong did not care that she was still in the process of sacrifice and directly released her terrifying soul power, which completely dispersed the few remaining dark clouds in the sky. Hoo-la la. In the dense forest, two giant beasts were running away with Xiao Wu, who had cried until her voice was hoarse. Mom, mom. Xiao Wu's heart was very painful. She wanted to avenge her mother, but when she recalled the horror of those people, the little rabbit felt powerless. They were too strong. Even if she cultivated to the title Douluo, she could not beat them. Look at Daming and Erming, the overlords who could run rampant in the Stardao Great Forest, but they were defeated so inexplicably by that human old man. They didn't even know how they lost. It seemed that the old man's punches and kicks seemed to contain some extremely domineering power, which easily dispersed the soul power of the two beasts. Mom. Wiping away the tears from her face, Xiao Wu's eyes became more determined. No matter how much it costs, I will definitely avenge you. You have good ambitions, but to be honest, I don't think highly of you. Who? The sudden voice scared Xiao Wu and the others. However, before they could make any move, a silver-white light curtain enveloped Daming, Erming and Xiao Wu. Then the two beasts felt a flash in front of their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, they found that they had disappeared from the original forest. Instead, there was a vast and boundless space. Xiao Wu was so scared that her face turned pale, and Daming and Erming beside her were not much better than her. Where is this place? Have those soul masters caught up with us? Damn it. Aunt Rao sacrificed herself to save us. Can't we escape in the end? Daming made up his mind that if that happened, he would sacrifice himself immediately to give Xiao Wu and Erming a chance to escape. A little rabbit, a little monkey, plus a little snake. The sacred and majestic voice fell from the heads of the three people. Xiao Wu and the other two looked up and saw a silver-white dragon standing tall and looking down at them. Who are you? What a terrible aura. The suppression from the bloodline made Xiao Wu and the others unable to think of resisting at all. Sister Xiao Wu, be careful. Daming and Erming instinctively protected their sister Xiao Wu and prevented her from being hurt by this terrible dragon. What a licker. The Silver Dragon King thought that only Bibi Dong was the highest level of licking dog. Unexpectedly, there is a soul beast that can lick better than her. Silver Dragon King, in terms of licking beasts, I would like to call you the strongest. Since you are here, my lord, why don't you bow? Finally, Dishan couldn't bear it anymore and snorted coldly. The next moment, the monstrous soul power suddenly enveloped and directly pressed Xiao Wu, Daming and Erming to the ground. Okay, Silver Dragon King, don't embarrass them anymore. Dishan. Yes, my lord. That's right, the one who brought the three of them here was the Silver Dragon King, or Naya. In fact, the Silver Dragon King had already noticed them when Bibi Dong found A Rao. But at that time, the Silver Dragon King did not make a move. Why did she make a move? Bibi Dong wanted to send soul bones to Luo Chen, and the Silver Dragon King was eager for her to get it done quickly. In fact, if Xiao Wu had not been captured, the Silver Dragon King wanted Bibi Dong to kill Daming and Erming together and directly send 300,000-year soul bones to Luo Chen. But he didn't expect that A Rao would choose to sacrifice in the end. It's reasonable. The Silver Dragon King looked at Xiao Wu with a trace of scrutiny in his eyes. Is this little rabbit going to ascend to the god realm with the son of destiny from another world in the future? She remembered very clearly that Luo Chen had told her, Naya, the story of Tangsun and Xiao Wu. Tangsun is a traveler from another world, bringing with him various techniques and hidden weapons. He will awaken his twin martial spirits, encounter many adventures, and eventually inherit the divine throne, and his name will be passed down through the ages. You, who are you? Compared to Daming and Erming, who are still soul beasts, Xiao Wu, who has transformed into a human, is not completely suppressed by the blood of the Silver Dragon King. You don't need to know who I am. I only ask you one question. Silver Dragon King, little rabbit, do you want revenge? Hearing the words of the Silver Dragon King, Xiao Wu was stunned. She hardly hesitated, and her red eyes stared at the Silver Dragon King. I want revenge. As long as I can avenge my mother, I'm willing to do anything. Yeah. Very good. The Silver Dragon King liked Xiao Wu's attitude very much. She hummed, and then 3 soul powers flowed into Daming, Worming and Xiao Wu. In a flash, the injuries on the 3 were completely healed. This incredible scene deeply shocked Xiao Wu and the others who had little experience. Next, you can stay here with peace of mind. I will give you a task soon. The Silver Dragon King said to Xiao Wu, I need you to monitor a human for my Soul Beast clan. Damn it. Bibi Dong finally vented her anger at the messy lakeside. What a pity, 300,000-year soul beasts just slipped away like this. The words of the golden crocodile Douluo were like a sharp sword, piercing Bibi Dong's heart. Enough. Shut up. Don't blame me. The golden crocodile Douluo quickly shirked the blame. I threw that rabbit directly at your feet. I didn't say it was your fault. Bibi Dong knew that this matter could not be investigated in detail. It can only be said that this is not the problem of anyone present, but no one could have thought that Terao would use the sacrifice to eject the 3 soul beasts. Bibi Dong, anyway, I don't admit it. I will never admit it. She glanced at everyone present, hinting that they must not tell Luo Chen about this. Otherwise, if she was punished by the disciples, they would not have a good life. Yes, Bibi Dong is the boss outside. But at home, Luo Chen is the one who holds the power of life and death. As for the punishment, when Bibi Dong thought that she would not be able to take a bath and sleep with Luo Chen for a while, she felt cold hands and feet in this hot weather and shivered all over. That's not right. Golden Crocodile Douluo looked at Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo. Didn't you accompany Xiao Jia to hunt down the Blue Silver Emperor before? I remember that she used sacrifice to delay time, right? Please forgive me, Your Majesty, the Pope and the Lord of Worship. Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo was frightened and sweating. They knelt down and begged Bibi Dong to be lenient. Forget it. With the influence of Luo Chen, Bibi Dong was naturally not a mean and ungrateful person. This incident, just take it as a lesson for us, and don't do it again. Seeing that Bibi Dong did not intend to punish herself, Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo was relieved. They were really afraid of Bibi Dong now. Especially after absorbing Erao's 100,000-year soul ring. Bibi Dong's soul power level has officially broken through to level 99. She already has the power of a demigod, and now she has also broken through her cultivation realm. Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo and even Golden Crocodile Douluo dare not imagine how strong Bibi Dong is. Fortunately, this thing is not lost. Bibi Dong raised her hand and held a soul bone on her palm. When absorbing the energy of Erao's sacrifice, Bibi Dong specially isolated this soul bone and did not absorb it. If she couldn't even bring this soul bone back, Bibi Dong felt that she really had no face to see Luo Chen. A 100,000-year left leg bone. The teacher can finally give you a good gift, Xiao Chen. After putting the soul bone into the soul guide, Bibi Dong no longer entangled the fact that the 3 soul beasts escaped. Anyway, as long as they still live in this forest, sooner or later, she will catch them again. Just think of it as me keeping it for the little guys. Bibi Dong thought so, and her mood suddenly improved. Let's go back. The speed of the group's return was obviously much faster than when they came. At dawn the next day, Bibi Dong and others returned to the hotel where Luo Chen and others were staying. Xiao Chen, my Xiao Chen. With the joy of meeting her favorite disciple, Bibi Dong carefully walked into Luo Chen's room. Then, as expected, she saw the surprise in the big bedroom. Luo Chen was sleeping in the middle, and Kan Ringsu, Hu Lina, and Jinsha Niao were like 3 koalas, one big and two small, tightly holding Luo Chen in the middle. Chapter 70 Absorbing 100,000 Years Soulbone. Okay. I just went out to do some small things, and I came back this time. Oh my goodness, there's one more. Bibi Dong wanted to throw them out, but when she saw Kan Ringsu, she couldn't help but recall the scene where Erao sacrificed herself to protect Xiao Wu. TSK. Bibi Dong, damn soul beast, it disturbed my Tao heart. She finally couldn't make up her mind, just turned around silently, and went back to her room. Not long after Bibi Dong left, Kan Ringsu opened her eyes. Obviously, the little angel didn't just covet Luo Chen and sleep with him. Kan Ringsu, that's right, I'm Xiao Chen's guardian angel. Isn't it reasonable for a guardian angel to stick to the person he protects? Xiao Chen. The next day, Bibi Dong knocked on Luo Chen's door happily. The little fox and the little crocodile, who didn't know that Bibi Dong had come to check the room last night, jumped out of bed in fright. Especially Jinchai Niao, when he thought about how he climbed onto Luo Chen's bed without Bibi Dong's permission. He no longer had the dignity he had when fighting Feng Xiaoshan. What should I do? Although Jinchai Niao often acted disrespectful in front of Bibi Dong, she knew that Bibi Dong never took those little things to heart. However, Luo Chen was different. Everyone in the Wuhan Hall knew that Luo Chen was Bibi Dong's forbidden lover. Not to mention her, even if it was her own daughter Qian Ringsu and her disciple Hulina, Bibi Dong would never hesitate when it came time to throw them out of the room. I told you, you can't control yourself. Qian Ringsu patted Jinchai Niao's head and then disguised herself and turned herself into a handsome blonde boy. Are you scared now? Woo woo woo. Jinchai Niao's eyes were filled with tears. She admitted that she didn't resist the temptation and made a mistake. But Brother Chen's embrace was so warm. Which little fangirl could withstand such a test? Well, she came last night. Qian Ringsu's words immediately calmed Jinchai Niao down. Luo Chen should have noticed it too, right? Yes. Luo Chen naturally noticed it. He stepped forward to open the door and was immediately hugged by Bibi Dong. Luo Chen, my Luo Chen. After being away for half a day, Bibi Dong's Chen element was seriously insufficient, and now was the time to replenish it. Ding 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 ding. After closing the door, Bibi Dong took out the 100,000-year left leg bone from a row from the storage soul guide. Look what the teacher brought back for you. 100,000-year soul bone. Jinchai Niao, Hulina and Qian Ringsu couldn't help but exclaimed. It was the first time for them to see a 100,000-year soul bone. Is this a 100,000-year soul bone? So beautiful as a soul master, saying that you don't want a 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone is definitely a lie. But they knew very well that this soul bone was specially prepared by Bibi Dong for Luo Chen. Between Luo Chen and the soul bone, the three women were obviously more concerned about the former, just like Bibi Dong. 100,000-year soul bone. Luo Chen did not absorb it immediately. This was not the first time he had seen soul bones. Before, Luo Chen had taken several soul bones from the treasury of the spirit hall in the name of research. Qian Daoliu and Bibi Dong did not allow Luo Chen to absorb these soul bones. It was not that they were reluctant, but they felt that they were not worthy of Luo Chen, and they did not want him to waste the important soul bone position on these soul bones. Hurry up and absorb it, Luo Chen. Bibi Dong said, teacher is here to protect you. Okay. Luo Chen did not act pretentiously. He just sat cross-legged, put his hands together, and held the left leg bone in his palms. The sun disk and the heavenly star crown martial spirits appeared at the same time. The former floated behind Luo Chen and turned into a golden sun, while the latter was automatically worn on Luo Chen's head, making him look like a star god from heaven. Wow, Hulina and Jinchai Niao's eyes sparkled with stars, fascinated by Luo Chen's current posture. Bibi Dong was also amazed. After watching for a while, she saw that Luo Chen had not changed much, so she turned her attention to her daughter. Why did you become like this? Bibi Dong looked at Qian Ringsu on the side, not quite understanding why she had to dress up as a man. Of course, Bibi Dong already knew about this. What she meant was that there were obviously no outsiders here, so why didn't Qian Ringsu show herself as a girl? I met people from Chihuo and Shenfeng yesterday. Oh. Bibi Dong said in a slightly cold tone. Enemy? No. Qian Ringsu briefly recounted what happened yesterday. Bibi Dong nodded and said, Luo Chen did the right thing. The 4-element city is a target that my Wuhan Hall can recruit. Since he gave you this task, it means he trusts you. Bibi Dong, don't let him down. Well, I won't let you down. Hearing Qian Ringsu's words, Bibi Dong's heart skipped a beat, but she still said stubbornly, it's not me, it's Luo Chen. Yes, it's Luo Chen. Qian Ringsu, anyway, I won't let you down. Bibi Dong suddenly felt that Qian Ringsu was a bit dark, but I have to admit that the relationship between mother and daughter has really improved a lot. In the past, Qian Ringsu and Bibi Dong would not dare to think of such a plain conversation. Thanks to Luo Chen. At this moment, the two women thought of Luo Chen at the same time. Kyan Ringsu, you are worthy of being my future husband. Bibidong, as expected. Wait, I haven't agreed yet, have I? Crack, crack. The blue star particles condensed in Luo Chen's martial spirit space. Nada and Yin looked up at the two divine test cards floating above their heads. The card for the third test, at this time. And beside the two women, another figure was forming. The pink power of the heaven began to reshape her star spirit body and merge the soul hidden in the 100,000-year soul bone into it. New companion. In the cocoon woven by the power of the heaven, a pink rabbit curled up, emitting dazzling light all over her body, obviously at the critical moment of evolution. Gradually, under the transformation of the power of the heaven, the appearance of the rabbit began to change. The originally pink hair became as silvery as the bright moon, and the red mark on the forehead was also replaced by a round of stars and moons. Sister Ro. Yin looked at the woman who changed from a rabbit to a human form. The other party was just like herself at the beginning, naked. How could it be Sister Ro? Yin showed a look of horror. Could it be? It was not until this moment that Yin reacted. It turned out that the transformed soul beast mother and daughter that Bibidong and the others went to hunt were actually Erao and her daughter Zhao. This. Yin was shocked by her own thoughts. Sister Erao appeared here, so has she already? Blue silver grass and soft bone rabbits are indeed part of the food chain. However, that is something that only two soul beasts without spiritual intelligence would do. At the level of Yin and Ro, they are no longer predators. After all, the blue silver grass grows bigger and bigger, and 1,000 years later it is almost like a small tree. Even if a rabbit likes to eat grass, it will not chew a tree. Therefore, no matter what the relationship between other soft bone rabbits and blue silver grasses, at least Yin and Ro have a good relationship. And she decided to choose to transform, or got advice from Ro. What's there to worry about? Nada said, although she died at the hands of Bibidong, it was a blessing in disguise. It's her blessing to be the master star spirit. That's right. Yin thought about it, and it seemed to be true. Now I'm more concerned about the third god test card. Nada's attention has been on this card. The aura emitted from it made her very afraid, as if some terrifying monster was about to break through the shackles and descend on the earth. What's wrong? Luo Chen's figure also appeared beside the two women at this time. What happened? He glanced at Ro, who was still sleeping, and knew that she had hidden her soul in the soul bone by sacrificing. If an ordinary soul master absorbed her left leg bone, Ro would probably never have the chance to wake up in this life. However, Luo Chen was different. After sensing Ro's soul, his martial soul, the heavenly star crown, directly transformed it into the third star spirit. At the same time, he also obtained the third soul ring belonging to Luo Chen. At this moment, Luo Chen could feel the surge of soul power in his body. He did not resist, because Ro's situation was not much different from Yin's. This soul ring from Ro was also a 100,000-year soul ring with insufficient energy. So Luo Chen was actually very satisfied with this result. Is my third test appeared? Luo Chen remembered that there was no such huge movement during the previous two tests. He even doubted whether there was really any power separated from his martial soul. However, this time, Luo Chen, Nada, and Yin, the three of them really felt this feeling. Crack. But before the three of them could react, the card symbolizing the third test actually showed cracks. Bang. The card shattered and split into three. One of them was relatively large, occupying 50%. The other two pieces, one occupied 35%, and the smallest piece only occupied 15%. Then, the color of the three fragments began to fade, and soon only an empty shell was left, floating in Luo Chen's martial soul space. The three looked at the scene in front of them, and showed incomprehensible expressions. Even Luo Chen was a little confused. He didn't understand why the god test card was broken inexplicably. Just when Luo Chen absorbed the soul bone. The sun was rising. 300 miles east of Xiandao City, there was a group of mountains covered with ice and snow. There was a small mountain village that looked not much different from the Holy Soul village. This mountain village was the outpost of the Haoshan sect. Since Tang Heo killed Kayang Sunji and was forced to close the mountain and retire by the spirit hall, the Haoshan sect moved the sect to the peak behind the mountain village. A stone lock connected the two peaks, and a huge stone building like a fortress was built on it. Above the 5-meter high main gate, there was a vigorous and powerful plaque with the 3 characters of Haotian sect. Even in the cold wind, it was still unwilling to succumb to the power of the spirit hall. Chapter 71. The 3 gods arrive. Boom. In the cold wind, the clan that had been quiet for more than a year, the sudden sound of metal colliding awakened the clan leader Tang Xiao, who was in seclusion, and the 5 elders of the Haotian sect. What's going on? After a year of hard training, Tang Xiao has broken through to level 92, becoming the second titled Douluo of their Haotian sect after Tang Hao, sect leader. This sound of metal colliding like sharp weapons. 7th Elder Tang Lai, could it be that the thieves from the Spirit Hall have come to the mountain to attack? Damn Spirit Hall, they have forced us to live in seclusion, but they still won't give up. This is simply too much. Elders, calm down. Tang Xiao stood on the edge of the cliff, looking at the elders who came quickly, his face solemn. I didn't see anyone from the Spirit Hall. And this sound. Tang Xiao felt very familiar. It sounds like someone is forging. The martial spirit of the disciples of the Haotian sect is the Clear Sky Hammer. In addition, due to the training method of Luan Pifeng, most of the disciples of Haotian sect are proficient in iron forging, and are most familiar with this kind of sound. It really sounds like iron forging. But, where does the sound of iron forging come from, and how can it be heard so far? Soon, because of the unusual movements of the sect master and the elders, the disciples of Haotian sect appeared one after another, all looking at them with serious faces. Father, what happened? The one who spoke was Tang Xiao's adopted son Tang Long. He was 17 years old this year, and had broken through level 40 to become a soul master. Among the new generation of Haotian sect, Tang Long is the undisputed strongest. Lonja, didn't you hear it? What did you hear? Tang Long glanced at Tang Hu who was standing beside him, and the latter also looked confused. Bang! It comes again. It was indeed the sound of iron forging. Didn't you hear it? Seeing the elders talking, the confusion on Tang Long and Tang Yu's faces deepened. Can't you hear it? Tang Xiao, it's like the hammering sound that makes the whole mountain tremble. Yes, is there? Tang Long summoned his martial soul and used soul power to strengthen his 5 senses. The other disciples of the Haotian sect followed suit, but in the end, they still heard nothing. Something's wrong. Why is it like this? Boom. Just as another roar came, Tang Xiao interrupted everyone. Shh, everyone, don't make any noise. Boom. Tang Xiao quickly leaned down. He pushed aside the ice and snow on the ground, and put his ear directly to it. Underground? Seeing Tang Xiao's actions, the elders also realized the source of the sound. It did not come from the outside world, but from under the mountain, where their Haotian sect was located. Bang boom ding. Gradually, the sound became clearer and clearer, but Tang Xiao's brows were frowned deeper and deeper. No mistake, this strange iron hammering sound came from underground. But the question is, why is there a sound of iron hammering under this mountain? Is there a secret space at the bottom of this mountain that we don't know about? But this is not right. If there really is someone hiding in the belly of the mountain, they should have been discovered long ago. Someone is forging iron under the mountain. This kind of thing is too unbelievable. Boom. However, before Tang Xiao could make a judgment, the whole mountain began to shake. Earthquake? Earthquake. Ah, help. The ground under their feet broke apart, revealing dark gullies. Some of the tribesmen did not react and fell directly. Fortunately, there were soul masters who reacted quickly and rescued them in a hurry. Not good. Tang Xiao steadied his body and ordered, everyone ignore the objects, protect ordinary tribesmen with all your strength, and evacuate the sect immediately. After Tang Xiao and others left the mountain, where the Haotian sect was located, the mountain completely broke. Boom, billowing black smoke rose into the sky, followed by a loud noise like the collapse of the sky and the cracking of the earth. Looking back, I saw that the mountains originally covered with ice and snow were now covered with lava. The rapidly rising temperature caused the snow-white surroundings to show signs of melting. Fire, volcanic eruption. At this moment, everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. Many clansmen collapsed to the ground, watching their sect turn into a sea of fire. It's gone. Our sect is completely gone. The 7th Elder Tang Lai was in tears. He knelt on the ground and watched the Haotian sect burn down unwillingly. Why is this happening? How could this happen? Bang. Who is it? The knocking sound came again, and Tang Lai stood up angrily. Sect Master, this sudden volcanic eruption must be related to the guy who was forging iron at the foot of the mountain. Yes, it must have been caused by him. Let's go down and have a look. We must find him to avenge the destruction of our Haotian sect's mountain gate. The 5 elders expressed their opinions one after another, and there was no reason for Tang Xiao to back down. Although things were a bit unbelievable, it could not be ruled out that someone could really detonate mountains and rivers through iron forging. If this was true, then the opponent's strength would be too terrifying. As the sect master, Tang Xiao had to consider the sect and the clansmen, and he had to make preparations for both situations. Second elder and 7th elder, follow me down. Tang Xiao stood with his hands behind his back, and he ordered, the other 3 elders will take the clansmen to Tangjia village, and make sure to protect them. Follow the sect master's orders. While the Haotian sect encountered drastic changes, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, thousands of miles away, also faced a catastrophic disaster. The dark storm gathered overhead, forming an eye of the storm that seemed to swallow up the world. The endless thunder was like thunder dragons, rolling and roaring in the dark clouds. This sky-falling might made the disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect deeply experience the process from fear to despair. Boom. A flash of lightning flashed in an instant, illuminating the dark world and reflecting a towering figure between heaven and earth. It looks like a bear, but seems to be made of dark clouds. Crack. As lightning fell one after another, Yu Yuansen, the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect, was horrified to find that the giant bear was getting closer. What kind of monster is this? Yu Yuansen looked around, his heart full of anxiety and uneasiness, because apart from him, only the deputy sect master Luo Mian was still standing. The rest of the clansmen and sect disciples were all knocked unconscious by the thunderstorm just now. Looking at the sect again, the base of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family is called the 9 Peaks of True Dragon, which is composed of Hezhan, Gushan, Tengshan, Bashan, Daoshan, Lanfengshan, Zedianshan, Nanwangshan, and Xinlangshan. The environment here is much better than that of the Haotian sect after its seclusion. It is like a fairyland on earth with birds singing and flowers blooming. However, that was before today. At this moment, the 9 Peaks of True Dragon are completely shrouded by the thunderstorm like a natural disaster. Even beyond the farthest Hezhan, the majestic giant bear that looked like a god or a demon was crossing the edge of the mountain and walking slowly towards the 2 of them. What a joke. Luo Mian glanced through tears and found that the top of Hezhan mountain, which was 1,000 meters high, was only up to the giant bear's knees. Exaggerated. Too exaggerated. Luo Mian, how could such a monster exist in this world? Boom. At the moment, when Luo Mian uttered the rude words, a roar that seemed to tear his soul apart rang in his mind. Plop. The next moment, Luo Mian bled from all 7 orifices and fell straight down. True gods cannot be insulted. They have forgotten the ancient way, but the ancient way has never forgotten them. The vicissitudes of life and ancient voice were full of majesty and unquestionable. The giant bear was surrounded by thunder and storms that could destroy the world. He looked down at the only ant left on the ground. Choose, follow the ancient way, and embark on the road of immortality, or under natural disasters. His eyes burst into dazzling lightning, like the sun and the moon in the darkness, hanging in the sky, turn into ashes. Poof. Yu Yuansen trembled all over, his knees shattered by the thunder, and the whole person fell to the ground in severe pain. Bow to me. I will grant you. He opened his arms and released lightning that could even tear through space. Awaken. Card. Why is it broken? What's going on? Luo Chen didn't know what was happening in the outside world. He was looking at Nana with a confused face. Because Nana was the first star spirit to become Luo Chen's, she was a bit like the high priest of the Starforged Dragon King. She had the mission of presiding over Luo Chen's divine test and solving his doubts. The 3rd test, content. Find and complete the tests of the original first fire, the ancient thunder, and the eternal ice, the 3 gods of Freljord, On, the hidden flame of the mountain, Valaba, the undying thunder, and Anivia, the ice crystal phoenix. As a lore player, Luo Chen naturally knew the meaning of these three terms. Could it really be these three? These three are heavyweights in the story of the League of Legends universe. Except for the simply funny and cute Ice Bird, the other two are almost the ceiling of Runeterra's combat power. Excluding the true gods such as Dragon King and Bard, even the Protoss and Ascendants cannot touch them in Runeterra. Ice Bird, so what about me? What about me? The eldest brother and the second brother made a domineering appearance, but the third sister didn't even show her face. Anivia, so I don't have any cards at all, right? The gods test should only require me to find them. Luo Chen asked thoughtfully. I didn't ask me to defeat them, right? It's no wonder that Luo Chen felt pressured, because the strength of Ornn and Volibear was too terrifying. Take Ornn for example. As the oldest god in Runeterra, you can compare any character with him. The final conclusion must be it's hard to determine. I feel I can't beat Ornn. Anyway, Ornn won't lose. Excluding the two true gods, Dragon King and Star God, whoever is sent out will basically feel this way. Specifically, you need to find them to know, Master. Luo Chen held his forehead helplessly. He felt that his own High Priest of Divine Examination was unreliable. Because I'm your High Priest. The Silver Dragon King felt very bad now. She felt like a woman who was misunderstood by the person she loved. She wanted to explain, but she couldn't open her mouth. No. Suddenly, the Silver Dragon King exclaimed, I have become a substitute. Chapter 72, Silver Dragon King. Oh no, I've become a substitute. This is trouble. In the Lake of Life, the Silver Dragon King felt 3 breaths that frightened her, falling all over the Douluo Continent. The power separated from Xiaochen's martial soul merged with the origin of Douluo Star, and turned into the appearance in his memory. The Silver Dragon King, and because of the integration of this power, the status of Douluo Star has been greatly improved. If the previous Douluo Star could only produce a 99th level extreme Douluo, then with the fusion of the 3 gods, this world already has the foundation for nurturing god level strongmen. As for the 3 gods, they are not the original ones, but alternative god test priests created by the power of the star-forging Dragon King. Find them and get the relevant information about the 3rd test from them. What a scary guy. In addition, the Silver Dragon King's intuitive feeling about the 3 gods is much clearer than Naya. At the same time, as the High Priest and the general person in charge of Luo Chen's god test, the Silver Dragon King knows the specific content of the god test required by the 3 gods. Defeat the Haotian sect, destroy the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, and unify the Elemental City. Defeat, destroy, and unify. According to Luo Chen's memory of the 3 gods, Ornn is steady, Bear is violent, and Ice Bird is gentle. The assessment of the 3 gods is the same as their tempers, and Bear's test is the most cruel. Luo Chen must destroy the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family before it counts. Emperor Xian. The Silver Dragon King hurriedly summoned Emperor Xian and ordered, you are not allowed to approach these 3 locations in the future. Why? Emperor Xian did not understand the purpose of the Silver Dragon King's order. Fortunately, these 3 places are far away from the Stardao Great Forest, and it is almost impossible for them to run there. Just now, 3 very terrifying beings descended on the Douluo plain. What? Emperor Xian was shocked. Could it be that they are gods? Not gods. The Silver Dragon King said, but they are more terrifying than gods. The power of the 3 gods has no so-called upper limit. They are one with Douluo Star, and will become stronger and stronger as the Douluo plane is upgraded. It is no exaggeration to say that no one can disobey the will of the 3 gods on their territory. You can understand that the 3 beast gods have been resurrected in these 3 places. Beast gods? Beast gods are the opposite of human gods, and generally refer to soul beasts that have become gods. When Xian suddenly heard this word, he was immediately delighted, but the Silver Dragon King immediately poured a bucket of cold water on him. They have nothing to do with us. They were born after the status of Douluo Star was promoted. They are the guardian gods of this world. The Silver Dragon King didn't know what to say, and could only temporarily define them as beast gods, based on the appearance of the 3 gods he saw. But she knew very well that this statement was not accurate. The 3 gods are the origin of Douluo Continent. After obtaining the power of the star-forging Dragon King, they are the embodiment of will. Just like a scale of the Silver Dragon King can give birth to Naya, the plain origin has also received great benefits because of the favor of the star-forging Dragon King. If the original Douluo origin is just an inconspicuous object the size of a walnut, then now, in the perception of the Silver Dragon King, it has become the size of a basketball, and it is still expanding at an astonishing speed. Even you, my lord, can't deal with them. You know, the current Silver Dragon King has not only recovered his strength, but also obtained a brand new power of the heavens. This power of the heavens is extremely terrifying, making Deshan feel like he is facing the dragon god of the past. He has a hunch that when the Silver Dragon King completely integrates this rule called the power of the heavens, she will surpass the dragon god at her peak and reach the cosmic level of god that even the dragon god has never touched. It's hard to say. The Silver Dragon King did not lie to Deshan. The power of these three gods is not only strong, but also able to control the power of the rules of Douluo Star. I have the confidence to defeat the weakest of the three gods. As for the other two, when mentioning Orn and Belival, the Silver Dragon King's tone became a little wrong. Damn it. Why did Luo Chen summon such a perverted guy? As the High Priest, the Silver Dragon King has some concept of the strength of Orn and Belival. The Silver Dragon King originally thought that, as long as he was there, he could protect Luo Chen and let him do whatever he wanted on the Douluo Continent. Who would have thought that this plan would fail before it even started? That goat, and that bear. The Silver Dragon King cursed inwardly. Why would there be such a terrible monster in Luo Chen's mind? The only thing that the Silver Dragon King was thankful for was that the three gods could not leave the area arranged for Luo Chen's divine test and could not interfere with the development of Douluo Continent. The only thing they could do was to increase the difficulty of the third test as much as possible so that Luo Chen could be truly tempered and bear the power of the star-forging Dragon King more quickly. I have to think of a way to tell Luo Chen about this. Looking at Luo Chen and Naya in the spirit space, the latter was too unreliable. Obviously, he was the high priest chosen by the star-forging Dragon King, but he didn't know anything, which made the Silver Dragon King so depressed that he vomited blood. Naya, you are a bit incompetent as a high priest. No! Exclamation mark. The Silver Dragon King, I know everything. However, Naya couldn't hear the Silver Dragon King's inner voice. She looked at Luo Chen pitifully. I'm sorry, master, is Naya useless? Silver Dragon King, daily reputation is harmed oh hem. Luo Chen quickly comforted Naya and used the head patting move that she couldn't resist. It's okay, at worst, master can find them by himself when the time comes. Since it is my divine test, then finding them must be part of the test. It was also at this time that Erao woke up from her deep sleep. I saw this dignified and simple rabbit sister opened her eyes and looked at Luo Chen, Naya and Ayan with a confused look. Gradually, Erao's eyes became brighter and her consciousness became clearer. Ayan? Soon, Erao recognized the Blue Silver Emperor. She was very confused, not knowing why she met him. Wasn't I dead? It was Ayan who saved me? Ahem. What? Luo Chen coughed twice, then turned away slightly. Auntie, how about you put on your clothes first? Auntie? Erao's mouth twitched slightly, and she wanted to say something. But when she noticed that she was naked, Erao was so scared that she hugged her body tightly, her face flushed, and she dared not say anything more. What's going on? My clothes, why are all my clothes gone? Ayan found Erao's bewildered look very funny. By the way, was it the same for me before? Ayan waved her hand and used her soul power to weave a blue dress for Erao, and by the way, she shared the information she knew with the other party. After learning that she had become Luo Chen's star spirit, Erao was a little uneasy. She could indeed feel the intimacy transmitted by Luo Chen, and coupled with her trust in Ayan, Erao quickly accepted this fact. Star spirit? In that case, you are the kid who resurrected me, right? Erao actually had little resistance to her future as a star spirit. Luo Chen. Erao asked cautiously, can I call you that? Of course. Luo Chen's temperament had an unparalleled special attack on older sisters. Should I call you Auntie Rao or Sister Ro? Can I call you sister? Sure enough, whether it was a soul beast or a human, as long as they were women, they would still care about age. Well, Hello, Sister Rao. Luo Chen introduced himself. He also told Rao the truth, such as the woman who killed her was Bibi Dong. She was the Pope of the Spirit Hall, and also her teacher. What about Xiao Wu? Compared to these, Rao was more concerned about her daughter's safety. Is she still alive? Rao did not care much about her own life and death. She only had fear for Bibi Dong. As for hatred or something, it was natural for soul masters to hunt soul beasts, and Rao had let it go a long time ago. Of course, if Bibi Dong killed Xiao Wu as well, Rao would never forgive him. She would end her life on her own to avoid Luo Chen from being in a dilemma. She should be fine. Luo Chen gave Rao a reassuring answer. The teacher only brought back your soul bone, not Xiao Wuan. What were the names of those two big guys? Daming and Erming. Oh, the soul bones of Daming and Erming were not brought back. Luo Chen said, according to the teacher's love for me, she would never keep the soul bones for herself, and would definitely give them to me as soon as possible. Since Bibi Dong did not explain, it must have been a mistake. But how exactly? Luo Chen said, I will ask the teacher in detail. Thank you. Rao had never met such a good soul master. In particular, Luo Chen's attitude of treating soul beasts and humans equally made Rao's already high favorability soar again. In addition, Luo Chen added, Sister Ro, if you want to confirm Xiao Wu's situation, you can go with Naya and Sister Yin tomorrow. Go together? Then, in Rao's puzzled eyes, Naya explained her ability to her. I want to go. So Rao agreed without hesitation and officially joined the garbage collection team, becoming the third member and the only member. Naya, I'm the captain. Yin, I'm the vice captain. Ro, I'm a member. Inexplicably, Rao felt so low. Ro, race, soft bone rabbit Tei and Jade rabbit soul power, level 40 talent, force field control, left leg soul bone, virtual reality transformation, Vajra indestructible favorability. Extremely grateful Rao's race also changed from a native soul beast on Douluo Continent to a celestial life. Next, Luo Chen began to ask Rao about the information of these three soul skills. Transformation of reality and illusion. Rao explained, it should be a soul bone soul skill that is advanced from my soul skill nothingness. As for Vajra indestructibility, I have a move called Invincible Golden Body that can be immune to all attacks below the god level. These two soul bone soul skills are definitely much stronger than Rao's original version. But the specifics can only be determined after testing. Chapter 73 Force Field Control. What about force field control? Luo Chen asked, what is this talent like? This? Rao thought about it, and could only give a partial explanation. It is the control of force, including gravity, repulsion, and attraction. Luo Chen felt that he had heard it wrong. Although Rao said it very simply, he did not think that this talent was very powerful. After all, other soul masters have also obtained the soul skill of gravity. The Titan Giant Ape has mastered the tricks of the gravity field. As for repulsion and attraction, Rao thinks that they are just able to grab things and bounce them off. It seems that there is nothing great about them. No, if it is really a full control of force. Thinking about the soul skills given to him by Naya and Yin, Luo Chen had a feeling this soul skill may be very terrifying. During this period, Luo Chen took another look at Naya's innate element control and found that there was another extreme force in it. The extreme earth has the ultimate attribute of the strongest defense. Yes, is that so? Rao felt that Luo Chen was comforting her. Xiao Chen, I'm glad you like it. Leaving the martial soul space, Luo Chen took back his soul power into his body. Rao's soul bone had been absorbed by Luo Chen, and his soul power had directly increased from the original level 30 to level 40. Luo Chen knew that his soul power would exceed level 40. It could not be improved, because he was still missing a fourth soul ring. Xiao Chen, how do you feel? Bibi Dong saw Luo Chen wake up, and hurried forward to check. After confirming that he had no injuries, she was relieved. Teacher, I'm fine. Luo Chen said, after absorbing this soul bone, my soul power has now reached level 40. Level 40. Bibi Dong was extremely happy, and at the same time, was amazed at the great progress of her disciple. Xiao Chen, your original true soul power reached level 33. A soul bone of 100,000 years has directly increased your soul power by 7 levels. Huh. Suddenly, Bibidong realized something was wrong. How come it's level 40? Luo Chen, you haven't absorbed the third soul ring yet, right? Teacher, it's like this. Luo Chen's soul bone still contained Erao's soul. After absorbing the soul bone, he also absorbed it and turned it into his third soul ring. Teacher, look. As he said this, Luo Chen summoned his martial soul, and at the same time, 3 purple black soul rings appeared. This color. Bibidong smiled and said, at least 6,000 years. According to what Luo Chen said before, his first 2 soul rings would automatically increase in age as his physical fitness improved. Now, all 3 soul rings have turned into purple black 1,000-year soul rings. From this, it can be seen that Luo Chen's physical strength has definitely reached the soul sect level. Perhaps in the near future, Luo Chen will be able to choose the 4th soul ring of 10,000 years when he breaks through the soul sect. By the way, teacher, Luo Chen asked, this soul bone comes from my mother, and her soul ring was absorbed by you, teacher. What about her daughter? Daughter? Bibidong was inexplicably flustered. She didn't dare to look at Luo Chen's eyes, and stammered, old teacher could have brought her back with me. But, Bibidong knew that she couldn't escape, so she could only admit her mistake obediently. I'm sorry, Luo Chen, it was my carelessness. Did she escape? Luo Chen quickly said that he didn't mean to blame her. Luo Wu is fine. That's great. In the martial soul space, Erao was very happy to hear Bibidong's answer. Luo Chen. Bibidong thought that Luo Chen was not satisfied with her performance and quickly said, teacher will go to the depths of the Stardao forest later and will definitely help you catch the little rabbit back. The beautiful Pope trembled slightly while holding Luo Chen's hand. What she feared most now was to disappoint Luo Chen's expectations. Luo Chen, can you forgive the teacher this time? No, don't. Erao was terrified. She was really afraid that Bibidong would come back and say, Luo Chen please, let Luo Wu go. With Bibidong's terrifying strength, once Luo Wu and the others were discovered, they would be dead. Teacher, no need. Luo Chen tried to comfort Erao in his heart, and at the same time, said to Bibidong, those 100,000-year soul beasts, just treat them as training for me, Zua, Nana and the others. He knew that Bibidong had no need for 100,000-year soul rings, so he also included Kyan Rinksu and Hulina. Is that so? Bibidong breathed a sigh of relief. She stroked Luo Chen's hair to calm her inner anxiety. As long as you don't blame the teacher. How could that be? Luo Chen knew that he was becoming more and more important in Bibidong's heart. Just like this time, it was just a small mistake, and Bibidong panicked like this. It can only be said that love brain will not disappear, it just transfers from one person to another. Afterwards, in order to ease Bibidong's self-blame, Luo Chen began to actively change the subject. Let me introduce you to my new soul skills. Yes. Hulina asked curiously, Luo Chen, you have obtained soul rings and soul bones, and the soul bones are 100,000 years old. Doesn't that mean you have 3 new soul skills at once? That's right. The 100,000-year soul bone brought me 2 soul skills. One is called Virtual Real Transformation, and the other is Diamond Indestructible. Luo Chen briefly explained the effects of these 2 soul skills. As for the soul ring soul skills, I only know that it is called Force Field Control, but I can't explain the specific capabilities for the time being. I will need Zua and Nana to help me test it later. Me. I can also help Brother Chen. Jinsha Niao raised his hands high, and then, as if he was worried that he was too short, he jumped twice. Okay, Zio Joa, please. Luo Chen used his strongest skill, head patting, and instantly turned the bad girl into a soft cat. So envious. Hulina and Kyan Rinksu looked at this scene, and showed an expression of I wanted to, but Luo Chen chose to ignore it. There was no other way. Bibidong was watching him covetously. If he continued to flirt with her, Luo Chen was worried that she would get jealous. Since Luo Chen is already level 40, why not just add the 4th spirit ring to it as well? Bibidong suggested this. Luo Chen thought about it and finally chose to refuse. Teacher, this is what I actually think. My first 3 spirit rings Perhaps because I was lucky enough, each of them has the potential of 100,000 years. After completely conquering Bibidang, Luo Chen had already told her that his first spirit ring was not taken from a colorful winged butterfly, but a piece of peculiar silver-white dragon scale. Bibidang didn't mind Luo Chen's concealment. After all, Luo Chen had just become a disciple at that time, so it was reasonable for him to choose to hide something. In fact, in her opinion, this was actually a good thing. There are all kinds of dangers in Douluo Continent, and Luo Chen would be safer if he could hide some cards that only he knew. Chapter 74 Arao, Zhao, jump into the bowl quickly. In fact, even if Luo Chen wanted to tell her his secret, Bibidang would refuse. The reason why a secret is that it cannot be known to another person, otherwise it will be leaked sooner or later. This is the good thing about being in love. She really cares about you wholeheartedly and would rather suffer a loss than want you to be hurt even a little bit. Speaking of this, it may seem that the disciple is a little greedy. Luo Chen said, but I still want to continue to attach soul rings of 100,000 years, or soul rings with the potential of 100,000 years. Is that so? Bibidang smiled slightly, and she said, you are worthy of being my disciple. You should have such ambitions. Luo Chen is so outstanding. He should have the best resources. A full set of 100,000 year soul bones, all with 100,000 year soul rings. But in this case, the matter of finding a 100,000 year soul beast will be a bit troublesome. Bibidang regretted letting Xiao Wu and the others run away again. If I had known that Luo Chen could extract 100,000 year soul rings from soul bones, the teacher would never let them escape. Wu hearing Bibidang say this, Arao's heart, which had just been put down, was lifted up again. However, before she could plead again, Aryan suddenly bumped into her. Sister Arao, are you stupid? Arao was stunned and looked at Aryan in confusion. What's wrong? How do you feel about your current state? Aryan held her forehead and then looked at her sister, who was also a transformed soul beast, with a look of disappointment. Is it good or bad? Arao thought about it and said, it should be good. If you think about it carefully, Arao is actually quite satisfied with her current state. Evolving from a soul beast to a star spirit, Arao feels that her life has been sublimated. Yes. Thinking of this, Arao suddenly realized, by becoming Luo Chen's soul ring, you can evolve into a star spirit. Star spirits are not souls, they are celestial beings. Just like Arao, she now has a physical body. If Luo Chen was not weak now, they could even appear outside directly and live with Luo Chen in a normal state. That's the second. Aryan added, Sister Arao, with Luo Chen's talent, what height do you think he will reach in the future? Luo Chen's talent as a star spirit, Arao could naturally sense the hidden power in Luo Chen's body, becoming a god. No, becoming a god is definitely not Luo Chen's limit. Finally, Arao, who understood, exclaimed, Xiao Wu, where are you? Opportunity. This is a great opportunity. As long as she lets her daughter sacrifice, she can become Luo Chen's star spirit like herself. Not only can the mother and daughter continue to be together, but they can also ascend to the realm of the gods with Luo Chen. From now on, not only can they obtain eternal life, but they don't have to worry about the covetousness of humans. I was wrong. I shouldn't have stopped Bibidang. At this moment, Arao really wanted to say to her daughter, Xiao Wu, the bowl is here, jump in quickly. Luo Chen, can you let Xiao become your star spirit? As soon as Arao mentioned this, Luo Chen agreed. Don't worry, Sister Ro, I will leave a place for Xiao. Luo Chen now has 15 soul rings, which can transform 15 more star spirits. This quota, one less. Arao couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Fortunately, Nao's Dawn incarnation will be activated tomorrow. At that time, Arao will go to the Stardao Great Forest with them to find Xiao's trace. She is confident that she can persuade her daughter to sacrifice to Luo Chen. In this way, not only can Xiao evolve into a star spirit, but Luo Chen will also get a lot of benefits. As for the Titan Giant Ape and the Azure Bull Python, damning and erming, it's my godmother who is selfish. Rao really couldn't say anything else. I hope you can forgive me. Luo Chen's soul ring slots are limited, and reserving one in advance is already a care for herself. Asking for 2 more would make her seem too greedy. Rao is very similar to Yin, both are so kind. But compared to Yin, Rao is a bit more simple. She is the type who will always remember the favors she has received. It is really not in Rao's character to accept favors without merit. Well, the character of Rabbit Lady who does not accept favors without merit is not bad. It is just that she is a bit stupid and looks very easy to be deceived. In the words of Luo Chen's previous life, Rao is exactly the kind of single mother who will be obedient as long as she is threatened casually. Luo Chen, madam, you don't want your daughter to get into trouble, do you? Not to mention that in the spirit space, the 3-star spirits are discussing tomorrow's rabbit hunting trip. In reality, Luo Chen also conveyed his thoughts to Bibi Dong in full. So I'm still planning to do the same as before. Luo Chen said, don't rush to improve your soul power, but wait a little longer. Wait for a better soul ring. Okay. Bibi Dong said, I'll give orders and have people keep an eye out. As for the few 100,000-year soul beasts that escaped, the teacher will also send people into the forest to search. Once they are found, Bibi Dong said, the teacher promises that he will personally capture them and bring them back to Wuhan City and then leave it to you, Xiaochen, to decide their fate. Bibi Dong really gave her whole heart to Luo Chen. Unconditional kindness, unconditional trust. Even if it involves Kan Ringsu, Bibi Dong is just worried and will not stop Luo Chen's decision. Teacher, you are so nice. Xiaochen. Bibi Dong looked at the smile of her own disciple and couldn't help but hug him in her arms with a wonderful feeling that her heart was about to be melted by cuteness. The beautiful Pope, my Xiaochen, the best in the world. Envy. Envy +1. Hulina and Kan Ringsu didn't know whether to envy Luo Chen, Bibi Dong, or both of them. However, how could a little angel and a little fox dare to disobey the majesty of their mother? They could only watch in humiliation as their beloved men were ravaged by an old lady. Damn it. Kan Ringsu, sooner or later, I will take him back. Hulina, teacher, you won't be so proud for long. At this moment, the 2 girls felt a sudden rise in their heads, and their rebellious psychology against Bibi Dong's tyranny was growing stronger. By the way, teacher. Afterwards, Luo Chen introduced the Huo siblings and Feng Xiaochen to Bibi Dong. These are new friends we met yesterday. This is Uncle Huo Zhu, the person in charge of Chihuo Academy. Luo Chen, and these 3, they are brother Feng Xiaochen, and the siblings Huo Washang and Huo Wu. You are. The 4 saw the Pope of the Spirit Hall, with an expression of disbelief on their faces. Your Holiness? Especially after hearing that Luo Chen and Hulina were Bibi Dong's disciples, they were even more shocked. Chapter 75 Bibi Dong, bad boy, he only knows how to bully the teacher. It's worthy of being the Spirit Hall. Huo Zhu sided the young generation of talents in the Spirit Hall, not to mention Jinshai and Niao, who defeated Feng Xiaochen, who had full innate soul power, with one move despite a 4-year age difference. As for the remaining 3 people, Kan Ringsu is temporarily unclear about their situation. She may become the captain of a 4-person team, and Jinshai Niao is so awed by her. Her talent and strength may be even higher than Jinshai Niao. But, is this possible? Thinking of this, Huo Zhu was a little unbelievable. After all, Jinshai Niao's talent has already shocked Huo Zhu. If Kan Ringsu is stronger than her, what kind of monster would she be? There are 2 other children. Are they called Luo Chen and Hulina? In Huo Zhu's opinion, since the 2 were accepted as disciples by Bibi Dong, they must have their own unique features. Of course, Huo Zhu's main focus is still Hulina. As for Luo Chen is an auxiliary spirit master. This alone has reduced Huo Zhu's attention a lot. Because no matter how talented a support type soul master is, he is still a support type. This is not to say that the support type is useless. Like Ning Fengxi of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, although he is a support type, he can raise the strength of 2 Super Douluo by more than 70%. Sometimes, a strong support type soul master is enough to influence the situation on the battlefield. At the end of the original work, Ning Rangrang and Oscar resurrected Tang San. Although there was a component of Shura's lack of martial ethics, the foundation of the two as support type soul masters could not be ignored. The reason why Huozu did not take Luo Chen seriously was because the support type soul master itself lacked the ability to protect itself. In Douluo Continent, soul masters without combat power are destined to stand behind the fighting soul master and become the object of protection. To put it bluntly, as long as we make a good plan, assassination, forced killing, and poisoning can always kill you, a support type soul master. Unlike a powerful fighting soul master, you really have no good way, except to confront head on. What kind of talent does that little girl named Hulina have, that even the Pope of the Spirit Hall wants to accept her as a disciple? Huozu's mind was full of thoughts, but his attitude was very good. He brought the three little ones forward and saluted respectfully, saying, "I'm Huozu, the Dean of Chihuo Academy, and I pay my respects to His Holiness the Pope. I pay my respects to His Holiness the Pope." Feng Xiaoshan, Huo Washang, and Huo Wu all saluted Bibidang. No need to be polite. Since I'm Xiaochen's friend, just treat me as an ordinary elder. Bibidang had no interest in Huozu, nor in Chihuo Academy. A force like Chihuo City could only be considered second-rate at best on Douluo Continent. With Bibidang's current vision, let alone a Chihuo City that didn't even have a titled strongman. Even if there was one, she would still not take it seriously. They are three good talents. Bibidang glanced at Huo Wu and Feng Xiaoshan, nodded, and gave a positive evaluation. I hope to see them in the future Soul Master competition. The Soul Master competition is held every 5 years, jointly organized by the Spirit Hall, the Heaven Dao Empire and the Crossing Luo Empire royal family. It can be said to be the top event of Douluo Continent. At that time, more than 100 colleges across the continent, the elite soul masters under the age of 25 will gather. After the preliminaries, promotions, and finals, the winning team will receive a generous reward from the Spirit Hall. The reward for that competition in the original book was 3 soul bones of more than 10,000 years. But such a reward is not available every year. Generally speaking, the Spirit Hall will prepare a soul bone of 10,000 years to show its strong heritage. Of course, the Spirit Hall is not stupid. After all, the Spirit Hall team itself is one of the participating teams. As long as they can win the final victory, this soul bone will naturally not flow out. To some extent, such a generous move can also be regarded as an encouragement to the younger generation of the Spirit Hall. Your Holiness, you are too kind. Huozu put his attitude very low, even to the point of humility. There was no other way, because the woman standing in front of him was Bibidang, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, who was at the pinnacle of power in the entire Douluo Continent. Not to mention the status issue, just the unfathomable soul power made Huozu dare not be disrespectful. If your Holiness has nothing else to do, I will take the children back to Blazing Fire City. Although Huozu was curious about the demeanor of the younger generation of the Spirit Hall, he knew his identity and strength, and did not dare to spy on them. You are welcome. I'll take my leave. Huozu said goodbye to Bibidang, and then took the 3 children, and left the small town. Let's go. After they left, Bibidang also took Luo Chen and others, and rushed to the Spirit City in a carriage. The soul beast hunting operation was a complete success, and everyone got the soul ring they wanted. On the way, Bibidang asked about Luo Chen's next plan. Luo Chen is now level 40. Although he has not broken through to the soul sect, his actual combat power is far above that of the soul sect. By the way, are you interested in the Soul Master competition mentioned earlier? Teacher, are you referring to the one in 3 years? Tangson was 14 years old when he participated in the Soul Master competition. He was 9 years old in the last competition and 4 years old in the previous competition. This year, Tangson is just over 1 year old, so there are still about 3 years before the next Soul Master competition. Yes. Bibidang said, if Xiaochen is interested, you can go up and play. Of course, in another identity. Bibidang dare not joke about Luo Chen's safety, and you can only participate in the finals. The finals will be held in Wuhan City, and Bibidang will be there to watch the game in person. With her there, Luo Chen will definitely be fine. Forget it, let Zua go. Luo Chen is not very interested in this kind of competition, especially when the gap in strength between the two sides is too large. It's just for show. He doesn't hate show. He just thinks his opponent is too weak and can't really experience the fun of show. If the teacher needs me, I'm willing to play. Luo Chen smiled and said, for the glory of the spirit hall, we have no choice but to do it. The spirit hall has not yet reached the point where you need to help save face. Bibi Dong pinched Luo Chen's face unhappily. Our spirit hall team is the strongest team and has won the championship for many years. That? Kyan Ringsu whispered. I can participate in the competition for my mother. 4 years later, Kyan Ringsu was 15 years old. At her current training speed, even if she only improves 5 levels every year, not counting the subsequent increase in the super year soul ring, she can break through to the soul saint realm at the age of 15. Let a soul saint participate in a competition with a group of soul sects, soul lords, and occasionally a soul king. That is not bullying, but killing indiscriminately. Ahem. In the past, Bibi Dong would definitely refute, I'm not your mother. But as the relationship between mother and daughter eased, Bibi Dong has accepted Kyan Ringsu's address. No response, but no rejection. What are you doing up there? But Bibi Dong couldn't help but taunted. Do you really want to prove that your angel clan has successors? I don't mean that. The little angel was submissive and extremely humble. If mom doesn't like my martial soul, I can change my appearance to participate. Her head soul bone can disguise many things, and it is easy to change the appearance of the martial soul. Is it what I mean? Although the relationship has eased a lot, Bibi Dong still subconsciously wants to make Kyan Ringsu unhappy. This has become an instinct. Teacher. Luo Chen said, Zua has such a talent, she shouldn't hide it. In Luo Chen's opinion, Kyan Ringsu should stand on the grandest stage, become the focus of everyone, and receive countless praises and cheers. The more compatible the martial soul is with the soul master, the easier it is to break through the bottleneck in cultivation. The six-winged angel martial soul should not hide its own brilliance, but should fight and bloom wantonly. Zai-chan. Kyan Ringsu was moved. She actually wanted Luo Chen to participate in the competition. In this way, they could fight side by side. At that time, Luo Chen would be an auxiliary and buffer from behind. And she would wield the sword and become the eternal barrier to protect Luo Chen, preventing him from being hurt in the slightest. If the teacher is worried about Zua's safety, Luo Chen said, if Zua can really break through the soul saint at the age of 15, with the power of the god level martial soul, Zua at the soul saint level is enough to deal with ordinary titled Douluo. If she can light up a star core, she will be able to completely protect herself. By then, as long as it is not the extreme Douluo who makes a move, with Kyan Ringsu's speed and extreme attributes, she can still escape, even if she can't beat him. In this way, safety is guaranteed. Is it necessary for the spirit hall to hide the little angel? The rise of a new generation of judgment elders, the sword in their hands, will surely drink the blood of the villains. If I can break through to Soul Saint at the age of 15. Kyan Ringsu looked at Bibi Dong expectantly and said in a slightly pleading tone, Mom, can you let me participate in the competition? Alas. Bibi Dong held her forehead with a headache. Okay, you all said so, what else can I do? As she said that, the beautiful Pope looked at Luo Chen with resentment. Bibi Dong felt that Luo Chen was a little biased and actually spoke for Kyan Ringsu. Bad little Chen, you only know how to bully the teacher. Once again, Bibi Dong felt a sense of crisis. If this goes on, when Luo Chen grows up, sooner or later Kyan Ringsu will take his soul away. A typical case of forgetting the mother after having a wife. And just when Bibi Dong was worried about gains and losses, in the Xingdao Great Forest, 3 little guys were quietly sneaking into the core area that ordinary soul beasts dared not approach. They were the captain, deputy captain, and the only ordinary member of the garbage collection team. Erao, crying oh sister Erao, do you know where Zhao and the others are hiding? Unlike the normal Ayan, she, under the incarnation of Liming, has become a cute version of a creature, just like Nao's little silver dragon and Erao's cute little white rabbit. Well, we used to live near the Lake of Life. The cute little rabbit stood and walked behind the two seniors, waving her fluffy little hands to point the way for them. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.